what I felt? Never did like school. You know a young nigga never liked school. Learning all about white folks just ain't cool. I remember this clear as a bell. Telling my third grade teacher, bitch, go to hell. She's about to make a young nigga square dance. Look, bitch, I'm black, so it don't stand a chance. So what the fuck do you expect? A young black child goes to white folks to get checked and educated by something that pisses us. And while we're learning about white folks, we're missing us. You wonder why young folks says fuck school? Because the shit is racist. The shit ain't cool.
If I say to you, Columbus discovered America in 1492. If I was your teacher, you said, no, Columbus didn't discover America in 1492. There were Indians here. I tell you, you flunked the course.
Strictly ghetto, nigga.
Christopher Columbus, the man they say that found America. But the question in the year 2024 in the black community is not did he find America, but was black people already in America before he got to America? And hopefully that I can prove to you within this video with drawings, pictures, writings, documents, documentary, movies, and primary sources that the Black Aboriginal American family was already in America before Christopher Columbus came to America. Now, one day I'm sitting back watching this Christopher Columbus documentary, and I seen a picture that was very interesting. And like the OGs always told me, they gonna put it right in your face. And this is what I seen.
Not far from the Spanish mine, there is a modern one. Today, huge earth movers must sift through thousands of tons of rock to find a few grams of gold. With no such technology at their disposal, the Spaniards resorted to a different system: slavery. But the enslaved Arawak quickly died out from overwork and disease. Then African slaves were brought from across the ocean. The island became the first place in the Americas to be colonized by the Spanish, and the first place to which African slaves were brought. Today's Haitians are their descendants. Less vulnerable to European diseases, the Africans survived while the Arawaks did not.
I ain't even gonna front. They was going off on that beat in that little song. But this picture right here is what caught my attention. And what's caught my attention about this picture is that the black people in the picture don't have on any clothes. And with all the documentations and the primary sources from Christopher Columbus and the first explorers, the inhabitants didn't wear clothes except for like the chiefs. And shout out to Not a Coincidence. He was able to show me what book that this picture came from. And when I took a look at the book, it didn't add up with the history. And that's what I'm talking about. Check this out. And this book is called History of the Indies. And this was copywritten and published in 1586. And you can see this at the Morgan and Library Museum. And the description is, in 1983, the Morgan Library and Museum received as the bequest of Clara S. Peck an extraordinary volume whose beautiful paintings and descriptions document the plant, animal, and human life of the Caribbean late in the 16th century. Spaniards had already begun to exert influence over the indigenous people of the area when explorers from England and France arrived, among them Sir Francis Drake. The volume, known as Drake Manuscripts, entitled History of the Indies, when it was bound in the 18th century, gives us a wonderful picture of daily life in the time of Drake's many visits to the region. And although Drake's connection to the manuscript is uncertain, he is mentioned on more than one occasion by the authors. Drake himself is known to have painted, but none of his work survives. Okay, Sir Francis Drake was a successful pirate / privateer from England. He was the first Englishman to sail the world. He was the first Englishman to steal a treasure ship from the Spanish, and he was one of the first Englishmen to deal and sell with Negro slaves. And this is the page right here where you can find the picture at inside the book on page 100. And we got the translation. How the Negroes work and look for gold in the mines of the region called Viraga, Panama. This region is very dangerous. The Negroes live there only a short time, and no day and night passes without rain, lightning, and thunder. Because this land is so close to the equator line, being not fertile in goods, it has, however, a great deal of good gold. The King of Spain permits the Spaniards in the Indies to settle, to build mines, and own the gold in them as long as they pay him the tribute of a fifth of everything they find, of gold, silver, as well as precious stones. The Spaniards do not force nor permit the Indians to work in the mines, for fear they should know the value of the gold, and knowing it, they will go to war and chase them out the country. The Spaniards buy a great number of Negroes from Africa to serve them as slaves, and when the Negroes have finished a day's of work in a group of 8 or 10, there is at the exit of these mines half a barrel filled with water, in which they wash the gold. Then put it in an iron bowl and place it on the fire to dry. When it is dry, they take it to the major domo in order to see and know from the weight how much it is. They have to give him a tribute, the value of the gold amounting to the weight of 3 ducats for each day. And if it happens that they do not find in one day the weight of in gold of 3 ducats, they are liable nevertheless to pay the tribute to the major domo. If it happens, and also that they recover a large amount, it will be their gain. Okay, they say that this work is often called Drake's manuscript, but what makes this so suspect is that it's written in the late 16th century in a French introduction, and Drake was English. So who really wrote the manuscript? And plus another thing that's suspect is that why on the documentary, why would they be disingenuous when they're talking about Hispaniola, but they're using the picture from Panama? I'm pretty sure they could have came up with some drawings and pictures from the Africans that they brought to Hispaniola, but they use a drawing from Panama. And we're going to do a more deep dive into this Panama area. And before we jump into their book, we're going to jump into this other suspect situation with Drake. So the Smithsonian magazine had came with an article and said, did Francis Drake bring enslaved Africans to North America decades before Jamestown? The English privateer arrived on the Carolina coast after sacking Spanish lands in the Caribbean, but who, if any, did he leave behind? Question mark. So now they just gonna bypass what we was taught in school, which was Jamestown in 1619 was the first place that African slaves was brought to America. Now they done moved the goalposts. But check this out. And this is a writing by Andrew Lawler in August 20th, 2018. The disappearance of 115 Elizabethans on the coast of North Carolina in 1580s is a well-known mystery. Even more enigmatic, however, is the fate of another group that may have vanished on the Roanoke Island a year before the lost colonists attempted to found English first outpost in the Americas. These unwritten settlers, a mix of enslaved North Africans, West Africans, and South Americans, may have arrived more than 3 decades before the first enslaved Africans are recorded appearing in Jamestown 399 years ago this month. Their strange story, as traced by renowned historian David is over the course of his esteemed career suggests that enslaved Africans were expected from their very start to play a key role in the English colonization of the Americas. The tale begins with pirates in the Caribbean. In 1585, the English privateer Francis Drake assembled a fleet called the Great Expedition to loot and pillage the Spanish towns. Drake, the first captain to circumnavigate the globe, attacked the wealthy port of Cartagena on what is now the coast of Colombia. Wheat, silver, and enslaved laborers were among the commodities that made the city a rich prize. English warships confronted a forbidden stone fort bristling with cannons and forted by war galleys rowed by enslaved Ottoman Turks and North African Muslims or Moors, stakes dipped and poisoned by indigenous allies of the Spanish protected the landward side. When the English finally departed in the spring of 1586, they took with them the cathedral massive bronze church, along with most of the slaves and many of the convicts from the galleys, and some of the Negroes belonging to private owners. According to a Spanish report studied by Quinn, a Spaniard taken captive by the English and later released on Cuba, told authorities there that Drake also took 300 Indians from Cartagena, mostly women, as well as 200 Negroes, Turks, and Moors who do manual service. Drake then set sail for the Roanoke Islands on the North Carolina coast, where some 100 men had landed the previous year in an effort organized by his friend Sir Walter Riley. And on the way, the fleet stopped at Florida, St. Augustine, a city founded 2 decades prior by the Spaniards to provide a refuge for shipwreck victims and to discourage other Europeans from settling the southeast coast. A Spanish dispatch from Havana, based on intelligence provided by 3 Africans left behind in St. Augustine, smoldering ruins, said Drake's meant to leave all the Negroes he had in a fort and settlement established at Roanoke by the English who went there a year ago. He intended to leave the 250 blacks and all his small craft there and cross the England with only the large vessel. So I thought it was 200 blacks, but now it's 250. And it's suspect. According to New York University historian Kern, Drake thought he was going to find a flourishing colony, so he brought along some slaves labor to help. But when the fleet anchored off the outer banks of North Carolina, he found the Roanoke settlers in dire strait. They were short on food and had incurred the wrath of the Carolina Algonquin speaking people by assassinating their leader, Virginia. What happened to the scores of hundreds of Africans and South Americans, however, is a puzzle. Historians know that Elizabeth reparated about 100 Turks in an effort to curry favor with the Ottoman Sultan, an enemy of her enemy, Spain. But only 3 West Africans are recorded to have arrived in England on the fleet. One then fled to Paris to find refuge with the Spanish ambassador. So they were supposed to be dropping off 250 blacks or 200 blacks. Now it's 100 Turks and 3 West Africans. And what make it really so suspect is that all the blacks in America is supposed to be descendants from West Africa, and it's only 3 on the boat. And other historians, however, contend that the Africans and South Americans likely drowned in the storm or were sold on the route to England. Why would Drake leave the equivalent of gold bullion on the Carolina coast? Okay, the enslaved laborers were valued trade items at the time, but there was no market for them in a Tudor England, and no records existed of deaths in the Outer Banks storm. The facts Quinn conceded in the 1982 article on the mystery may now never be known. Plus, what really makes it suspect is that with the amount of slaves that Drake left on the coast will be this amount. He could have bought all this for the amount of slaves that he left on the coast. And that don't make no sense that a pirate would do that. Somebody that's cutthroat that would just leave that much money. So that make it hella suspect. And this is how they rewrite the history. As you see, he wrote, the results could rewrite our understanding of the role of enslaved Africans in early English settlements, long presumed to have first arrived first at Jamestown in 1619 to cultivate tobacco. So they gonna take all that away now and say it's this story now. And this is what we coming with the Sir Francis Drake collection copy. We got the hard copy right there. Sir Francis Drake revived, published and copy written in 1695. And where is it coming from? The Library of Congress. And it's a rare book collection. And this is another drawing and image of Sir Francis Drake. You see they got the hand coming out the sky, touching them, blessing them with his seal. I guess that's what it means, but uh, you see him. That's him right there. The English hero, or Sir Francis Drake, revived, being a full account of the dangerous voyages, admirable adventures, notable discoveries, and magnanimous achievements of the valiant and renowned commander, as one, his voyage in 1572 to Nombre de Dos in the West Indies, where they saw a pile of bars of silver near 70-foot long and 10-foot broad and 12-foot high. Two, his encompassing the whole world in 1570s, which he performed in 2 years, 10 months, gaining a vast quantity of gold and silver. Three, his voyage into America in 1585 and taking the towns of St. Fargo, St. Domingo, Cartagena, and St. Augustine. Four, his last voyage into those countries in 1595 were the manner of his death and burial. This is the fourth edition enlarged, license entered to London. Okay, so we're going to start off on page 4. We got a date, July 7th, 1572, where Sir Francis Drake is acknowledging his partner friend, John Gert. Okay, so we're going to stroll down page 4 and we get to another date, July 22nd. It's the same year, 1572. They sailed out of the harbor for Nombre de Dos, and coming in 3 days in the Isles of Pinos, took 2 frigates laden with plank and timber from Nombre de Dos. The Negroes aboard informed them of the present state of the town, and that some soldiers were daily expected from the governor of Panama to defend it against the Cimarrones, a black people who about 80 years past fled from the cruelty of their masters, the Spaniards, and grew into since a nation under 2 kings of their own, one inhabiting westward and the other east, in the way from Nombre de Dos, Panama, who had almost surprised the town 6 weeks before. Captain Drake, resolving not to hurt these Negroes, set them ashore on the mainland, that if they would, they might join themselves to the Cimarron. Okay, so now we got Negroes in the same area in 1572. We have a drawing from 1586 of Negroes in the same area, but the Negroes in this area in 1572 is saying that they already been there for 80 years. So that would take us back to 1492, the first year that Christopher Columbus got to America. They say they got 2 nations going east and west. So are those people that's naked in that picture the same people that Drake is having a conversation with now? And I also want to put this out there before we move on, is that within this book, it's never mentioned that Turks, West Africans, North Africans, or Indians were dropped off in North Carolina within this book that's given great details about his voyages and about his trips in the Caribbean. Now back to the black people that's in Panama. Now check this out. I got this from this book right here, The Life and Voyages of Christopher Columbus by Washington Irving. copywritten in 1893. In chapter 29, the discovery of Trinidad and the coast of Paria, arrival at San Domingo. So they put a date on it. It's the 30th of May, 1498. He had been assured by persons who had traded to the east that the rarest objects of commerce, such as gold, precious stones, drugs, and spices, were chiefly to be found in the regions about the equator, where the inhabitants were black or darkly colored, and that until he arrived among people of such complexion, it was not probable he would find these articles in great abundance. Columbus expected to find such people more to the south or southeast. He recollected that the natives of Hispaniola had spoken of black men who had once come to their island from the south, the heads of whose javelin were Ghanan or adulterated gold. Okay, so this is one of the first writings where they say that black people is in America. So this is 1498. This is 6 years after Christopher Columbus found Hispaniola. And when we go back to the text in 1572, they say that they already been in Panama for 80 years. So that's going back to 1492. So the black people that come from the South, hey, they in the area. So it's a possibility. And so then I come across this other book, Discoveries of the World, from their original onto the year of our Lord 1555, from the Cambridge University Press, the Hawklot Society. It was copywritten and published in 1605. 1563, they giving it up. All right, so let me tell you what's going on in this area before they discovered Negroes in the Panama area. What has become of many Spaniards, Portuguese, and who gambled in the Antilles and India of so much gold, silver, spice, drugs, pearls, jewels, and merchandise that was brought since all is wasted and consumed, leaving no fruit, and anyone who appeared to have any soul lost his life. That's how it was down there in this area, cutthroat. And in the year 1502, one Alfonso went to discover the terra firma and followed his course till he came to the province of Yoruba. And it is said that they found the captain Lewis, and they together took land in the Isles of Codigo, where they took 600 persons of savages, and going forth along the coast, they entered into the Gulf of Yoruba, where they found sand mangled with gold, being the first that has brought to the king, Don Fernando. From this they returned to the city of San Domingo, laden with slaves, without victuals, because they of the country would not bargain with them, which grew to their great trouble and grief. Okay, I will be going back and forth from this book, The Eight Decades of Peter Martyr, and the other book because they talking about the same area and the same situation, but it's two different walks of life. You see, it was copywritten and published in 1912, and they talking about the same people within that same area of Cartagena. Hojeda, who was the first to arrive, was likewise the first to leave, starting with his men in search of Yoruba, which is under his jurisdiction. On his way there, he came upon an island named Laferta, which lies halfway between Yoruba and the harbor of Cartagena. There he landed and found it inhabited by fierce cannibals, of whom he captured 2 men and 7 women. The others managed to escape. And to ensure that all the Aborigines were reduced to Christian life and governance, and that the royal tribute and other services were forthcoming, and the crown from the days of Queen Isabella ordered that scattered Indians be concentrated in towns and villages, each with its church and schools and simple forms of local government. So it appeared in the instructions issued to Nicholas in 1503 and in the laws of Burgess in 1512. And in 1504, Rodrigo obtained license of King Fernando, and by the means of John and other Seville named and furnished out 2 ships, having for his pilot one John Cosa of St. Mary Port. And he went to discover that part of terra firma, and in the year 1508, one Alfonso and Diego, with the favor of Don Fernando, purposed to go into the terra firma to conquer the province of Durn. He went forth at his own charge and discovered the firm land, where it is called Yoruba, which he named Castadella Ore, that is, Golden Castlev, because of the gold which they found among the sand along the coast. And they were the first Spaniards that did this. For this, one governed Yoruba and the other Berger. Alfonso went first from the island of Hispaniola in the city of San Domingo with fewer ships and 300 soldiers, leaving behind him the bachelor and Cisco, who afterwards compiled a book of these discoveries. And after him there went also one ship with victuals, muntins, and 150 Spaniards. He went on the land of Cartagena, but there the people of the country took slew and ate 80 of his soldiers, whereupon he grew very weak. Now, this place down here where they found these black people was the first area where they started enslaving the people of America once they first left Hispaniola. And they didn't get established in the area as far as settling until 1510. So just like when we go back to the story with the black people within their area said in 1572 they already been there for 80 years beefing with the Spaniards. So that goes back to 1592, which we give it a 10-year run to 1502 to say that they was off a little bit. It's still bumping with this area where the people was already here. They wasn't brought over here as slaves. These people that was already here. And let's push it up 10 more years to 1512 instead of 1502 and say, okay, they was off 60 years instead of 80, they been there. It's still suspect because they never did settle in that area during that time. They were still exploring. They didn't settle there until 1513. So that time frame is way off. And then on top of that, if they was Africans and they was bringing them over here, they wouldn't have been naked like they was in that picture. They would have been clothed. Now we're gonna go to this website, First Blacks in Americas, where they have the first documentations of the first Africans to come to America. So from 1492 to 1501, it looks like that they only brought over two Africans. They got young Juan, and then they got the black woman that's in the village that's running the hospital. And then in 1497, they giving the people grants to come over to Hispaniola to start the sugar plantations where they thinking about bringing they black slaves. And just like I said in 1501, it is likely that the settlers were already thinking of importing enslaved blacks to work in these enterprises. 1501, September 5th, uh, you got the Jews, Moors are prohibited or their descendants from being admitted into the colony. So in 1501 on September 5th, they saying that they can't come over, the blacks can't come over. 1501, September 16th, they saying that they can come over, but they have to already be Christianized Jews or Moors are already converted. So they had to be Ladinos. The first Africans from Spain were known as Ladinos or Hispanic Africans and were soldiers, servants, settlers, or slaves. They began to arrive in America as early as the 15th century. Black Ladinos, an historical ethnic community in medieval Spain. And it wasn't just black Ladinos, it was also Bozels. Bozels were the Africans when they first came over to Spain. That's the label that they called them because they didn't know the language, they didn't know the culture. So they had to break them into the culture. Once they broke them into, they had special skills. They knew how to work certain jobs. They was Ladinos, and then was the people that they was bringing over in the beginning. They wasn't bringing over Bozels that was uneducated or that was wild because they trying to make money. So they wasn't bringing over no Africans with no gold tip spurs. And this is still in the islands. They weren't even down in Panama yet to be forming two nations going east and west and battling with the natives. And in 1501, October 16th, in Seville, a free black man named Pedro was hired as a servant to go to Hispaniola to work 2 years digging for gold for exchange of salary, lodging, meals, beverages, in the period of a contract. 1503, March 29th, the Spanish crown indicated that there were an undetermined number of enslaved blacks in Hispaniola and that they all ran away into the wilderness. And the governor, Nicholas, had sent to the crown to promise to stop sending the blacks to the colony. In 1504, and February 15th, the governor Nicholas again had requested the crown in order to stop sending slaves. 1504, and August 29th, they sent out a request for enslaved black women. And in 1505, May 5th, the governor, Nicholas again, sent in an order to the Spanish crown for 20 enslaved blacks. So this is the biggest order up to this date, is 20. So they haven't got any more than 20 up to 1505. Then in 1505, September 15th, the crown had promised 100 slaves, 100 black slaves. It wasn't official or stamped, but they had promised that they was going to do that. And then in 1509, on May 3rd, the Catholic King of Spain prohibited the entrance into the Indies of foreign or descendants of the burnt ones. So could no more black people come over here in 1509. And you know why? Because they already had so many people over here. They was enslaving from that Panama and Colombia area from 1503 to 1508. And in 1510, on January 22nd, the King of Spain put in an order to Diego, the governor of Hispaniola, to move all the workers, the enslaved blacks, to another mine to dig for gold, and that he will also send 50 more slaves. And then in 1511, on July 6th, he said to move all the Indians and slaves to another good mine. So as you see, during that time frame from when they first so-called from their records sent over an African in 1501, it haven't been more than 200 Africans that been sent over during that time frame, from 1501 up to 1511. And this takes me back to the picture with those black people were working the mines, but they were naked, like the natives. As you see, the people that they were bringing over were Latinos. They were clothed. They were skilled workers because they was people was trying to make money. And for the first Spaniards that left the island to explore and to settle in South America, Central America, and North America, they had this labor system called the Encomienda, uh, and it was a labor to conquer the non-Christian people. In theory, the conquerors provided the laborers with benefits, including military protection and education. And this system was first established in Spain. Okay, yeah, the system was originated in the Catholic south of Spain to extract labor and tribute from Muslims, Moors, before they were exiled in 1492 and after the Moorish War defeat of the Granada War. And it was a method of rewarding soldiers and moneymen who defeated the Moors. Okay, the crown awarded an incrementa as a grant to the particular individual in the conquest era of the early 16th century. The grants were considered a monopoly on the labor of a particular groups of the indigenous people. Incrementors must fulfill in person the duties attending their position. They must not leave the district without permission of the governing authority, and then their duties must be delegated to a responsible agent. They must not hire out the natives or pledge them to creditors under penalty of fines and forfeit of the incrementa. And this is how they got it. The crown's title to dominate in the Indies and the just cause of war against the natives emerged the famous requiremento so often referred to as an instance of the notorious legal and religious of the Spaniards, full of legal technicalities, begin with the biblical creation of the world and passing in review the origin of the Roman hierarchy and the donation of Alexander VI, called upon the bewildered Aborigines to acknowledge the supremacy of the Pope and of the kings of Castile on pain of enslavement and confiscation of wives and goods. Every Spanish conquistador was required to have read it to the Indians by a notary and through an interpreter before their territory will legally be taken or hostilities against them be started. Having promulgated the requiramentos in due form, the Spanish captain sent the official report back to Spain with the necessary signatures, and his consciousness was clear. But in any event, the consequences were often tragic or grotesque. And with this system, the Spanish later founded settlements on Puerto Rico in 1508, Jamaica 1509, Cuba 1511, and then we got Nombre de Dos, founded as a Spanish colony in 1510 by Diego, and it was one of the first European settlements of the Panama area. The colony suffered from hunger, hostile natives, illness, and ultimately, saved by a companion who was coming with supplies, the party abandoned the colony and sailed to a more prosperous colony within the Durham area. And now we get to Vasco Nunez Balboa. He was the first European to see the Pacific Ocean. He came to Hispaniola as a slave worker. He snuck on a boat that was going to the Panama area. He turned the man on the boat against Fernandez and Cisco, the man that was authorized and financed the expedition, and they took over the boat. And this is the story when he got to the Panama area. And now we're going back to the discoveries of the world. And in the year 1513, Balboa, hearing speech and news of the South Sea, and thus the Pacific Ocean, determined to go there, although his company dissuaded him from that action because his company was in fear of the people in that country. He went, therefore, from Durham the first day of September, so we got a date, carrying some Indians of the country with him to be his guides. And he marched on the land, sometimes quietly, sometimes in war. And in a certain place called Currica, he found Negroes captured with curled hair. And never before in that time were others seen or known until now. In all these parts of New Spain, Golden Castile, and Peru. Okay, now we're going back to the 8 decades of Peter Martyr. And the Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. They only lived in the region 1 day march from Currica, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that the Negro pirates of Ethiopia established themselves after the wreck of their ships in these mountains. The natives of Currica carry on incest war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is the alternate fortune of these two people. And this is the footnote for the blacks that they found in that area. It says, this mysterious fact has been assorted by too many authors to be refused credence. The author's explanation of the existence of these Africans in America is possibly the correct one. Okay, back to the discoveries of the world. Also, Balboa declared that he went to discover the South Sea, and in a certain land named Quirica, he found black people with frizzled hair, whereas they were never any other found. And when you go to the word Quirica in Spanish, it means mask or with a dirty face. And during that same time, a battle ensued and reported that 600 people, including the chief, were slain like brute beasts. So you already know who they're talking about when they say brute beasts. Brute beasts being historically labeled as black men in the European culture. And this is the name of the people that they found in that area. These are the black Aborigines that's already in that Panama area before Europeans even got here. They trying to say that their ship had shipwrecked within the mountains within their area and they took over. But if we go back to the story that's in the book where they talking about the people in the 1572 within that same Panama area, they saying that it's two nations going east and west. And they also saying that it's a mysterious fact because the authors are believing the story that a ship did wreck, and that's the reason that these black people is over here in this area. It's like they trying to put the African descent on these people because they look a certain way, but they found these people and they trying to come up with a reason for these people to be in that area instead of them being aborigines to the land. But this is the same people that Christopher Columbus in 1498 said that the Hispaniola said that the black man come from the south. This is the same people that Sir Francis Drake had met in 1572. And another way that I can prove that these people wasn't brought over here, that these are the black Aborigine Americans, is from this Balboa movie where they show the part when they're in Quirica before they find the Pacific Ocean. And the people that's in Quirica show what their ancestors look like. Now check this out. First, when they pull up to the village, this is the face that's on the totem pole, a black man face. And this is what the ladies was looking like that was walking around in the village. Now, it's a part in the movie where the chief would take Balboa and his people to this sacred hut or this sacred house. In this sacred house, they still have their ancestors there. And this is what their ancestors look like. Now, look at that statue behind the chief. That's a black person. Why would they have their ancestors that colors? They know the color of their ancestors, and also look at that drawing to the left. That's a black person. Now look at the arms in the face of the drawing on the wall. That's dark brown. That's a dark brown. Ain't no Indians producing no kids that color. This is that same drawing. Look at the arms, feet, legs, hands. It's a black person. Now look at the color of the hands on that drawing. Look at the other drawing. That's a dark brown. And another crazy thing about this movie is that they got the Indians that's playing these Indians, this dark face. They got them painted. That's not even a real color. They got paint on them. Now this right here is one of the best depictions. Look at the arms. Look at the hands. Look at the face. That's a black person. That's a black Aborigine American. These is the Panama people that was already in the area. These is the people that Sir Francis Drake was talking to. These is the people that come from the south with the gold tipped javelins. And as you see, these was the same people that Balboa came across, and they showing that these are their ancestors. And look at the gold they stole. Look at all the gold they stole. Look at that gold face. Look at all the gold they stole from their ancestors and they put it right back in our face. Look at the ancestors, the gold face. We been playing with it over here. Look how they did our peoples. And this is a story about the first European finding the Pacific Ocean. In the village of Pancha, to the spot where the Southern Ocean is visible is a 6 days ordinary march, but he only covered the distance in 25 days after many adventures and great privations. On the seventh day of the calendar of October, a Quirica guide showed him a peak where the summit of which the Southern Ocean is visible. He commanded a halt and went along to scale the peak. Being the first to reach its top, kneeling upon the ground, he raised his hands to heaven and saluted the South Sea. According to his account, he gave thanks to God and all the saints for having reserved this glory for him, an ordinary man devoid alike of experience and authority. Concluding his prayers in military fashion, he waved his hands to some of his companions and showed them the object of their desires. He prayed the heavenly meditator and especially the Virgin Mother of God to favor his expedition and to allow him to explore the region that stretched below him. All his companions shouted for joy, prouder than Hannibal showing Italy in the Alps to his soldiers. Balboa promised great riches to his men. Behold the much desired ocean. Behold all ye men who have shared such efforts. Behold the country of which the son of Cormega and other natives told us of such wonders. And within the same area, Balboa found the cinnamon tree on an island called Sinafista. There were some 60 villages in groups of 10,000 each on this island, and the river on the right side was large enough both for the natives' boats and for brigantines. The river the Spaniards named Rio Negro. Now, why would they name this river Rio Negro if they don't think that these people resemble Africans? They say that these people are the dirty face, the brute ones, the burnt ones. And plus, the Spaniards became suspicious of everything. They were alarmed of their safety and remembered that they only escaped a similar calamity at Rio Negro because they received a reinforcement of 30 men on the night before the attack. And after a careful investigation, they finally learned that 5 chiefs had fixed a day for their massacre. These five were Albabia, who lived in the swampy forest, Zemeka, who had been driven from his home, Abrez, and Abe No Machacos, the river chiefs, and Do Beba, the chief of fishermen, living at the extremity of the gulf called Colata. This plan would have been carried out, but it was a miracle that the Spaniards escaped. And this what was going on in the Durham, Panama area when Balboa got down there. These are the people that he came across. This is the name of the river that he named when he came across these people. And this is where they found the black Aborigine American man. Okay, now Diego Nequeza, he was supposed to have authorization over the whole Veragua area where Panama was at. He was supposed to be the governor. And when he found out that Balboa had started a settlement and he didn't know nothing about it, he had went back down there. But Balboa denied him entry and kicked him out the area. And in the year 1514, in the month of May, the King Fernando sent Pedro Avila to be the fourth governor of Castel d'Or, and he also named Balboa as the governor of the South Sea of that coast. And with some additions in July 1513 and in 1518, the Catholic kings and constitute the first general code of the government and instructions of the American Aborigines. And with Balboa finding the Pacific Ocean for the crown, and also finding the Black Aborigines Americas for the crown, they still killed him in January 12th, 1519, and his other friends because they was just doing too much down there. They did it in the public, and that's how it went down for the first European man to find the Black Aborigines families of America.
Try to cross us. I'll be running slash from here to Japan. No money, no comprende. Versus from the black Mexican. Moving every day on your tracks, man. Important, extorting money laundering. I be running slash from here to Japan. No money, no comprende. Versus from the black Mexican. They don't really understand. Label me a contraband. Ever since first days, I put my hands in control substance. Hustle to advance without the lack. Trying to earn me a platinum plaque. Smoking Vegas back to back. I'm in no. Carrying fully automatics attached to extendos. Never giving up info. Building up my credentials. Living in residential. Sack provide only the bare essentials. Running off at the dentals. They had you in ballistics in my section. Slip in and out without detection. But still got question. Cops was off me 2 years in a new identity. The witch protection. I told that neglected. The fact that I'm a victim of the ghetto. Where I'm from, we don't tell it. We sell the shit with heavy metal.
Strictly ghetto, nigga.
Send some little funky shit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Check it out. Yeah.
And you step into this room of battle. And my friend, Sir Eric Thompson, whom I mentioned earlier about the Plain Jane Clubwoman thing, he said, it's a little raid. The Maya didn't have war, so this must be a little raid. But in fact, it is one of the great battle paintings in all of art history. You see this, it unfolds across 3 walls, and it includes figures who repeat from place to place, figures who straddle particular parts of going from one wall to another, figures where in one case a hand reaches out of a scene it doesn't belong in and touches another. This violation of the wall, the notion that painting is artifice. It's easy to look at these paintings and say, well, it's a documentary photograph. The Maya had war. We all get that now. But in fact, it's all about artifice. Part of the artifice here is time again that is unfolding. The battle starts at the far left. Trumpets blare. We come to this little vignette here in the center where this captive actually seems to fly right out of the scene. If you stand in that room, his feet feel in your face. And then captives along the bottom edge of the battle scene are trussed up. 2 or 3 victorious warriors, sometimes 4 or 5, all ganging up on individuals to strip them of their finery and tie them up and bring them to some other location. Watching it all up above are ancestor figures, ancestors and even the captives of ancestors, as though they live on in the stars. And if we go back to the color here, I will simply say that there's no azurite ground into the blue here, but rather carbon to make it dark and potent, perhaps dawn, perhaps dusk. If you sit on the bench, you sit on top of the captives. You're part of it. You're now a victor. You sit on someone whose fingernails perhaps have been pulled, his lips have been trimmed, his fingers pulled out of joint. This is where you are. You sit on them. And if you sit on them, you then look back at the door through which you walked. You walk through, turn around, and this is what you see. And it's often held up as the greatest of all the walls in the Bonaparte paintings.
Shout out to my folks over there at Yale, holding it down with this Mayan information in history, showing us that the Black Aborigines of America was already in America before Europeans came to America. As we look at the drawings and the paintings in the temples, the ancestors, dark brown, we know that the so-called Indians and Mexicans of today is not producing different shades, colors of brown people. It's not happening. It's only Black people that's producing that dark chocolate, that red, that yellow. That's only Black people that can do that. As you see, they're saying that we're going back to 1000 BC and up to 1521. And that drawing painting at the temple They say it's from the 900s. Christopher Columbus and them didn't get over here till 1492. Now check this out. Now within the same book, The 8 Decades of Peter Martyr, we both read that the Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. Now they're talking about Balboa. Balboa is the first European to see the Pacific Ocean. It says that the Negroes, they live only in the region 1 day's march from Curica, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that the Negro pirates of Ethiopia established themselves after a wreck of their ships in these mountains. The natives of Curica carry on an incest war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is that alternate fortune of the two people. Now, I know I ain't tripping because the paintings on the wall look just like what they talking about. Negroes and they getting down having wars. It's the same people. Check. Plus, I know that 8 decade story gotta be true because it's lining up with this book right here. Check this out. We already read it, but I'm supposed to bring it back. I'm bringing it back. Check. Also, Balboa declared that he went to discover the South Sea, and in a certain land named Curica, he found black people with frizzled hair where there never any other found either in New Spain, Castilla or Peru. And this is 1513. Hey, they brought it up twice in the book. Check. He went therefore from Durn the first day of September, carrying some Indians of the country with him to be his guides, and he marched outward the land, sometimes quietly, sometimes in war. And in a certain place called Curica, he found Negroes captured with curled hair, and never up to that time were others seen or known until now, in all these parts of New Spain, Golden Castilla, and Peru. And then they made this movie in 1963, Balboa Conquistador of the Pacific, and they slipped up and showed what the people looked like where Balboa had went in Panama. And they first slipped up with their totem poles. Then you see the statue back there. You see the drawing in the background. I mean, ain't no Mexicans or no Eskimos creating no kids that color. These is all black people, aborigines of America. Now we going back to the 8 decades of Peter Martyr, where it say the vast region is divided into two parts, one called Taya and the other called Maya. And this is the first mention of the word Maya. The traders whom Columbus met were doubtless Mayas, coming from some of the great fairs or markets. For the second time, he brushed past the civilization of Yucatan and Mexico, leaving to later comers the glory of their discovery. And the story with that discovery involves this guide right here. Now, check out the story where Cortez, who was the conquistador that conquered Mexico, check out this story on how he found his guide. And the man's name is Geronimo Aguilar. He was born in Spain. He came to the New World involved with the church and the missionaries. He went down to Panama when they first settled, and the people that was running it, I guess they was getting into it with each other. That was the person that got into it with Balboa, and Balboa wouldn't let him land, and they had to go back to Cuba. And on their way back to Cuba, they had a shipwreck in Yucatan, and he got stranded there for about 8 to 10 years. And when Cortez landed on the Yucatan, when we first started discovering Mexico, he heard some Indians within the area speaking Spanish. So they sent out a letter to those Indians to say, if y'all got a Spaniard over there, give him this letter and tell him to come meet us. And this is the story on when they met Aguilar. And this book right here, The Mastering of Mexico, is where we're going to get the game from. And 7 Indians came with Geronimo when he met the Spaniards. A soldiers in Tepeya's company promptly ran to Cortez with news that a Spaniard had returned. So much did his countenance look like that of an Indian that as the 7 men passed, many of our men kept asking, which is the Spaniard, and added to the fact that his complexion was naturally brown. He was shorn like an Indian slave. He carried a paddle across his shoulder and had a tattered stocking on one leg and another at his waist. And from right here, we know that the Yucatecans was brown like an African would be, because that's the only way that the Spaniard could be brown. Uh, all Spaniards are like a fur color, and the only time they was brown is when they had African descent, when they had Africans over there in Spain. So that's how we get in the mix up with the brown people over here in America and the brown people that's coming from Africa. And as you see, they easily could have got mislabeled because they was working with the black male slaves, Indians, and the giants. But we know that the Yucatecans are brown color, just like the Africans that came over with the Spaniards that's from Spain. Now, this painting right here, the author is unknown, but it's depicting Cortez whenever he conquered Tabasco. Tabasco is Veracruz in the Yucatan area. And as you can see from the Indians in the painting, that it was already black people in America. Check this out. Now look at that black man over there to the right with the red feather on his head. Some more colored people. Also, look at the black man on the ground getting stumped by the horse. That's a black Aboriginal American right there. Now, we also have Juan Guaido, who they say is a black conquistador and who was the first African to be on North America's land in 1513 when he did an expedition with Leon in Florida. Now, once they took over Mexico, he was given many different titles as a doorkeeper, a courier, a constable, an auctioneer, an executioner, a piper, master of weights and measures, a doorkeeper, or guard. He settled in Mexico City in 1524 for 4 years and then began a gold mining operation with slave labor. He joined Cortez in the 1530s for still another expedition in search of the mythic Black Amazons. And you also got a military general, Vincent Palacio, saying that it's undisputable that in very ancient times the Negroes occupied Mexico. They brought their own religions, codes, and ideals. So now we're going to switch it up and we're going to take it to a description of what the people in the Carolinas was looking like in 1524 when Giovanni Verrazzano came through. He said that they go completely naked. They are dark in color, unlike the Ethiopians, with thick black hair, not very long, but tied behind the head like a small tail. They have a broad chest, strong arms, and the legs and other parts of the body is well composed. They have broad faces and angular faces. They also said they are not very strong, but they are sharp, cunning, and agile, swift runners. From what we can tell from observation in the last two respects, they resemble the Orientals, particularly those from the farthest Serene regions. We can also go to this book to get a description of the Indians in South Carolina. As it says, the Indians of South Carolina were reddish brown or copper color. The men were tall and straight with well-shaped limbs and almost perfect figure. Now, when South Carolina first jumped off with the British settlers, they was coming from the islands, Barbados, where they was running plantations down there, starting in 1620s. And around 1640, that's when the plantations and the businesses increased. And it looks like that they had expanded to the Carolinas in 1670. And this what was going on in Carolinas when they first got there. Now, this book right here is where we get the real game of what happened in South Carolina. By the Spaniards, all settlements in Carolina were regarded as intrusions into Florida, but especially those south of Ashley River, for so the Council of the Indies read the meaning of the Treaty of Madrid. Nor were officials like Governor Cabrera accustomed to discriminate nicely between the pirates and the colonists who sheltered them. And now the Spaniards were further wantonly provoked by the reckless Indian policy of the Scots. Yamasees were employed from Port Royal and incursions upon the mission's province of the Chickamaugas. There is evidence that they were incited by Lord Cardross himself and Trader Westbrook. Ample precedents might be found in the practices of the Charlestown traders, but in view of the exposed situation of Stewartstown, Woodward, who was not likely to be squeamish, was justified in condemning the Timacuas raid in 1685 as an unadvised project. The proprietors, too, for all their sympathy with Cardross, were convinced that this affair provoked the Spaniards' attack in the next year. Several Indians who took part in the destruction of Santa Catalina de Africa were examined on their return by Henry Woodward. They declared that the Scots had armed and excited them, and that they had burnt several towns, and in particular the said chapel and friar's house, and killed 50 of the Timachos, and brought away 22 prisoners, which they delivered to the Scots as slaves. Now, when I type in Santa Catalina de Africa, this is what pops up. Santa Catalina de Guale was a Spanish Franciscan mission and town in Spanish Florida, part of Spain's effort to convert the Native Americans to Catholicism. In the 17th century, this group of people had a dramatic population loss due to, they say, an epidemic disease. I don't believe that. They was just taking the people, slaving them. And after two major slave raiding attacks in the 1680s, the Santa Catalina de Guale missions was moved to South Sapalino Island. The attacking force consisted of about 300 Westo Indians who had been armed, supplied, and encouraged to attack the Spanish missions by English colonial authorities in South Carolina. Santa Catalina Guale was the first to fall. Its defense included a recently built fort, 6 Spanish soldiers, and about 40 Christian Indians. Other missions in the regions quickly fell to the slave raiders. By 1685, the Guale peoples had either fled inland, joining unconverted groups such as Yamasees, or had relocated to Amelia Island's 3 settlements of Santa Catalina de Guale, San Felipe, Santa Clara de Tupiqua. In 1702, during Queen Anne's War, the Carolina governor James Moore launched an invasion of Spanish Florida. In the process, the settlements of Amelia Island, including Santa Catalina de Guale, were destroyed. The surviving inhabitants who remained under the Spanish mission system moved to the vicinity of St. Augustine. Moore arrived in South Carolina from Barbados around 1675 and became the leading Indian trader and lieutenant of Maurice Matthews, a leader of the colony's leading political faction, the Goose Creek Men. Goose Creek, an outlying area of Charleston. In 1683, Moore was granted 2,400 acres by the Lord Proprietors. He called his estates Buchiwi. Part of this land is known today as Liberty Hall Plantation. James Moore and his wife had 10 children in the Lower Cape Fear region, where they and their descendants became known as the family, the most powerful family in the region. He led 500 colonists, 300 native allies, and 14 small ships on an invasion of Spanish Florida along the coast, destroying the remaining Spanish missionary Indians of Guala and Mocama, and devastating the lands around St. Augustine. Another result of the defeat of the Appalachians was the collapse of the final defense of the Indians of Florida. In the following years, Carolinians and Indian slave raiders virtually wiped out the Indian population of Florida all the way to the Florida Keys.
My big bro said last gon' step it up, finna buy some property, all these bitches jocking me. You niggas sleeping, I'm talking about big time, finna go to Izzy, yeah, I like the way shit shine.
Our speaker tonight is Theodora Light. She's a PhD student in history at the University of Georgia. Her research centers on indigenous Florida, particularly how Indian slavery affected Florida in the wider South during the 16th and 17th centuries. She currently works as a graduate teaching assistant, but has experience in training in the field of public history.
So it started really with this map. I came across it when I was doing research at the Archivo General de Indias, sort of looking for maps to correspond with some of the ideas that I was coming across that were just fleeting mentions, right? So when we study indigenous Florida or indigenous early colonial histories of any sort, we often have to go to sort of other sources of information in order to back up our ideas and our theories. So from the map that's in the map, probably came from a partnership between Hamilton and Colonel John Barnwell, otherwise known as Tuscarora Jack, right? So a lot of the indigenous information is coming from someone who is famous for his participation in the Tuscarora Wars. But it provides pretty incredible detail. And among that detail, as I was sort of focusing in on Florida, right, where I'm interested, I noticed here, and I can get a little pen here so I can laser point. I noticed this section here that I've circled for you. And the caption here is Tocobaga Indians destroyed 1709. And so a couple things came to my mind, and first and foremost among them is that that's not where the Tocobaga are from. Like, that's not their place. So was this like some mistake in the map? I had a lot of questions, right? What are they doing essentially in Appalachia, which is most of this region here? Like I said, and as y'all are probably familiar with, this is the area that's highlighted in the map. And these are the homelands of the Tocobaga. So what did I know about the Tocobaga? What have I learned about the Tocobaga? Around the time that Europeans invaded the peninsula of Florida, we have documentation of what they recorded life to be like, in addition to some archaeological work, though that has been spotty and not done very recently. So we sort of piece these things together from multiple sources. One of the primary targets of slave raids are these missions in North Florida. And so further than just this, what I've targeted for our talk as something that, sparked my interest. If you read closely, and again, the map on the Yale website is very, very clear. You can see, at least here, where it's identified Timucua, it says wholly laid waste, being destroyed by the Carolinians, 1706, right? And so these slave raids are impinging on a world that has been heavily missionized, decimated by disease for almost 150 years. And the sort of coup de grace considered this series of raids perpetrated by James Moore, a Carolinian, with his Yamasee and Creek allies. And that is going to be the pretty much the end of the North Florida mission chains that had been populated by tens of thousands of people. And so when we ask this question, okay, what does it mean destroyed? What happened to them? The context here is that they've already been displaced from the area that they're from by an increasing regional instability, right? And they've relocated in groups as maroon communities in Appalachia. Appalachia, as well as Timucua and Guale, are already porous. These places have been subject to disease, conflict, a dozen rebellions, and increasing sort of clamping down on tribute requirements from the Spanish, from their capital at St. Augustine. You add in this slave raiding that starts at the end of the 1600s. This area is already so loose and horrific. It's bad things have been happening there for 150 years, right? And so by the time the Yamasee War happens between 1715 and 1717, and that's a whole nother talk in and of itself, all this conflict is just building and building and building. And central to the conflict itself is the pervasive nature of Indian slavery and its, sort of region-wide effects. As to the last question, what does destroyed mean? I don't think all Tocobagas were wiped off the face of the earth, right? That's the issue that we have with this sort of wholly laid waste or destroyed, right? It indicates that there's no cultural continuity, there's no survival. But of course, Florida is not only affected by the Caribbean, but powerfully impacted by colonization of Carolina and this sort of devastating Indian slave trade that develops there. Years, I don't remember when this book was published, but Alan Galley's Bancroft book, he posited that this slave trade enslaved between 30 and 50,000 people, indigenous people, who were either captured directly by the British or by Native Americans for sale to the British, often to pay off these sort of unruly debts that traders are imposing on them. And so this figure between 30 and 50,000, that's just before 1715 at the outbreak of the Yamasee War. And so, trading, even if it's slave trading, again, you're, spreading disease. Those communities are spreading disease. It's causing incredible conflict, is something that in a world where people do know what's happening nearby, it had to be terrifying, just the uncertainty of it all, the danger of it all. So this sort of uncertain, horrible world to live in might have encouraged people to say, you know what, we're going to go somewhere else, and maybe seek the protection of a powerful cacique, and attempt to leverage our economic viability or whatever, our kin ties going back hundreds of years, trade relationships, to live somewhere safer. I would suggest then that what they're doing, seeking protection from a world pervaded by notions of enslavement, changing notions of enslavement, that the term maroon works for this, for what's happening here. I would also suggest that indigenous marronage like this has existed in South Florida since those first reports at Calusa, in the first years of the 1500s, and that it likely existed across the peninsula and the wider Southeast. So why am I telling you all this, right? We're going to take this back to Appalachia and Tocobaga people living in Appalachia, because indeed they did live in Appalachia, and people have commented on this. So the map on the left is essentially, you can see up here is where it is in Florida. It's right at the crux of the curve of the panhandle. And this is Appalachia territory. And John Hahn, in his book on Appalachia, did identify several Tocobaga settlements. There's not just one. There are multiple sort of independent settlements of Tocobaga people. And where he's getting this information is from a 1678 Visita by Domingo de la Turiondo. And that part of it is here on the right. And as he's crossing Florida, he comes across this, settlement of what he titles as Tocobagas infieles, or, literally infidel Tocobagas, who are living autonomously. They have a sort of economic role in the community itself. They're serving as river transport that the Spanish themselves use, right? So if we're talking about those economic ties that maroon communities are able to leverage, a perfect example, they are unconverted. They are not Christians, right? And the reason that this is important is by the second quarter of the 1600s, Appalachia is missionized. This is a Christian community. There's no discussion of how they ended up here. Why are they there? So there's just no 100% answer, but I think it would be plausible to suggest that the displacement of these groups, and they seem to correspond with what that sort of longhouse style of living that would have had groups of 100, 200 people who had, kin relationships, that they're just picking up and leaving Tocobaga and relocating as a larger kinship unit. And I would, suggest that the reason that they're doing this is because Florida is becoming increasingly unstable. Calusa has allied with the Spanish, at least temporarily, and the spread of disease and conflict and enslavement is something that, in a world where people do know what's happening nearby, it had to be terrifying, just the uncertainty of it all, the danger of it all. And then we've talked about who the Tocobaga are. Why is it weird that they're in Appalachia? What is their relationship to the other prominent indigenous kingdom in South Florida? And how do these themes relate to Florida being positioned in this sort of convergence of two, devastating shatter zones that are totally altering indigenous life in the Southeast? And my position that what it is doing is creating maroon communities that are solely indigenous, at least, maybe probably solely indigenous, across Florida and across the Southeast. So we don't know a ton about this group of people, but we do know a little from the memorial of Hernando de Escalante Fontaneda, who as a child was shipwrecked on the Florida coast. And in 1575, he wrote this sort of description of Florida. And in this description, he talking about Calusa, he mentions that there are Cuban Indians who came in search of the Fountain of Youth. I don't think that's true. But the king at the time, Carlos's father, allowed them to settle within Calusa, and it appears that they lived somewhat autonomously, but under the control of the Calusa king, right? So to me, and I've posed this question here, as I was doing more research and digging deeper and deeper, the things that I was finding that might explain why Tocobaga people are not living at their home, they've moved to Appalachia and they're living in smaller groups. A theory that might explain this is marronage, right? Are these maroons? So what is marronage, right? I dug into the historiography. One interesting thing that I found is that, there are all these incredible books about maroon communities, but there's very little, there's not one definition of what is a maroon and what is a maroon community. There are several characteristics, right? So it's principally applied to these self-emancipated communities of African origin. However, they're often, if not always, relying on some degree of cooperation from indigenous people who are local to the area. Part of just knowing the terrain, which is usually in these hinterlands, or borderland areas where territorial control becomes a little blurred. They're relying on collaboration, but not just with Amerindians. They're also, to a degree, still part of the colonial system that is sort of characterized by slavery. Slavery doesn't exist without resistance to it. So, Richard Price, who is sort of the big figure in Maroon literature, said that successful Maroon communities worked out fairly extensive economic relations with colonial societies and harnessed a surprising amount of collusion by members of almost all social classes, right? So they're leveraging economic or political or military might in order to, get concessions. This is what we see most often across the Caribbean, probably most famously in Jamaica. They are going to be politically recognized and can be hired out, or their territory cannot be infringed.
And that's crazy that she say that, because when the Spaniards first settled in Jamaica in the early 1500s, they enslaved indigenous Tainos and brought other Amerindians into the island from other parts of their empire. Shortly after 1655, some say that the Spanish wiped out the native Indians, some say that they didn't wipe out the native Indians. But a small group of Amerindians found their way to what the Spaniards called the Blue Mountains, where they united with runaway slaves to fight the colonial authorities. In the 18th century, English soldiers was fighting groups of Africans and Indian ex-slaves of the Spaniards. This group, the Windward Maroons, were a mixture of Amerindians Indians and runaway blacks. Maroons' oral history has consistently claimed Taino history, and there is some support for this theory in the writings of white Jamaicans. Archaeologists' evidence shows that the Maroons' claims of descent from the Tainos is correct, and that there was Tainos and African mixing in Windward Maroons communities. The Windward Maroons persistently claim descent from the first known inhabitants of Jamaica, the Tainos Amerindians, formerly classified as Arawaks. In their oral history, Maroons highlighted their descendants from Tainos to argue that they were the oldest continuous inhabitants of Jamaica, as opposed to the sons of slaves known as Abranos. Maroons claims that the black slaves who arrived in Jamaica after the Tainos were not entitled to the same privilege as the Maroons. Windward Maroons considered the Tainos to be the first Maroons and claimed descendants from them. And is that the same argument that the blacks in America is making, that the Africans that's coming over here ain't the same as us? Same thing. And then I asked AI, was Indians called Maroons in the West Indies? And this is what it says. No, Maroons in the West Indies did not refer to the indigenous people, but rather to escaped African slaves who formed their own communities away from the plantation system, often mixing with the indigenous population to some degree. Okay, they say Maroons were primary descendants of Africans who escaped slavery and established their own societies, often in remote areas. While not always the case, some Maroons communities did intermix with indigenous populations, leading to unique Creole cultures. Now, since we're talking about Maroons, it brings me to this book right here, Sir Francis Drake Revised, that was copywritten in 1695, where it has one of the earliest mentions of Cimarroons, and it's linked to black people that was found in America and not brung to America. Now we can go to page 4, July 22nd, 1572, and Sir Francis Drake got some Negroes on board, and the Negroes on board informed them that the present state of the town, some soldiers were daily expected from the governor of Panama to defend it against Cimarroons, a black people who about 80 years past fled from the cruelty of their masters. Now, let's get this together right now. They didn't have no masters like that. It's just that black people during that time was automatically listed as a slave. You was automatically an animal. You was automatically property unless they gave you a free pass. But off top, you was a slave. And this group grew into a nation of two kings of their own, one inhabiting westward and the other eastward. So this group, they've been there for 80 years beefing. 1572 is going back to 1492, and I already showed you that the black people was found in the same area in 1513. They wasn't brought over here. And these are the people that they're calling the Cimarroons, the Maroons. Another fun fact is, as early as 1689, the colonial authorities of Spanish Florida had begun to offer asylum to escaped slaves fleeing from the Virginia colony, not the Carolina colony. One particular place of interest was St. Augustine, where the Spaniards had established nombre de dos, with the help of Afro-Spanish slaves and settlers in the late 16th century. And what makes it so crazy about the Afro-Spanish slaves, nombre de dos is where they so-called say they found Negroes back in 1513 in Panama when they discovered the Pacific Ocean. Crazy how they got the same name.
So a lot of these characteristics that I'm reading about African maroon communities, they seem to really correlate with what might be these instances of indigenous people fleeing enslavement themselves. And so I am a historian, so I went to the documentary record. And sure enough, like, I knew that the term maroon itself came from a Spanish word, cimarron. And the first applications of the term cimarron in the Americas and the Caribbean is about Spanish livestock that are like running away and becoming wild. So as insulting as that is, the origin of the word, that is what it is. It is very quickly applied not to self-emancipating enslaved people of African origin, but to indigenous communities. So the Spanish fairly quickly, especially in the Caribbean, start trying to organize indigenous life in a separation between what they call Indios Bravos or Cimarrones and Indios Mansos, which essentially domesticated. And those domesticated, these Christianized, docile, indigenous people should have a level of autonomy and protection of the Spanish crown in these pueblos de indios that are literally Indian villages, right? European people cannot live in them. They are controlled by a local leader, though the Spanish crown can exercise some level of control as well. But the primary purpose in this documentary record is to separate these maroon Indians, the bad, dangerous ones, from the good Indians, right? And so just to give you an example, a lot of this is happening in the 1530s and 1540s, especially when Hernando de Soto is governor of Cuba. So there's a lot of records, accessible records for that period. And there's a whole series of sort of, these are documents from a series of justicia. So they're legal records to a degree. And, you see the application in this particular example that they're applying resources to combat the regiment of Maroon Indians, right? These bad, dangerous, unchristianized, heathen, and autonomous groups that are popping up in direct relation to abuses. So these documents are filled with acknowledgments by Spanish authorities that these people are running away because they are dying in droves and they're being worked to death. To me, that sounds very much like marronage. And indeed, that is literally the term that they use. So why am I telling you all this, right? We're going to take this back to Appalachia and Tocobaga people living in Appalachia. My understanding of what's going on in English Carolina and these devastating slave raids, you have a governor of Florida in 1708 who's saying they took 10,000 people. Of course, I doubt they took 10,000 people, but you do have tens of thousands of people enslaved. And I figured, some of them have got to be in Carolina. And indeed, this is a report to the commissioners of Indian Trade in Carolina. And it indicates that there are enslaved Tocobaga living, probably Santolina Indian is not, there are no Santolinas. So I'm assuming what this meant is that around St. Helena in South Carolina. See in this map is the expansion of the Indian slave trade. As populations are just literally dying in droves. The Spanish are reaching further and further afield. And part of this is because of the intricacies of Spanish law that eventually say, well, you can't enslave Indians, they're our subjects. And the Spanish will just say, well, if we go a little further out, they're not our subjects, so we can enslave them, right? Or if they're cannibals, we can enslave them. Or if they're already enslaved by other indigenous people, we can buy those slaves, right? But by the early 1500s, this area is is irreparably changed by these effects. Repeated invasions, almost on a 10-year basis. And the early incentive to visit North America from the Caribbean, if we're talking about the center of Spanish power, the regional center of Spanish power, one of the focuses of these early expeditions that also include Lucas Vasquez de Ayllón and the first by Juan Ponce de Leon, these are for taking Indian slaves. Whether it is the earliest voyages here, which are sort of reconnaissance missions where they would capture as many as they could and take them back to the Caribbean, or these later voyages. De Soto just goes from town to town taking slaves that included, the headmen and headwomen of these polities. So, adding all of this together, we get a sort of depiction of this Mississippian or Mississippian adjacent world. So here's Calusa, this enormous polity of great geopolitical strength. And when Pedro Menendez arrives in Calusa, he goes to Calusa first. He's on his sort of trip around Florida. And the Calusa king, one of the first comments that he makes to him is that he would like Menendez to ally with him in war against Tocobaga. So it's revealed to us that, there is some deep existing rivalry between these two fairly powerful, one of them fairly powerful and one of them tremendously powerful societies. Now, that's not all of the sort of context that we're dealing with in South Florida, because in addition to this pre-existing interindigenous conflict, so more specifically to the sort of colonial period, when the Adelantado Pedro Menendez visits Tocobaga in 1568, the head cacique at Tocobaga, is able to summon between 29 chiefs and over 100 nobles. So what does that tell us about the potential population at Tocobaga? Well, I don't know. It doesn't tell us a lot. But we could probably estimate that these subordinate chiefs probably represented a village of some size. And so if we estimate that it was between, somewhere between 250 and 500 people, or maybe 1,000 at the very most, probably living there in the capital, we get a rather large population estimate. And the Tocobaga are one of 4 groups that occupy the Tampa Bay area. But it appears from the records that Tocobaga is sort of what we would call the paramount chief. And so this population estimate, given that sort of very loosey-goosey math, historian, not a mathematician, gives us about between 10 and 15,000 people. That is a lot of people. If we consider the sort of Mississippian world that is coming to a decline, by the time Europeans are arriving in the Florida Peninsula, this would probably indicate that this is a complex or paramount chiefdom. Control, tributary responsibility is exercised over a fairly large territory. The center of this is this paramount chief, right? It is a hierarchical society. It is a unilineal society. Most of the Southeast is matrilineal. There is an exception in Calusa, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And so historians and archaeologists have found evidence that Tocobagas indeed packed up and moved with the Appalachee, who went and relocated into French Louisiana, and the San Luis de Talimali Indians are still there today, right? And even when the Appalachee flee into French Louisiana. They are noted for their devout Catholicism, right? They want, vestments. They want all the things for their church.
And around the time that they found New Orleans, Louisiana, and the mouth of the Mississippi, Black Indians was already in the area, as you see with a depiction right here. Various Indians living along the Mississippi River. The woman at the lower left is an enslaved fox. She is evidently processing an animal skin. The Negro boy is evidently captured and adopted. So you got an Indian that look like the other Indians that they're enslaving, but the so-called Negro Indian that's supposed to be the slave is not enslaved. They just captured. Where did they capture them from? Did they capture them from the white people that so-called brought the black people over here, or did they do a morning raid on another tribe and got this black Indian from somewhere, another tribe? Black people was already over here. You got a black Indian right here that's dressed just like the other Indians. Before New Orleans was founded and settled, first they had to discover the mouth of the Mississippi. And this was the man right here, Robert Cavalier de la Salle. He was the man that discovered the mouth of the Mississippi. He went back to French to report, and when he came back to start a settlement, which he thought that he was at the mouth of the Mississippi, he ended up being in Texas to start at Fort St. Louis. And this is the book that we're going to get the game from. As you see, it was copywritten in 1698. So the author of this book is giving it up on how he was living like a millionaire with Robert de la Salle up in Canada, and that they was reading voyages of Juan Ponce de Leon and Pamphilus Narvaez and Christopher Columbus and Fernando de Soto and several other great voyages in order to prepare themselves for the discovery. He also said that Sir de la Salle told him about the unprovoked cruelties and the Spaniards had exercised in Peru and in New Mexico against the people of those great empires, where they had exterminated as far as they could men and women, and had not conferred them the children as to make them a new people. But hold up, they're talking about making new people. So it brought me into the mind of this book right here, 17th Century North America, copywritten 1980. Okay, they say that LaSalle had the quality for great enterprise, in particular talent to govern natives. The main motives of his discovery had been to find a port on the Gulf of Mexico for which to go on a conquest of Spanish lands. The river passed very close to New Vescre. Some of the savages along being at war with the Spanish, as were the Pawnees, whom LaSalle had seen mounted on horses. He would lead 200 Frenchmen, starting from his Fort St. Louis, with as many as 15,000 warriors, needing only very modest support from French, of soldiers, supplies, and a ship. I say, dang, what the Pawnees doing way in South Texas? I just seen on the map that they was in Florida whenever they was having the Seminole Wars. But I thought that the history say that the Pawnees supposedly come from the Great Plains. And then it had me thinking about what Saatchi said about the Pawnees. And it says that in French Canada, they was Indian slaves. The Pawnees became synonymous with Indian slaves in general use in Canada, and a slave from any tribe came to be a Pawnee. It was at this period, after the middle of the 17th century, that the name was introduced into New Mexico in the form of Panana by bands of mounted Apaches who brought large numbers of Pawnee slaves to trade with the Spaniards and Pueblo Indians. Raiders primarily targeted women and children to be sold as slaves. In 1694, Apaches brought a large number of captive children to the trading fair in New Mexico. But some reason there were not enough buyers, so the Apaches beheaded all the slaves in full view of the Spaniards. Okay, so I say, let me go to the map to see what's the Pawnees on the map, on this map of Louisiana and the Mississippi River by John Senex, that was created and published in 1721. So when I zoom in on the map, I'm looking for the Pawnee, but I ain't seeing no Pawnee. And I can see they already putting the cannibal label on them. to where they can have the excuse to be able to enslave them and Christianize them. So I just stroll up a little bit on the map, and then I see this in Texas, the Ethiopian wonders. So I know I ain't tripping. I say, let me go to AI real quick just to make sure. And it's telling me regarding the Ethiopian wonders on the map, it's essential to consider the historical context. During the 18th century, Europeans often used terms like Ethiopian or Negro to describe people of African descent, regardless of their actual nationality or ethnicity. So I say, well, let me go back to that French book to see what they was talking about the Indians in the area. It's inhabited by a large number of tribes divided into 40 villages, very abundant in man, who make up a nation of the Croatans, who make war with the Spaniards and who dominate the nations. They saw some of these villages, they are inhabited by good people, but who are nevertheless Berbers. The father asks that the cruelty of the Spaniards make them even more savage. Okay, so I say, damn, they're using another African term to describe the people over here, Berbers, North Africans. LaSalle heard of the Coentinos from the Tios. And plus the narrative was that they was a problem, and that they was a warlike type people, and they was carrying on raids against the Spaniards to the west, and also warring with a tribe called the Senes that was to the east. They was about 150 deep when LaSalle ran up on them, and they was all up on horseback, and he seen them run up on a bull and kill a bull, and they just thought that was the most amazing thing at the time. Hey, but that's crazy how they on horseback, just like he seen the so-called Pawnees that's supposed to be the so-called slaves. And it's also crazy that this same people is in the same area as the Ethiopian wanderers. And plus they was first mentioned in 1687. And another crazy thing that the tribe Senes, they ended up hooking up with the French and ended up getting at the Croatans from the east. So you got them linked up with the French, and then you got the Spanish coming from the west. Hey, that's what's going on with all the black Aborigine Americans in America. They was getting tag team. Okay, now another group who the Spaniards first encountered in 1581 was a group called the Jumans. Now that's crazy. Another group with a African type name. You got Ethiopians, you got people calling them Berbers. Now you got them calling them Jumans. And now the scholars is arguing that the Jumans disappeared by 1750 due to diseases, slave trade, and warfare. Crazy that this is the same story for all the black originals of America. Another crazy thing is that down there, it's another group called the Cocos. I would say that would be brown people. Why would they call people something that's chocolate? But if we're going to deal with chocolate, Mayans was the ones that was playing with the chocolate. And you already know what the Mayans is, black Aborigines Americans. And there's another nomadic group that was in the area on the Texas coast. Back in 1528, they was the ones that helped out the Spanish explorer Cabas de Vasca. He was the ones that explored from Florida all the way to Mexico. They helped him out. And also in 1685, they had a decline because of disease and warfare with pirates and Anglo-Americans. That was the French that came through and settled. And they said that these people was tall, and they also said that they practiced cannibalism. And by the 1840s, they was completely wiped out. And then we got the Conchos that the Spaniards first conquered and enslaved when they first started opening up the mines in Santa Barbara and Pabrel. Another funny thing is that the Spaniards were supposed to stop enslaving the so-called Indians in the early 1500s, but we got it in the mid and late 1600s, where still again it's more epidemics of diseases steadily wiping out people, and also they are enslaving the Indians, but they saying that they're gonna stop and they're gonna start just enslaving blacks and Indians when they was already had the blacks. But it just seemed like that the Indian population was all good Everything was working good. And then when the French came around and when the Spaniards started exploring more into Texas, because they really wasn't up in Texas until the French came around, that the Indian population declined and all these people in the same area as the Ethiopian wanderers just started disappearing. And then they bring me to this book right here that was copywritten in 1916. And this is telling about a story about Alonzo de Leon was a captain and he was going through this area and how he was able to get close to the Indians that he didn't know with the Indians that he already had. And this right here is showing that he would give the Indians that was on his team the soldiers' armor and make them dress up like a soldier and have them go over there to talk to the Indians to make the Indians that didn't never talk to the Spaniards or didn't ever talk to white boys be comfortable with dealing with the people that was dressed up like soldiers. But then all they did was backdoor them, bring them in, say they want to be their friend, bring them in and enslave them or just take everything they got. So when I heard that story, it took me to the story of the journey of the Cabas de Vaca, where they basically was using the African that was with them to make it easier for them to communicate and be able to deal with the Indians within the country.
As we proceeded that day, in great fear lest the Indians would follow us, we descried smoke and, going towards it, reached the place after sundown, where we found an Indian who, when he saw us coming, did not wait, but ran away. We sent the Negro after him, and as the Indian saw him approach alone, he waited. The Negro told him that we were going in search of the people that had raised the smoke. He answered that the dwellings were nearby, and that he would guide us, and we followed. He hurried ahead to tell of our coming. At sunset, we came in sight of the lodges, and 2 crossbow shots before reaching them, we met 4 Indians waiting for us, and they received us well. We told them in the language of the Mariames that we had come to see them. They appeared to be pleased with our company and took us to their homes. They lodged Dorantes and the Negro at the house of a medicine man, and me and Castillo at that of another. These Indians speak another language and are called Avavares.
Okay, so when I go back to the original narrative of the early American history, it says the Texas Indians have always had among them an old Indian who was their minister. They observed the customs never to taste any edibles without first taking a portion of it to their minister for sacrifices. They did this with the products of their land, as corn, beans, watermelons, and squash. Hey, but I never known for no Indians to be eating no watermelons like that. And I always thought they always said that the black people always ate watermelons to slaves and that it came from Africa. And when we look back at it, they say that it originated in Africa. But they also say that the Spanish was growing it in the 1576. But in this area that we're talking about in Texas, they wasn't even up that far yet as far as exploring. They went all the way up to Santa Barbara or Parrell where they have their silver mines. They wasn't going up into Texas until the French got there in the 1680s. And this expedition that they're talking about was in the 1690s. Okay, now the botanical writers are all agreeing that the watermelons originated in Africa, but they also trying to say that they could come from India. Okay, so when I asked AI, do North American Indians eat watermelons? It says yes, but it is important to note that the watermelon is not native to the Americans. It was introduced to them by European settlers. Plus, AI is saying that it came from Africa. And another fun fact is that in 1597, a Spanish soldier that had went to the same area that DeSoto had traveled to, by the Ocmulgee River in the southeastern part of America, said that the Indians within that area was cultivating and having watermelons. And in 1582, it was reported within the same area in New Spain where the Concho Indians is at, where they just mysteriously disappeared. It was watermelons in their area. I don't know, I just find it very ironic that within the same area you have Ethiopian wanderers, Indians, You also have people calling people Berbers. You got people calling people Jumans. You got a tribe called the Cocos. You got major people getting enslaved and being wiped out by diseases and enslavement and being disappeared and destroyed from the map. And you also got the Pawnee Indians that's supposed to be known as slaves. They in the area. They also in the area of the Seminole Wars when they rounding up the slaves down there, the black slaves. So it's just ironic that all this black stuff is going on down here in South Texas. And when I go back to the French book and I find out what happened to the Cavalier Robert de la Salle down in Fort St. Louis. So he ended up getting killed by his own peoples. They end up chopping off his head, and they end up killing the two people that was with him, his valet and his Indian guide, Nakia. But it's also a story that they killed Nakia and his other partner earlier. He went to go looking for him, and somebody was in the woods waiting for him and shot him in the head, and he died like that. And that he wasn't with Nakia, but that he was with a native Indian that was from the area. But check this out. This is the image that was in the French book. And for the Indian guy, Nakia, they say that he is an Illinois Indian and that came down with Robert de la Salle through the Mississippi River and was his guide the whole time. But in this picture, this is looking like a black person. When we look at the picture, he's not dressed like an Indian. He's dressed like the typical black slave that's in America. And so how can I not think that black people was already in America when I take a look at this 1705 map that's showing Florida, Mexico, and the Gulf, which in the south, which we call the third coast, which go from Florida all the way down to Panama, and you seeing terms of black people. Just like on the south coast of Costa Rica, there's an island called Negrita. And then on the north coast of the Yucatan, it was Negrilos. Now, why are those terms in these areas? And if you zoom in on the map, you can see it up and close, what it's called. And today they done changed the name. It's the Scorpio Reefs. But they done took out the Negrilos. Now the islands are called Perez. I guess it's called after someone. Desertora, which means defector. Pajoros, which mean birds. Chica, which mean girl. And Desertora, which means banished. And as you see, they will change the name throughout history, just like they did in Australia in 2017 with the N word. 10 places named containing the word nigger in Northeast Australia will be renamed due to their racially offensive connotations. References to niggers bounce in northern Queensland were removed from all databases in May. So they taken everything out the databases. And within their database, they had 9 other places that contained the word Mount Nigger, Nigger Head, and 7 spots named Nigger Creek will be discontinued as well. So they can just wipe it out of history like it never happened in the past. And the same thing that they did in New Zealand with 3 areas that had the word containing nigger. All they did was just replace it with words that was taken from the indigenous Maori languages. And plus, the activist Stephen Hagan waged a long campaign to have the ES Nigger Brown stand sign removed from the Toowoomba sports ground, which have been redeveloped into Clive Balgrapher Stadium. And the Anti-Defamation Commission Department recognized the deeply offensive derogatory term caused pain to the indigenous Australians and other minorities of African descent. I'm showing that the Maya's ancestors are black. Black people being found in Panama 1513. Cortez guy getting mixed up as a Mayan Indian. You got a Mayan Indian getting stumped out on the horse. You got the first black conquistador saying he fits to go find some black Amazons. You got an African so-called settlement in South Carolina. You got a Georgia professor saying that the Tupacs is black maroons. You got black Indians popping up on Mississippi River in Louisiana. You got the Ethiopian wonders in Texas. You got the Pawnees everywhere. Black people getting enslaved. You got black people getting called Berbers in America. And plus, they changing the black family history across the world. But stay tuned to Found in America.
In addition to that, historians have also speculated that from the record, it appears that some of them moved closer to the seat of Spanish authority at St. Augustine. However, it's very hard to figure out what happened to them afterwards.
Y'all sound like the racist ass crackers talking like that.
I'm just saying, I know niggas with big noses.
I'm saying too, nigga, that don't mean they black.
I'm saying
like,
is you saying that all the niggas in America look alike, or you saying that all the niggas in America look alike?
I'm saying all niggas in America don't come with big
man,
nose and big lips. And just because you see something with big lips and a big nose,
okay,
that
so
don't
what
mean
about this? Okay, what
person.
about this phenotype at the top?
Man, yo, that craniology talk is that science played out, my nigga. Use DNA, nigga.
They painted. They said they was they answer.
That shit is played out, man. You can't tell what a person is by trying to study their bones and skulls and shit. You got to get that DNA, nigga.
I'm looking at their drawings,
and those drawings depict the indigenous people of that area. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm saying these is some of the same niggas that they found when they came through.
Bruh, those indigenous people that's depicted on these murals, they still live in those areas. They look just like this now.
No, they don't.
Why you want? Okay, show me some images of indigenous people from the Central and South America region. I guarantee they just as brown as
look just like us.
No, they don't, bro. That shit don't look like nothing like you, bro. You lying to yourself.
Man. Okay, so you said the okay.
Indigenous people from Bolivia.
Panama images.
Make sure you put in indigenous people now. You know what I'm saying? And people dark as hell. Look at these.
So you saying that them people right there.
So you saying those people
saying
ain't
that these
dark?
people right here.
You saying those them people ain't dark and brown? So you saying those people not dark?
These people is these people right here.
I'm telling you, look at the brownness.
No, right here at the top. No, right here at the top. We looking at their hold on. We looking at their ancestors.
Right. We looking at their ancestors.
Okay, the ancestors right here at the top, right here.
Look at all the other people out there.
Right here.
Look at all the other people.
We finna look at these people right here. We finna look at the ancestor right here.
Don't forget about all these other people out here now.
Yeah, we finna look at this person right here. We finna be looking for this person right here.
Now look at all these people out here. Now we can't just
look for this person right here.
Okay.
We're looking for this person. We're looking for this person right too in the family too. We're looking for this person in the family. We're looking for this person in the family with these dreads.
Man, how you know them dreads, bro?
Come on, man. Stop it.
How you know them dreads?
Come on, man.
I'm just asking, how do you know them are dreadlocks?
Because when you zoom in on the pictures, you can tell that you can look and see that they hair braided. Look at that. That's what? Come on. Oh, okay, hold on. What is that, man? What is that?
I mean, it looks similar. You right. I see that.
Okay, man. Wow.
Okay, but
come on, man.
Looking at look at the images of these people. Look how their faces look on here. Would you say that's an accurate depiction of how their facial features look?
And that's them.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Look at how these people's facial features look, and then look at those.
That ain't them, man. That ain't them.
Come on, bro. Where the big nose and big lips on the wall, bro? Where the big lips and big okay, so where the big lips and big noses at on the wall? The pictures you just shown. Look how dark that girl is. Like, you bugging. What you try to find the lightest picture to try to comparison.
Now let's go to the dark one. Nigga, they ain't even dark, nigga. That's paint, nigga. Nigga, that's paint, nigga. Nigga, that's paint, nigga. What you talking about? Okay, so let me go to something else. Hold on. Let me go to the dark ones. This nigga dark, huh? He got the dark orange. That's paint, man. Come on, man. Don't make them niggas, man.
Man, you act like these people ain't
these
no
brown. Niggas ain't these niggas. Oh, these niggas got the 10 too, huh?
You act like these people ain't brown. You act
these
like
niggas got the 10.
So they ain't brown.
And that's them?
They ain't brown.
And that's them?
They closer to that than you.
But they wear their hair like that?
It's damn sure possible.
Man, you ain't never seen them niggas wear their hair like that, nigga. In your life,
but those people in the painting, like are they from Panama? Those people in the painting?
Yeah, they're supposed to be Panama.
No, the painting.
What them was?
It's the Yucatan. It's the Yucatan.
I think that was that.
It's the Yucatan area.
Veracruz.
Yeah, it's the Yucatan area.
So that would have been what, Venezuela?
Nah, it would have been the Yucatan. It would have been like Belize, Yucatan.
No, with that damn.
Well, this is the old head right here.
Look how dark that woman is.
This is the old head.
Now look how dark she is.
Look at her. She ain't this.
Nigga,
she ain't the OG.
Nigga, get the fuck out of here, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Now you
she not that.
Now you delusional as fuck, bro. Now you bugging. That lady was
she not the ancestors at the top.
That lady was just
she not the ancestor at the top. She not the ancestor at the top.
Man, that lady was just the darkest those people.
She this color right here.
Man, yo, nigga. Ain't
she this color.
Yo, Vino.
See this color. And this nigga right here, the same color. This nigga got dreads. What you talking about? She ain't rocking no damn braids. Ever.
Oh, Vino, that's me wild.
This is 900. So then when we come to this shit right here.
Hey, let me say this, Vino. Let me say this. You know the Olmec writing is similar to the hieroglyphs, right?
That's cool.
I'm just saying, like, if you can't separate black people from Africa, period. Just like they got stories.
I'm saying, nigga, that if the niggas was here before they got here, these niggas is American. Why is niggas so upset about that?
I mean, cause it's
why
like
is
you
niggas so upset about that? Niggas ain't saying that the Siberians are Siberians. They saying these niggas is American. You calling these niggas natives?
Nah, them niggas go by their name of their tribes, bro.
Okay, nigga, we going by our tribe.
Okay, then what's your tribe then, bro?
Seminole. What's wrong with that?
Oh no, see, the Seminoles don't claim you niggas.
What's wrong?
The Seminole don't claim you niggas.
What you mean?
The Seminoles do not claim y'all as fucking Seminoles, bro.
Them niggas can say whatever they want to say. Them niggas hijacked the name anyway.
Ain't no way, bro.
Yeah, what you mean? That's what happened.
Yo, y'all niggas, y'all worse than coons, bro.
How that ain't okay? Did you ever know? You just found out here recently that the Seminole War was a Negro War, nigga. You thought that was a goddamn Indian shit, nigga.
No.
Your whole time living, nigga, on Earth.
You a lie. You a lie.
Recently, nigga.
You a lie.
You didn't know there was no Negro War, nigga.
Listen, you a lie, motherfucker, and your nickname shit. I been heard that bullshit saying. But what you failing to realize is, listen, hold up, let me finish.
So tell me why these same niggas. Tell me why these niggas got. Tell me why these.
Where did the niggas come from?
Tell me why these niggas got grave. These niggas got the grave things with the armies, and they should say Indian.
Where did those
Tell me why the niggas got hit. Tell me why the government gave these niggas headstones and it say Indian.
Okay, because they was considered Seminoles.
Oh, okay, what's wrong with that?
The Seminole said you niggas ain't Seminole
They
no
said
more,
we
nigga.
ain't Seminole. They said niggas ain't Seminole because niggas like Vasa, niggas like Anton, niggas like these niggas' families started coming after the fact that niggas already put it down in Florida. Then once niggas get up to motherfucking once niggas get up to the Indian Territory, they see how these niggas is moving. These niggas want to be part of the set. And these niggas started basically doing too much. And basically, niggas wasn't going for it as far as the Indians part of it wasn't going for it and saying, okay, basically, okay, we getting these money from these niggas. I mean, from the government, and we ain't fit to be sharing it with everybody that's saying that they Seminole now. Because there was a lot of niggas like Anton, like Vasa, that say that they peoples come from motherfucking Alabama, that they was running with somebody else. But when these niggas get up to Oklahoma, and it's a lot of pressure being pushed on niggas, as far as some niggas is getting rushed and enslaved, and nigga the Seminoles wasn't having it. And niggas had their guns, and niggas just trying to tell niggas that niggas is slave and house niggas slave when niggas travel from Florida to goddamn the Indian Territory with they motherfucking guns. But when these niggas got out here, when niggas got out here, niggas didn't have their own land at first because they did the oop-wop trick when niggas was out here. So then, when niggas first came out here, niggas was on the Creek land, but the Creek had their own little laws that said niggas couldn't do certain shit. So these niggas started plotting and scheming on how to, basically disarm niggas and get at niggas. And niggas wasn't going for it. And there was a lot of shit going on. And a lot of niggas, which we took a lot of niggas in, because that's what we do. We take care of the niggas.
My point is, y'all niggas.
And nigga, we Seminole.
Listen, yo, you ain't no way a motherfucker can tell me,
nigga,
you ain't down with
United States, nigga. When them niggas,
around
when
here
them niggas cross the mother, when them niggas
down with the set.
Nigga, them niggas wasn't even past them niggas wasn't even past them niggas wasn't even past Atlanta, Georgia when them niggas was in Georgia. Them niggas was by the coast. Them niggas wasn't all through Georgia.
Bro, this what I'm
saying. Them niggas
bro.
was by the coast. Them niggas was by the water when niggas was already in Florida putting it down.
Bro, this what I'm saying.
These niggas just got hyped up after Jackson did his thing.
Okay, the Indians hijacked y'all name, stole y'all identity.
The Creeks.
The Seminoles.
The Creeks did that.
Bro, the Seminoles.
The Creeks did that. Stole the Seminoles.
This what I'm saying. This what I'm saying, Vino.
I'm
the
saying,
Seminoles today.
I'm saying, what is them niggas running from?
But listen, the Seminoles today.
Them niggas just not being enslaved. So what they running from?
But listen, the Seminoles today do not claim their black.
I told you why they don't claim the niggas.
It don't matter.
There's a whole bunch of niggas that started jumping on at the end, and nigga, that shit didn't get respected. And them niggas say, well, shit, nigga, ain't nobody getting it, nigga. Ain't nobody getting no love. So,
nigga, so you mean to tell me? You mean to tell me?
Man, that's when niggas first came out here, the OG chiefs died. The motherfucking government put them niggas appointed the chiefs that wasn't supposed to be chiefs. That's why Wildcat was around here tearing up shit, tripping, because he was supposed to be the chief. And you know what Wildcat do? Wildcat run with niggas. Wildcat was raised with the niggas. Wildcat's wife and all these niggas fuck with the niggas, because this nigga, that's what time it is. They been down there in Florida doing this. This nigga daddy was the chief. This nigga daddy was the chief, and they fuck with the niggas.
I feel you, bro.
When the OGs died, they didn't let him be chief. Them niggas ran up on him and John Horse and a lot of other niggas.
Listen, Vino, you ain't got to give me the history lesson about it. I know.
These niggas teamed up with the Creek and the Cherokees and some white boys.
Vino, listen to me. I feel you, bro. I feel you. The Indians did y'all wrong. I feel you. That shit fucked up how the Indians did
we was
you
already
niggas.
in Florida.
I ain't gotta change nothing, I'm doing forever the move. Never the fade, never the fade. I just got a bag and the key coming back, it's forever the play.
Never to lose, never to fade. Might get fucked up, but I ain't never to play. Now understand these wins ain't just nothing I say. I practice what I preach, I be leading the way. This is what it is, you're doing what it ain't. You speaking all real, but your actions be fake. How you say you're pimping and you're all up in the way. Saving hoes, type to walk around with a cape. You can buy me OG. Why these niggas acting like they don't know? Same old poop ain't never gonna change. Stay up on my grind and I stay up in my lane. Focus on being top in the head of my game. They feeling my vibe cause it's a West Coast thing. Put this in your speakers, let that West Coast bang. Go ahead and walk it, I'll show them that West Coast swing.
I ain't gotta change nothing, I'm doing forever the move. Never the fade,
never the fade.
I just got a bag and the key coming back, it's forever the play.
It's like Armageddon from the sound, but a cake when it spit rounds. I know you have some chicken on yourself and how that shit sound. Got envy in you, cuz, but you said that you wasn't. I got diamond home, but in my blood, cousin. This West Coast, nigga, yeah, the best coast. You got cooked by the Yankee, turn on fresh stuff on insecure niggas. Always checking what a bitch do. Can't trust that damn bitch when nigga let that bitch go. Money couldn't change me, a bitch couldn't change me neither. Take me out my character so much that a nigga leave. A transcend nigga creating waves like a race captain. Niggas in the box and broke the brains off the main back on a full bread. Nigga don't get big five blue nose. Take you niggas serious with nail polish on your 10 toes. You never gonna lose. Who gives a fuck how you feel? Play with the set, that's how you rappers get killed, nigga.
Never to lose, nigga. I ain't gotta change nothing, I'm doing forever the move. Never the fade,
never the fade.
I just got a bag and the key coming back, it's forever the play.
I'm about to talk that shit.
Look, a lot of niggas talk that don't have a voice. When you really see your veins, you don't have a choice. I was born to be a boss, that's how my story goes. I played a hand, I was dealt, I never fold. 100 the infant, one of the sickest, real active, tiny low. I'm serious with my crippin' in the hood with the G's. Pressing and politicking, yellow tapes and candlelight. How you complete a mission? Don't get the hood tatted if you ain't doing no killing. DE, if you speaking nobodies, you ain't drilling. Being broke is a choice, nothing in life giving. Paper chaser DNA, I get it just how I'm living. Mandatory, keep a blowing the clip. I'm extended. Since my kids want the world, I'ma make sure they get it. Drinking honey out the bottle of blunt and that Mary Jane, Turtle Haze with some Zaz, Columbia, Pure Nelly, nigga.
I ain't gotta change nothing, I'm doing forever the move. Never the fade,
never the fade.
I just got a bag and the key coming back, it's forever the play.
I make it make sense, my being making sense. So my pen was on my bench, that's my boy darker than Brother Lynch. And that white heart, no it ain't gon' flinch. Squares in the house, they can't take the stench. Fuck nigga, you give Vino an inch, I'ma take him out in that fuck nigga bitch. What you thought? I'ma put it in my mouth. Player nigga since I was sporting ball. Smoking weed, that's gonna make the cough, and we can still be in the parking lot up at Ross. Swing the pen square, pull a tender, cause she see me rain on me and swear. Mr. Uli, she like ooh wee. I guess that's where the cool niggas be. What? Bitch, you just ran out of luck. Check her purse, the bitch turned to a duck. But I entertain her, cause she got a big butt. But I cut her off as soon as she say butt. Boy, I keep it peace since I was Lil V. Getting in across from PhD. Getting them ends with BABE. Every day, nigga turn a G into a key. Okay.
If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. I'm about dead president. And I hustle through the residence. Pimp on your bitch, and it's evident. Them niggas speak like a peppermint. I'm on the east side where your heifer went. Do not run, I'm a stepper, man. And I run your bitch just like a relay. I don't give a fuck about on he or she say. Pull up on your bitch right where it be stay. We want the cash off in the purse. Kill a pussy, go get a hearse. I speak game when I spit a verse. I remain selling Eddie Kane. With the beam, I got a daily aim. I'm built to last like a Chevy, man. And we trap, we sit heavy drink. My niggas is foolish, they don't never think. My niggas crash out and they go blank. Hey, you fuck niggas have no rank. I make a whole bitch go pay a deposit. High school used to hide them hoes in the closet. Dick in the mouth and I make a jaw stick. I make a wet just like a faucet. You a worker and I'm on some ball shit. I blast the burner and then I toss it. I go crazy, man, I must have lost it. I drive a bitch till she exhausted. What's the interest, we gon' go for it. Where the dough at, she gon' hope for it. I bought my cheese like Rotel. I can't fuck with no rats, they gon' go tell. I'm at the motel with Rochelle. If you do not have the cash, you make no sale.
Okay, see. 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 RP to my nigga Tony Yeller. That's fucked up. Always be in memory, boy. We gon' keep it lit for you. I'ma see you when I see you.
Get matched today with the tax expert who's just right for your situation. They'll do your taxes from
Retarded, dumb, ruthless, frontline trooping, Crips with the whooping, and the night was stupid. Gas like propane, walk ups close range, ain't no chest shots, pop at your brain. Just know one thing, blue honey boys, we get it in, and if it ain't about the dollars, then it don't make sense. Just to put a wig on a pig and make that bitch big. Bleed a beat for Georgia all the way back to Big High. Look. You know what's up, got that mood showing love, blood walking up in the club. Black Reese with skyline, my brand sneakers and tank. Tiny mice so drunk as fuck in my nigga bang lanes. Thunders pulling up and we don't do no fake shit. I'ma get off and smash the bottle across his face. You know what it is, we no trace. Chopper lifting faces. No act soft because your bitch, she likes to take dick. New big. Remy got me acting foolish. Fifth fist of nothing else got me real stupid. Grips and plus both sides in here whooping. The little bitch, we new fit. In the club, new fit. Remy got me acting foolish. Fifth fist of nothing else got me real stupid. Grips and blood, both sides in here whooping. The little bitch, we new fit. Now 2 step to the left, skip, bank trip. A bottle of that Remy acting new, but off the fifth. Dancing with your hoe, this chunky banger on my hip. Plus they searching at the door, so how we get this chop in? Pretty women in the club shaking ass all night. They been dancing, trying to show me what that ass feel like. Nature poppin' up to us, smoke poppin' up to us, little 7 off of nothing. Us, so bitch, go and shake your butt. East side swinging in this bitch, chucking gang signs with the thing on my hip. 2 stepping with the extras, going off the Remy. You said this was your bitch, so why she dancing with me, silly? Blondie boy's the name, and I ain't even gotta say it. Cold and nab at the parties, bitches twerking fully naked. Sits on the phone, baby, dancing X-rated. Drunk off that Remy money, anything I'm chasing to the rap game. You'll 7 here, writing on the statement. Bottom to the top, I'ma show you how to make it. And get no handouts, so I had to come and take it. Knock these haters out like Harlem when I'm shaking. Bitch, we in the club, new fit. Remy got me acting foolish. Fifth fist of nothing else got me real stupid. Crips and plus both sides in here whooping. The little bitch, we new fit. In the club, new fit. Remy got me acting foolish. Fifth fist of nothing else got me real stupid. Crips and plus both sides in here whooping. The little bitch, we new fit. Tell him Lil 7 did it. Cause little bitch, we new fit. Little bitch, we new fit. Drunk off the Remy, got us acting real stupid. We new fit. The bitch, we new fit. Drunk off the Remy, got a nigga acting stupid.
I'ma gone and what, take it back. When they first started coming to the back end. When you ain't gotta take it back, they always for sure gonna be coming back. And it ain't gotta be no comeback for V to make it come back. I always get what's on the back. Plus I'll flip her over and put cum on her back. Oh yeah, baby got back. We went out to eat. Where's baby back? My money is on the highway. I'm waiting for my uncle babe to get back with the Cali. Fuck with the paybacks. They put us on long as we pay them back. We put it down from May to May. Maybe come through in the Maybach. Blowing on swishers. Blowing on cones, my nigga, we blowing back. Lift the top down, press the gas fast. Now your girl, her blowing back. Her sipping liquor, put the bird back. She want me to dick her what bird back. She had too much wine, too many lines. Plus the bitch got a bird's back. I can bring the birds back. I'm a true player, put me at running back. If I get my hands on them bands, I'ma find a hoe and we gon' run it back. All she do is wash my bag, wash my bag. We taking showers, she wash my back. We got some shit, she got in the mix. Fuck around and got my watch back. Bought a pack back. You can tell cause it's packed in the back end. In my backpack got some shit that make a nigga get back. Oh yeah, we know the Mac. You gon' have to peep game on the playback. Might catch me on ESPN, chopping up game, talking about running playback, nigga. Listen. Man, them hoes gon' listen. When I speak on a beat, all I do is punch like Sonny. Listen. Man, my niggas gon' listen. I was trapping so hard, forgot to hit my booster and get my list in. Listen. Bitch ass niggas is listening. When I'm back on they bitch, all I do is spit that Listerine, nigga. Listen. Yeah, them hoes gon' listen. Listen. Yeah, my niggas gon' listen. When you see me out, I'm in the latest edition. A polo golf gear with a matching pouch. What's my addition? I sported to go fishing. I was trying to catch me a vixen. The requirements is thick skin, brown, like a pig skin. I'm a clown when I hit skins. I'm going tough and something tough in my town. Yeah, I got tens, but I'm coming with two hoes just like handcuffs. Candy, Sandy, maybe Randy, blowing on exotic, not brown hairs like Bambi. You know the drug gon' keep me all the way dandy. While one feed me grapes and the other one fed me. Chillin' on the east in the OKC. What you a beast? Okay, let's see. Extended clips on that 223. I got niggas from the crib and the B. Hit that jail, boy, when we catch ya. You gon' be catching heat just like a catcher. Shirt looking like you just spilled some ketchup. Somebody caught a cough, now they tryna catch up. We know, yeah, I gotta go tough. Puff, no, I can't get enough. Hell yeah, my blood speed kinda buff. And I'm flipping myself, no, they ain't stuff. Grind and shining is what I do. I put more ice on blocks than igloos. When I pop on the mic, boy, they say he a fool. In the backyard, I'm thinking Olympic size pool.
Shop fresh looks at low prices at the Mathis Outlet. Come in now for the Lazy Boy BOGO event. Buy one Lazy Boy recliner and get the second one absolutely free. Recliner pairs start at just $7.99. They're in stock now with easy financing.
This is J. Banks Music.
When you're sticking to the script, it's a lonely road. Before they left the home, tank the big homie told. You know the way this testimony hold. On that L4, they gon' politic on them codes. SBI Bank EC for really though. Used to really go, ask my nigga Chili Mo. Had a cold gun game, crazy knuckle up. Bust on enemies with baby double up. Back and forth with the main streets on 98. Q9 cell, me and Lil Johnny Ray. Posted up on Colton with a big ratchet. Way before Lil Wayne threw on that snitch jacket. Walk New York with Slim Bad, what up Big Drac? Gave them back they L cause you did that. Love my lokes even if we don't interact. Lil Mont, Baby Psych and Lil Black. EC. 97th Street, smack dead in the Middle East. Fuck the police for King Ron Ron and Lil Reese. Tell the truth, SP3 never lack rhymes. Sometimes feel I might die behind my rap lines. We ain't in Malibu now, we in Maui. Baby Pie, EC, Bear, me and Wowie. Tico, Kiko, EC Red. Still can't believe Frankie and CC dead. Come to putting in work. Did more than a little dirt. Airbrush shirt. Big Milk, Lil Merc, Lil Box, Baby Ant, both souls, all the coops. First Street to 24 when we call the troops. Lost the legend when we buried Bug. Coach love to the riders that carry cuz, never seen it coming. Was a little foul, still took heart though. My hat off to Lil Owl, EC. Big Spot and Lil Spotter both got an Ezel. Tiny Spotter got 19, rest in peace, Ezel. Shouts to the females representing EC. The brownies to the quotas, rest in peace, TT. Big Tommy son on the 7, that's Day Pops. Me and mine never bowed down to J-Box. And that's the coldest cripper nigga ever met. Coldest cripper ever heard about, better yet. 33rd never every only time a nigga ran. On the land, go ask my nigga Ran. ECG unit came up a little show. Got told on by that nigga Lil Show. Went on TV, the homies did BT Ugly. Got love for Infinite, Lil EC Buzzy. For death though, that mean to my dying day. EC, that's all I've been trying to say.
East side. East side. East side. Okay, 10. Yeah. Yeah, what it do, what it do. V Note the Most, aka Lil V, aka Trilly Trill, aka Got Dreams, coming through with Found in America Part 4A, Straits of Magellan. I was gonna drop the video, but I said let me just go on and do the live thing, you know what I'm saying? Go on and do the live thing and just present the information like that. So I don't know if they're gonna let me drop the link. Let's just see what's up with this right here. They've been tripping on the link. And YouTube still won't let me drop the link, so it looks like this is just gonna be a regular little build. I guess just a little one-on-one build. But I'm gonna go on and try to show some information about about what I found in the Straits of Magellan, 1551. So, you know, I've been doing a little series. I got part 1, we in Panama. Part 2, it's just kind of like some Seminole games, some Seminole information. Part 3 was Ethiopians found in Texas. And I also shedded a little bit of light on Santa Catalina, Africa, which was the first Indian spot in Florida that they raided for the colonists of Charleston, which is now Charlestown. Well, was Charlestown, which is now Charleston, South Carolina. And this is back when Charleston first was established. So now I'm going back to 1551. But before I even show you that, because I seen Brother Ankh do a video saying that I don't know why it won't let me share the link. You know what I'm saying? I may be able to do it tomorrow, but I guess I'll just do a little build, just kind of show my little information. And then I'll do another little live later on to see if I can basically do I guess a post show after this show about the information, if I can drop the link. But just like I say, I seen Brother Ankh do a video, and I think, basically I think they, talking about my information and talking about, the stuff that I've been presenting to Sean P. and not a coincidence, because they was on the part of Columbus seeing black, or about the story in 1498 about the people in Hispaniola saying that they encountered black people. And, they basically, they did a whole video basically saying that Vertimus Sertiman, and I ain't even get the information from Vertimus Sertiman, you know what I'm saying? I was just doing my own little, deep dives, and I came across that book, and I came across it myself, you know what I'm saying? Now, man, I heard about Vertimus Sertiman, you know what I'm saying, back in the day when niggas was, getting that Pan-African game. But it wasn't never nobody that that I hung on to, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't never nobody that I was like, okay, let me save his video, let me always go to his video. Like the people that I was liking back then was Khalid Muhammad, Seti, and but they type of videos, John Henry Clark, Coakley, then was Ivan Van Sertiman. And you know what I'm saying, I was liking they type of builds when I was kind of doing the Pan-African thing. But I guess his name is Brother Ankh, and a lot of the teachers within the Pan-African sector, I guess if you come with evidence, or if you come with your little stuff, I guess your little research, and they saying that it's Ivan Van Sertiman. I'm like, I ain't even following, you know what I'm saying? I really don't even know what he really talking about, really, really too deep about the situation. But I did see a couple of things where, he kind of said something, but it ain't nobody that I just study or nothing like that, which I'm pretty sure eventually, you know what I'm saying, I would have to look into him a little bit more and see exactly what he was saying. But I'm doing my own thing right now, you know what I'm saying? Straight up. I'm doing my own readings. I'm doing my own search. So just like I say, Brother Unk did the video the other day. You can go to his page. It was him and a female on there, and they was basically tearing down all the old teachers that even said anything about black people being over here before white people coming over here. So basically, Brother Unk is basically putting out there that he used to believe the same thing, and that some of the best done said it, but they was wrong, but that don't mean that they work is tainted. Sometimes they just be wrong on some things, and basically just said that that all the old heads was wrong about black people being over here from the fact that they done did DNA and the DNA thing is out now and stuff like that. So, I just thought that was kind of funny because the angles that I've been coming with, they really ain't discredited my angles except for saying that, that it's not true. That it's not true what they said in the book. You can't believe what's in the book. You can't believe what's in the history books, and stuff like that. So, I just found that kind of crazy because it's like, okay, why is they even mentioning stuff like this in the history books? You know what I'm saying? And for it to be a serious type thing as far as, black people in America, I don't see why these type of things wouldn't be so highlighted for the black people in America to where we can know, what they knew back then. I don't know why it's not a highlight for black people in history that's in America. But they kind of, it seemed like that they try to discredit the authors, anybody that did say it, they pseudo white man. They, they really wasn't, they really not credible within the scholars. They really shoot holes at what niggas present. I ain't mad at it, because, they doing their thing. They doing their thing, and they just really just making a nigga go harder with this shit, you know what I'm saying, until niggas can answer certain questions and I can, lay certain shit in the bed. So that's why I'm continuing with this little program, Found in America, which this is part 4A. I did 1 through 3 already. And I'm just coming with little evidence that I'm finding where it's basically black people found in America. It's in text, it's on maps, it's within drawings. That's the stuff that I'm presenting, and I'm just trying to, connect the dots, and hopefully I can connect the dots. But let me go back into, basically, let me go back to this real quick, because it's like I said, Brother Unc had did the video, and basically they were shooting shots at this get down right here that I had came up. I ain't gonna say that I came up with, but that I had presented to Sean P and to Not a Coincidence on their channel. And I can kind of tell that it kind of caught them off guard, because they really didn't have a valid answer to, why even, when I presented it to, even on the Q Butter channel, I presented this, and, they just basically tried to discredit the author and say that it wasn't true. But everything else in the book is true, as far as all the other characters' names, and the lands, the name of the certain parts and seas and dates and stuff like that. All that type of stuff is true. But when it comes to black people, it's niggas are second guessing everything about it. So Brother didn't present this right here. I don't know why they just don't keep it real with their fans, about, why they saying certain things and why they kind of bringing up certain things instead of bringing out the real of what somebody said and presenting to the people of what the person said instead of kind of basically, they got their program on how they gonna push information and stuff like that. So I'm just thinking it's funny. I'm just, if you've been doing this type of stuff and presenting information, it shouldn't be nothing to put the other persons that you basically talking about, put their argument out there correctly to where the people would know exactly what you're talking about. But basically you just try to like put it in a broad sense and just say that, this is what they saying. This is a go-to. And a lot of people don't even know this go-to right here as far as a lot of black people. They can't go to this page right here. They can't go to this book and argue this point with certain people. And the point is for this book right here, because this is what they brought up. So the Life and Voyages of Christopher Columbus. Now they also saying that if you want to know anything about Christopher Columbus, go to his journal. Go to his journal, go to his journal, go to his journal. But his original journals and the original copies is being lost. They been said this, which I guess I would have to show it on here. I don't know why I already didn't have it brung up, but I guess I'll try to bring that up also, because they just tried to, stand on the fact that I guess it's only one literature. It's only one story. It's only one author. It's only one story that can validate exactly what happened that Christopher Columbus was talking about back then. And which I will bring that up. But let me go into this right here, because this is where it started at. Discoveries of Trinidad. Hold on, what page is it? So people know 216. I think it's chapter 29. Discovery of Trinidad and the coast of Perea, which is South America. Perea. Arrival at San Domingo. 1498, on the 30th of May, 1498, Columbus set sail from the port of St. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to read it. We're going to get it done correctly because I'm not just the best reader. So we're going to do it like
Chapter 29. Discovery of Trinidad and the coast of Perea. Arrival at San Domingo. 1498. On the 30th of May, 1498, Columbus set sail from the port of San Lucar de Barrameda, with a squadron of 6 vessels, on his third voyage of discovery. From various considerations, he was induced to take a different route from that pursued in his former expeditions. He had been assured, by persons who had traded to the east, that the rarest objects of commerce, such as gold, precious stones, drugs, and spices, were chiefly to be found in the regions about the equator, where the inhabitants were black or darkly colored, and that, until he arrived among people of such complexions, it was not probable he would find those articles in great abundance. Columbus expected to find such people more to the south and southeast. He recollected that the natives of Hispaniola had spoken of black men who had once come to their island from the south, the heads of whose javelins were of guanin, or adulterated gold. The natives of the Caribbee Islands, also, had informed him that a great tract of the mainland lay to the south, and in his preceding voyage he had remarked that Cuba, which he supposed to be the continent of Asia, swept off in that direction. He proposed, therefore, to take his departure from the Cape de Verde.
So you already know the part, you know what I'm saying? Were chiefly found in the region about the equator where the inhabitants were black or darkly colored. Also, the natives. Hold on, let me bring that back. He recollected that the natives of Hispaniola had spoken of black men who had once come to their islands from the south with the heads of whose javelins were Ghanaian adulterated gold. So they saying that that's a lie. That didn't happen, even though it's in a book, even though it's within the Christopher Columbus story. It's right there. But they say it's not true, which I just feel is kind of crazy that everything else about the story, about that about that whole thing is all true, about the Indians, about the oceans, about the boats, about what they found, about what they traded, how it was acting. But when it comes to that part, they said that the black people was there. They act real funny about the situation. So I come back to this part right here. The Christopher Columbus Journal. And the Christopher Columbus Journal is a diary or logbook written by Christopher Columbus about his first voyage. The journal covers events from August 3rd, 1492, when Columbus departed, to March 15th, 1493, and includes a prologue addressing the sovereigns. Several contemporary references confirm Columbus kept a journal of his voyages as a daily record of events and as evidence for the Catholic monarchs. Upon his return to Spain in the spring of 1493, Columbus presented the journal to Isabel of Castile. She had it copied, retained the original, and gave the copy to Columbus before his second voyage. The whereabouts of the original had been unknown since 1504. The copy descends to Columbus' grandson, Louis, who is thought to have sold it in order to fund lifestyle. It is now lost. The only surviving version of the journal is an abstract written by Bartholomew, I guess his brother. Since the discovery, copy in the 18th century, scholars have questioned the accuracy of the copy and fidelity of the original. So with them saying this, they jumping down niggas' backs because a nigga presented this shit right here. Some shit that I don't even. I just came across the motherfucking book, just doing some Christopher Columbus research. Just came across the book, read the shit, and now this whole part right here is a hot topic. Niggas done attacked it. Sean P attacked it. Not a coincidence attacked it. Now we got Brother Ankh and some of the top Pan-Africans attacking what I'm bringing. The shit is crazy because a nigga, Brother Ankh is one of them niggas like SETI back in the day with the Pan-African. You know what I'm saying? And I guess nowadays he's saying that his studies back then and what he was saying back then is wrong. So I'm like, damn, nigga, how you right now? Because all you basically saying is that, okay, we just gonna go off what the scientists say. We just going off scientists, and scientists. But the scientists change every year. Scientists said changing like a motherfucker. And I guess he changed too. So I don't know. I guess everything gonna have to. I don't know. I guess I ain't hit that level to where I feel like I gotta change. This ain't official. I don't know how this ain't official right here. But it's like I say, everything else in the book is official. But then we come, they say, well, go to the, just go to Christopher Columbus Journal. That's the only place where you're going to get the truth about what happened. Everybody else that said anything about it is fraud. That's basically what they saying. But the journals ain't that shit. That shit on Front Street. You ain't even have to do a deep dive to see that shit is a wobbler. You know what I'm saying? So I guess everything that's written back then, as far as on the history, is a wobbler. So I say, all right, it's a wobbler. You know what I'm saying? I only got one source on it, 1498, but I got that though. You know what I'm saying? But then niggas was, I seen, when I brought the information that niggas was shook because when I brought the information, niggas is hopping on the fact that they saying 1492. 1492 is before 1498. You can't add. 1492. So basically they saying that because Christopher Columbus had went to a certain island in the West Indies that because it was I guess a couple of black people on this boat that when the people was talking about the black people, I guess the Indians of Hispaniola, when they was talking about the black people, they was talking about the black people that the goddamn Christopher Columbus and them brought over. It's like, my nigga, they talking about the people that these niggas ain't even explored yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, my nigga, I'm finna slow walk these niggas with this shit tonight with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I want these niggas to see this shit. And I got a third source for the Panama shit. I'm going to present that. And I'm also coming with the Strait of Magellan. But I'm just going to come with the part 1 on that because it's a deep dive on part B. You know what I'm saying? About how I'm supposed to connect, the black people, that they found in a certain area, how, they was enslaved, you know what I'm saying? So, but I'm supposed to handle this 1513 and handle this 1498 situation because I see Brother Unc want to jump into me and Sean P. and not a coincidence. Not a coincidence is done. You know what I'm saying? Not being funny or nothing like that. Or not being, you know what I'm saying, on no weird shit. But, I guess not a coincidence got love for a nigga or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Niggas on the round table game one day. I don't know if he still got it or whatnot. But he was saying how he had love for a nigga. It's all good. Niggas ain't tripping. Niggas just be going against the information. But I guess the nigga Sean P, nigga, I mean, I guess the nigga kind of get because a nigga, but niggas be fighting information. But, niggas be talking big shit. And, basically niggas is saying anything that got anything to do. If niggas is looking for niggas over here before America, the niggas is fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And I feel the exact opposite. I feel like if niggas ain't looking for it, nigga, you fucked up. If you going against anything that niggas is over here trying to find out. And if niggas is finding it, nigga, you taking all white boy points to go at niggas' information, nigga, I feel like, nigga, you fucked up, nigga. So that's the motherfucking That's the motherfucking battle because these niggas is fucking with Africans that these niggas don't even motherfucking know. And I ain't got nothing against no motherfucking Africans and shit. You know what I'm saying? But nigga, just don't put no label on me, nigga, if it ain't solid, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. So, nigga, them niggas play that game. I play the real nigga game, nigga. I'm a real nigga. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think a nigga look like no motherfucking African nigga, straight up. You know what I'm saying? But then with all the shit a nigga finding, it's like, man, how long nigga gotta second guess all this shit? And anything that I'm finding that's going against the main narrative, I'm fit to present it to the people. And I'm saying, nigga, what's up? Like, nigga, is this valid? Is we gonna say, nigga, this is what it is? So I presented this, and then I go into the 1593. So when I go into the 1593, but when I go into the 1513, I want to give a good breakdown on that situation because niggas is kind of playing about that. Niggas is saying that, yeah. Niggas is saying Peter Martyr ain't valid within the scholars. Niggas is saying Peter Martyr ain't valid within the scholars. So I want to present this. This is from the same
niggardly,
book.
and in 1523.
And this is from the same book where they talking about Balboa found. This is one of the two sources that I done already presented about Balboa finding the Negroes in Panama, 1513. But this is in the beginning of the book where they break in Peter Martyr down a little bit more.
Conferred upon Martyr the German title of Pfalzgraf, with the privilege of name.
So I'm giving Peter Martyr more of a highlight on this one right here. So we're gonna put some more more emphasis on the reason that I brung up the 1498. I brung up the 1498 for the simple fact that they talking about people in
imperial
the South,
notaries and legitimizing natural children. On August 15th,
and people in the South, which Panama is right up under, Hispaniola. So this is the author of this book, and this is what they
final rest. The king,
not the author of the book, but this is where they got the notes from.
Morning. Ignoti Hactinus, illustratori Petro Martiri Mediolanensi, Ccib Serio Senatori, ca Patria Relicta, Bello Granitensi Miles Interfute, Mox Herb Capta, Primum Canonico, Deigned Priori Hujus Ecclesic B, Decanius et Capitulum, Carl Cineo Collegi Posuere Sepulchrum Anno MDXXVL v. Peter Martyr was perhaps the first man in Spain to realize the importance of the discovery made by Columbus. Where others beheld but a novel and exciting incident in the history of navigation, he, with all but prophetic forecast, divined an event of unique and far-reaching importance. He promptly assumed the functions of historian of the new epoch whose dawn he.
So Peter Martyr was perhaps the first man in Spain to realize the importance of the discovery made by Columbus. So we're going to bring that part back, man. I feel like this little section right here that I'm going to share with you should give Peter Martyr some validation about what he wrote down. within this book and where he and how he gathered his information. So let's take a look at this for sure.
Niggardly, and, in 15, he devoted to the construction of the first stone church. In Rome was to invest him with the archpriest's benefice of Ocafla in Spain. The ever-generous king was less niggardly, and, in 1523, conferred upon Martyr the German title of Pfalzgraf, with the privilege of naming imperial notaries and legitimizing natural children. To realize the importance of the discovery, Ignoti Hactinus, illustratori Petro Martiri Mediolanensi, Sisib Serio Senatori, ca Patria Relicta, Bello Granitensi Miles Interfeud, Mox Urb Capta, Primum Canonico, deigned Priori Hujus Ecclesic B, Decanius et Capitulum, Carl Cineo Collegi Posuere Sepulchrum Anno MDXXVL v. Peter Martyr was perhaps the first man in Spain to realize the importance of the discovery made by Columbus. Where others beheld but a novel and exciting incident in the history of navigation, he, with all but prophetic forecast, divined an event of unique and far-reaching importance. He promptly assumed the functions of historian of the new epoch whose dawn he, Haris, in his Christoph column, fixes upon the 23d or 24th of September as the date of Martyr's death, believing that his last will was executed on his deathbed. There is, however, nothing that absolutely proves that such was the fact. The epitaph gives but the year. In the Documentos Ineditos, the month of September is given in one place, that of October in another. Presaged, and in the month of October, 1494, he began the series of letters to be known as the Ocean Decades, continuing his labors, with interruptions, until 1526, the year of his death. The value of his manuscripts obtained immediate recognition. They were the only source of authentic information concerning the New World, accessible to men of letters and politicians outside Spain. His material was new and original. Every arriving caravan
The value of his manuscripts obtained immediate recognition. They were the only source of authentic information concerning the New World. Come on. They saying this dude ain't valid. They saying Peter Martyr ain't valid. We're going to keep it going. I'm going to keep it going. I'm bringing this information because they try to discredit a nigga's information. So I'm just presenting the information to give it credit. And Pete, what it's saying, Peter Martyr was the first one of Spain to know the importance of Christopher Columbus doing of what Christopher Columbus did. He was the first one to have authentic information concerning the New World. This is what they saying.
Presaged, and in the month of October, 1494, he began the series of letters to be known as the Ocean Decades, continuing his labors, with interruptions, until 1526, the year of his death. The value of his manuscripts obtained immediate recognition. They were the only source of authentic information concerning the New World, accessible to men of letters and politicians outside Spain. His material was new and original. Every arriving caravel brought him fresh news. Ship captains, cosmographers, conquerors of fabulous realms in the mysterious West, all reported to him. Even the common sailors and camp followers poured their tales into his discriminating ears. Las Casas averred that Peter Martyr was more worthy of credence than any other Latin writer. No sooner had Columbus returned from his first voyage than Martyr hastened to announce his success to his friends, Count Tendilla and Archbishop Talavera. Meministis colonum ligurum institus in castris apud regis de persierendo per oxyduos antipodes novo terrorum homus fosrio, Meminis opertet. He was present in Barcelona and witnessed the reception accorded the successful discoverer by the Catholic sovereigns. He, Ho, had gone forth an obscure adventurer upon whose purposes, and even sanity, doubts had been cast, returned. A grandee of Spain, admiral of the ocean, and viceroy of the Indies. In the presence of the court, standing, he, alone, by invitation of the sovereigns, sat. The ambassadors from his native republic of Genoa, Marquisio and Grimaldi, witnessed the exaltation of their fellow countrymen with eyes that hardly trusted their own vision. An alien amidst the most exclusive and jealous of Occidental peoples, Martyr's abilities and duty won a recog Las Casas, Histo. De las Indias, Torn, 2, p. 272, a Pedro Martyr se lu db was credito que a Holgaben Nith Ion from the successive monarchs he served, that was only equaled by the voluntary tributes of respect and affection paid him by the generation of Spanish nobles whose characters he was so influential in forming. Of all the Italians who invaded Spain in search of fortune and glory, he was the most beloved because he was the most diligent. Speculations. Likewise are the flora and the fauna of the New World described to his readers, as they were described to him by the homecoming explorers. Pages of his writings are devoted to the inhabitants of the islands and of the mainland, their customs and superstitions, their religions and forms of government. He has tales of giants, harpies, mermaids, and sea serpents. Wild men living in trees, Amazons dwelling on lonely islands, cannibals scouring seas and forests in search of human prey, figure in his narrative. Erroneous facts, mistaken judged. Ments due to a credulity that may seem to us ingenuous, are frequent, but it must be borne in mind that he worked without a pre-established plan, his chronicle developing as fresh material reached him, also that he wrote at a time when the world seemed each day to expand before the astonished eyes of men, revealing magic isles floating in unknown seas, vaster horizons in whose heavens novel constellations gleamed, mysterious ocean currents, flowing whence no man knew, to break upon the shores of immense continents inhabited by strange races, living amidst conditions of fabulous wealth and incredible barbarism. The limits of the possible receded, discrimination between truth and fiction became purely speculative, since new data, uninterruptedly supplied, contradicted former experience and invalidated accepted theories. The decades were compiled from verbal and written reports from sources the writer was warranted in trusting. Since geographical surprises are now exhausted, and the division of land and water on the Earth's surface has passed from the sphere of navigation into that of politics, no writer will ever again have such material at his disposition. The arrival of his letters in Italy was eagerly awaited and constituted a literary event of the first magnitude. Popes sent him messages urging him to continue. The King of Naples borrowed copies from Cardinal Sforza, and the contents of these romantic chronicles furnished the most welcome staple of conversation in palaces and universities. Leo X had them read aloud during supper, in the presence of his sister and a chosen group of cardinals. It must be noted that the form of the decades did not escape criticism at the pontifical court, nor did the censures, passed on the liberties he took with the tongue of Cicero, fail to reach and sting his ears. In several passages, he defends his use of words taken from the Italian and Spanish languages. He handled Latin as a living, not as a dead language, and his style is vigorous, terse, vital. He cultivated brevity and was chary of lengthy excursions into the classics in search of comparisons and sanctions. His letters frequently show signs of the haste in which they were composed. Sometimes the messenger who was to carry them to Rome was waiting, booted and spurred, in the antechamber. Juan Vergara, secretary to Cardinal Ximenes, declared his opinion that no more exact and lucid record of contemporary events existed than the letters of Peter Martyr, adding that he had himself often been present and witnessed with what haste they were written, no care being taken to correct and polish their style. The cultivated ears of Ciceronian Latinists, such as Cardinal Bembo, who refused to read the Vulgate for fear of spoiling his style, were naturally offended by the phraseology of the decades. Measured by carat standards so precious, the Latin of Peter Martyr is faulty and crude, resembling rather a modem dialect than the classical tongue of ancient Rome. It is their substance, not their form, that gives Martyr's writings their value, though his facile style is not devoid of elegance, if measured by other than severely classical standards. Not as a man of letters, but as an historian does he enjoy the perennial honor to which in life he aspired. Observation is the foundation of history, and Martyr was preeminently a keen and discriminating observer, a diligent and conscientious chronicler of the events he observed, hence are the laurels of the historian equitably his. Similar to the hasty entries in a journal, daily written, his letters possess an unstudied freshness, a convincing actuality, that would undoubtedly have been Ciaxenby's comment is accurate and just, non esse, tio dire che esse un latino halissimo. E quelli lo parlavano e scriviano gli uomini di affari. A noie, pero, men discaro che non esse ai forestieri, in quanto marred by the retouching required to perfect their terrory style. The reproach of carelessness in neglecting to systematize his manuscripts applies more to the collection in the Opus Epistolarum than to the letters composing the decades which we are especially considering, and likewise in the former work are found those qualities of lightness and frivolity, justifying Sir Arthur Helps's description of him as a gossipy man of letters, reminding English readers occasionally of Horace Walpole and Mr. Pepys. Hakluyt praised his descriptions of natural phenomena as excelling those penned by Aristotle, Pliny, Theophrastus, and Columella. Carried after a period of partial oblivion, Alexander von Humboldt, in the early years of the 19th century, rediscovered the neglected merits of our author and, by his enlightened criticism and commentaries, restored to his writings the consideration they had originally enjoyed. Ratified by Prescott, Humboldt's judgment has been confirmed by all subsequent historians. No further claim is made for this present translation of the decades than fidelity and lucidity. Its purpose is to render more easily accessible to English readers, unfamiliar with the original Latin, the earliest historical work on the New World.
News you can use. They say Jersey City is a white city, and they been hyping it up. It ain't like that. Round Table Gang, ice on his fangs, coming through. But I just wanted to stamp Peter Martyr. You see that he was a big thing back then. He was he was like the newspaper. He was he was CNN. He was goddamn Facebook for the queens and for the people that had bread, the Pope, the people that could read. He was the one that was giving them the new game on the new world. Now they said he ain't credible. Especially the black people over here, the Pan-Africans, that's within the you know what I'm saying, that's going against everything that we're saying. They said, nah, nah, nah. You got people like Truth Historian, which I thought all these dudes was real dudes. I thought they was real black people, but I guess when you kind of go against the norm of, I guess, the norm of black people, it's a problem. So when I come here to the third decade, Peter Martyr, where I found, just like I say, I'm doing my own little readings, I'm doing my own little thing, and I'm finding this information. I'm finding it, you know what I'm saying? It ain't got nothing to do with Ivan Van Sertiman, ain't got nothing to do with none of that. I respect the OG. Facts. But I ain't get my game from him. I got my game from just reading. And I want to talk about this situation right here about them finding black people in Panama, 1513, Balboa, which they did he supposedly, I'm gonna keep putting this out here because they put it out here. He supposedly was the first European to see the Pacific Ocean. He discovered the Pacific Ocean. They didn't know nothing about the Pacific Ocean whenever they was traveling west. They knew nothing about that in Europe. Now they trying, when I put that out there, they try to discredit that. You know what I'm saying? He had to go through black people to be able to discover the Pacific Ocean. But, you know, they try to discredit the boy. And Tyson coming through. I'm going to keep putting it out there, definitely. But they try to, you know, go against this narrative that black people wasn't over here because it ain't no evidence. But when we present the evidence, it's a problem. So this is one of the evidence. The third decade, Peter Martyr. He talking about Balboa, and we're on page 286. We at the top. The Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. So let me just go back. I'm not a good reader, so I'm gonna let the computer do the reading, and we're gonna check game.
There are no roads. Their scouts are Famihar with. The natives worship no other god than the sun, who is the master and alone worthy of honor. Nevertheless, they accepted instruction and they will rapidly adopt our religion when zealous teachers come to instruct them. Their language contains nothing rough or difficult to understand, and all the words of their vocabulary may be translated and written in Latin letters, as we have already said was the case in Hispaniola. They are a warlike race, and have always been troublesome neighbors. The country is neither rich in gold mines, nor does it possess a fertile soil, being mountainous and arid. Because of its precipitous mountains, the temperature is cold. And the chiefs wear clothes, but the bulk of the people are content to live in a state of nature. The Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. They only live in a region 1 day's march from Querequa, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that Negro pirates of Ethiopia established themselves after the wreck of their ships in these mountains. The natives of Corequa carry on incessant war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is the alternate fortune of the two peoples.
They say niggas is going against it. Niggas is going against this. Somebody that was CNN, somebody that was Facebook, somebody that was TikTok back then during their time. We believe in everything on YouTube. We believe in everything on fucking CNN and Fox and goddamn ESPN and whoop. Peter Martyr was one of them people back then. Present information. And this is within the story guidelines of Europeans finding the Pacific Ocean. You keep on reading this, they're going to talk about the Pacific Ocean and how he found it. But it says Spaniards found Negroes in this province. So we're going to go down because it got a little, they say the footnotes. Let's look at the footnote. The mysterious fact. So it is a fact, but they're trying to discredit it by saying mysterious. But they can't get past it because it's written in history. They can't get around that. And my theory of why they trying to get around it is because they don't want Negroes to be a part of this new world. Negroes is the filth of the earth. How these Negroes get over here? How these Negroes is, why they here? They was just in control of everything the last 700 years over there. They just got free, so-called, within their books, the Wars of Grenada, which we're going to do a deep dive on that later on in the game. Yeah, I think they had a real problem with certain black people, just like they got a problem with black people right now. But when they find it in the new world, they find black people in the new world is not good. So it's a mysterious fact. Has been asserted by many authors to be refused credence. The author's explanation of the existence of these Africans, now they just started putting the African term on these people that they found. They cannot do that because they say aboriginals, the definition of aboriginals is people that's found by the Europeans. When we go back up, that's in the fucking definition. It's found in the land, the original people that's found. The Spaniards found Negro slaves in the Providence. Now they try to put slaves on the thing because Negroes, you can't just be a Negro out just doing anything. Nah, they had on some, some little thing, but they wasn't dressed like that. I don't think, some of them was, some of them say some of them had on the little white shirts, the priests, the ones that had high authority, certain ones that, had high ranks, they wore certain clothes. But most of the people, just like how them people in Papua New Guinea, when they say that, they the first came across the white people, they first seen white people for the first time, they really didn't have on no clothes like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I really think, was going on. Because they really pushed that a lot of people was kind of naked within that, structure. They definitely wasn't dressed Uh, they definitely wasn't dressed like the Europeans, because the Europeans came through with, they came through with, they came through diaper dandy. They came through in the velvet and the nude cloth. You know what I'm saying? They got pants, socks, coats, jackets. They got everything. They coming laced. You know what I'm saying? Let me see if I can invite. Nah, it's still rejecting. It's still rejecting the link. I guess if I guess I can try to send it to your email. If you can put your email in there, try to send it to your email. See if it'll work like that. But cause I can't even. Yeah, hopefully, it's like I say. Hopefully, I can drop the link after this. Once I drop this little build or whatever, we can chop it up on that. But I don't know what's going on with it. But yeah, the Aborigines. If you's an Aborigine, if you's an Indian, an Aborigine, drop it on your community. Okay, hold on. Hold on real quick. Shoot. Hey, I just dropped it on that little. I just dropped it in there. Hopefully, they let you pop up on it. But yeah, if you're an Aborigine, it's someone that's found in America by the Europeans. As we looking right here, the Spaniards found Negro slaves, and it's like I say, slave and Negro was almost a synonym. It was almost the same thing. You know what I'm saying? For real. So just because they put the slave right there, so they try to come with the fact that okay, 1513, it was slaves right there. They say Negro slaves. So these was the Negroes that was dropped off in the islands, and they found their way to Panama, which we know that's not the case because they say they only live in the region one day march from Curacao, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that, so they thinking it ain't about them running away from Hispaniola, running away from fucking Jamaica or Cuba, none of that. It is thought that Negro pirates, so they saying that it was damn near some black people in the waters back then of Ethiopia established themselves after the wreck of their ships. So they was deep. They said ships. They was deep. ships in these mountains. The natives of Korea could carry on incest war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is the alternate fortune of the two people. Come on now. This is Peter Martyr. We just got done saying, they just got done talking about and saying that Peter Martyr was the CNN. Peter Martyr was the Fox News back then. Peter Martyr was YouTube. Peter Martyr was Facebook. Peter Martyr was the one that presented. Peter Martyr was Hollywood. Peter Martyr was the #1 entertainment. Peter Martyr was the #1 pop culture. This was the pop culture for the new world. And they try to discredit, but they can't discredit because we have more info within the same topic. 1513, we got more info that we gonna drop. And which is coming from this book right here, Discoveries of the World, from their first original onto the year of our Lord 1555. Antonio Galvo. Antonio Galvo, 1557. Now, because I'm pretty sure they're going to try to discredit this author, we're going to read the preface. We're going to read the preface of the book and get a understanding. I'm going to try to get a better understanding of the author and how they were seeing things. So we're going to let them speak.
The English text was printed from a manuscript copied from Hakluyt's version published in 1601. We learn from his Epistoled Dictatory that it was first done into our language by some honest and well-affected merchant of our nation. Hakluyt was not the man to be contented with a translation if better materials could be obtained, and he appears to have made diligent inquiry after the original, but without success. More fortunate than he, the Hakluyt Society has been able to obtain sight of a copy of the original, published in 1563,1 and believed to be unique. This valuable work is the property of an American gentleman, Mr. John Carter Brown, of Providence, Rhode Island, who kindly permitted Mr. R.H. Major, of the British Museum, to have it copied. From this copy one
What it do, Jay? Robert Roundtable Gang, ice on his fame. I don't know, the link ain't working, Robert. AJ, can you drop it in the chat and see if it work on your end?
All right, hold on. Yeah, let me see. 1 second. All right. Comments. And my YouTube. Hold on, I gotta connect my YouTube. 1 second.
All right. So, what I'm doing right now, Robert Lee, is because I see Brother Unc, try to shoot some slugs at my information about 1498 about Christopher Columbus, saying that the people in Hispaniola said they seen black people that come from the south with the gold tip javelins. They try to go at the information. They try to go at basically they shot down all the OG black historians and said that they probably said something, but the information is wrong if they saying that black people was over here before Europeans. You know what I'm saying? So I brought the first source, but basically the source that they tried to go at, but they didn't put it up there. Then they try to say that the Christopher Columbus Journal is the only book that you can look to for so-called solid evidence about what happened in the beginning and kind of what was going on over here during that time before Christopher Columbus died. But as we find out that the Christopher Columbus, but it said Christopher Columbus, his journals and all the original copies being lost. Everything being lost, everything on that end as far as the journals is skeptic. They ain't just. Yeah, I want them problems with ain't tripping.
It didn't let me send the link. It said it's not posting.
It's not. It's saying it's rejecting it. It's crazy. I don't know why. Why I want to do that? If you want to get on, you gotta go to the Roundtable Games community tab, and the link is over there, and you gotta go over there if you want to hop on. But so we just got done presenting Peter Martyr. It looks like Peter Martyr was the YouTube back then, CNN, Fox News, Facebook. He was Hollywood back then. He was the person that was bringing the entertainment about the New World. We just got done looking at that, and
I got a question for you.
All right, hold on. Let me drop this fact to him that we done made it solid fact that they said that the black people was found, and that make them Aboriginal. I know what were you saying?
That account of the black people in the journals. Who wrote that?
You talk about in the Christopher Columbus Journal?
Yeah, the Trinidad one.
Okay, who wrote that one? Hold on, let me go, because I ain't gonna do no deep dive in that one. Hold on.
Yeah, you just read I think it was titled something, The Discovery of Trinidad or something like that, 1498 or something.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, this one.
So this is by Washington Irving. And
So that's straight from his journal. Can I look at it real quick? I just
hold on. No, I don't think it's straight from. It's straight from some type of notes. He getting these notes from somewhere. Hold on, let me see if it's on here. If not, then I have to do a deep dive and come back with that information.
Okay, all good, bro.
Hold on, let me see. Real quick.
Robert, you got to go to I just tagged Vino in the post in the community tab. It should be in the comments. It says link. So my question was gonna, it kind of depends on who wrote it, but my question was gonna be, if it's not true, what would be the benefit of lying about the black people that brought the, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, what would be the benefit of the lie if it's false?
Right, and that's my angle. You know, that's what I'm saying. You know, why would you know, why when they talking about everything else in the book, you know what I'm saying? They talking about everything else within the book. It's true. They saying that the what's going on? They saying that the seeds, they saying all the little fruits and all the animals and all the people, they putting dates on it. That's true. But when it comes to when they talking about black people, it's not true.
Hey, ain't them people down there that they talking about? They still exist down there, right? And they call what, the Ghana Funri or some shit like that. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong.
Nah, they make the same people. You know, Sean P and them tried to show some
people,
pictures.
you know they still they, right?
Not no niggas.
What you talking about? They got their own land down there.
They trying to say that the people that's in Belize and all the black people that's there is the original black people. And they look just like us. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying the people that you talking about in this story, they descendants still live in this area, correct?
I'm saying definitely, yeah, but they definitely got enslaved. Hold on, let me see. What do you say on this? Yeah, they definitely got enslaved.
You can't find that page? If you go to magnifying glass and just put Trinidad, or just put black men if you type it in on the top left.
You got my first.
Hey Jay, you know the people I'm talking about?
Yeah, I go to the page, but I was trying to see as far as the author, where did he get the notes from and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, you're talking about the Garifuna people.
When you say them the same people that Balboa, were them the descendants of the people that Balboa was talking about?
Yeah, honestly, I can't tell you about Balboa because I ain't really study him, bro. I'll be honest with you, man. That's why I just listen to the people that study the ancient, well, I shouldn't say ancient, medieval Americas. I just listen to what they say. I don't really got an opinion on it, man.
Them is the same people. Whenever I brought the information about Sir Francis Drake, when Sir Francis Drake go to that same area in 1572, and they say that they've been having these problems with these people for 80 years. You know what I'm saying? 80 years.
Okay, let me ask you this, Vino.
But some of the historians don't say that, they really didn't even start bringing, the Africans from European over deep like that until 1513.
Okay, let me ask you this question, Vino. If the people say that they got proof they was there 80 years prior to Balboa count.
No, not 80 years prior to Balboa, but 80 years prior to Sir Francis Drake,
okay,
1572, which go back to 1492.
Okay, is there any information to suggest that they was here in the 1300s? Because they said 80 years.
No, I'm talking about as far as they've been beefing with these people for 80 years. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly when the people came over.
But that don't put them past the time frame of Europeans bringing over Africans. If you would have said 200 years, 300 years, then you'll have an argument.
No, the argument is that they've been beefing with these people. They said they've been beefing with these people basically since they got over there. And it's going back to the time to when they got over there.
So we need to identify these people that they're talking about.
Okay, that's why So that's why when I go to but this is a whole nother book right here because this is shooting shots at Brother Unc about the 1498. But let me go to
they got to have some descendants that live in today. We need to find their living descendants today.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they in America somewhere.
So you saying these people left there and came to America?
No, they didn't leave. They got enslaved.
So
they got enslaved and pushed around the islands and pushed around America.
So you saying they was coming and getting the niggas from there and not Africa and bringing them to the Americas?
Definitely, they was definitely getting niggas from the. They was definitely getting niggas from the north part. They was definitely getting niggas from the north part of South America. That's a fact.
But them niggas that they got from there, them was Africans, we know.
No, they wasn't there because when we talking about 1513, this is the area where they are exploring. You know, they exploring this area. You know what I'm saying? They exploring this area right here. Balboa just.
Hey, I'm gonna say something. Check this out, Vino.
This is right before Balboa. Now they didn't have no settlements. You know, when they started having settlements, when they started making money off the land, they couldn't make no money off the land until they had the land kind of cleared out to where they wasn't gonna have no funk with nobody.
I feel
you know what I'm saying. So when we go right here, when it says that the Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province, that they only live in the region 1 day march from Curica, that they are fierce and cruel, it is thought that Negro pirates of Ethiopia, so you see how they try to put the African term on them, the Ethiopians, some pirates, established themselves after the wreck of their ships in these mountains. And the natives of Curica carry on incest war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is the alternate fortune of the two people. So they been beefing with these people. This is not a new thing, even though they try to say it's a new thing.
You know what, Vino? I kind of support your argument.
I got two more sources that I'm fit to show. I'm fit to show a source that I ain't never showed tonight. But I'm fit to put the nail in the coffin with 3. It gotta be a nail in the coffin with 3. And they named them a different African.
That's my point. See, you can't get away from this African shit. And look,
I'm saying that's the mislabeling.
But look, this is what I'm saying.
That's the
There's no way.
The same reason that they got a whole island north of Australia called Papua New Guinea. They calling the people Guinea people. That's an African term. That's like saying Ethiopian people.
You're right.
So they just going around saying, nigga, these niggas.
But they look like niggas. Vino, what would you call?
That's what I'm saying. That's why we got the label.
Vino, what the fuck would you call you if everybody else called you a nigga and everybody look like niggas that look like you?
Okay, but we saying that niggas is from here. Just like they found these niggas here.
You got to find some evidence, Vino.
Okay, I got two
all
more
the
sources
evidence.
that I'm finna
Listen,
show.
but check this out, Vino. Even if you find evidence, it gonna prove that Africans came over here.
Well, that's all good. I don't give a fuck. I'm saying that niggas was here before the white people was here.
This is what I think you should be looking for. Finding out who taught these crackers how to navigate the seas. Because they make pretend like up in 1492 they decided to try a new route. No, somebody had been doing this shit for a long time and put them on to this area. Like it wasn't nothing new. It was only new to the European. That's the story that's never talked about, in my opinion.
And I'm trying to get it out there, but
you trying to
like when I came
mislabel these
across this
people
one
as
thing, but it
Indians,
ain't got nothing to do
bro.
with America, but it got something to do with China.
But look,
And
you trying to mislabel these people as Indians. That's where you falling into, you know what I'm
because
saying,
of
the
the
trap.
fact that anybody over here is labeled Indian.
But we know that these niggas who came over here was not Indians.
But I'm saying the label that I'm saying that the Europeans is giving the label to that's just like saying Aboriginal. It's just the same thing. It's just like saying Aboriginal. Niggas is saying Indian.
Nah, bro. Indians are.
But but
look at.
but niggas is getting it fucked up because niggas is thinking that an Indian is supposed to look a certain way.
They do. They fucking do, nigga.
Yeah, they do. But now since we coming against more knowledge, we can say,
No,
hold
you can't
on.
listen. You can't steal.
We can say that the Aborigines of America is Indians also because they thought whenever they came over here that they was in India anyway.
Bro, listen, nobody is gonna confuse you with an Indian, Vino. And nobody gonna confuse no nigga to mistake
I'm
them
not
as an
trying to
Indian.
put it out there that I am a Eskimo Indian. I'm putting it out there that I'm an Indian native of the land. So if you're saying that an Indian is a native of the land, I'm saying I'm an Indian too. I ain't looking like no Indian, but I'm an Indian. Also, I'm looking like a nigga, but nigga, I'm from this
This shit
land.
too confusing, Vino.
It's
That
not
shit too confusing to tell somebody all that shit right there to explain who you is. That's too much. You look too much like a nigga, bro. Just fuck with my nigga, you a nigga. Like, yo. I'm see you and be like, yo, what up, my nigga?
Nah,
I ain't
you
finna
real,
go into the shit.
but nah, see, and that's the thing. Niggas getting caught up just in the Indian term. Niggas ain't tripping on no Indian like that. Nigga know a nigga ain't. I know if a nigga go to the jail in the prison, then I'm not fit to be running with the Indians like that.
They're not go over there talking about you a motherfucking Indian nigga. They gonna fuck your ass up.
Yeah, I already know a nigga gonna bang it out with them, but I'm still representing Indian,
Black
but
power.
not the same
Nigga,
Indian
you gonna
that
go
they
to your
represent.
listen. You gonna resort back to black power, nigga. You gonna become a Muslim or a blood or a crib.
No,
neutral niggas out the south.
I'm
Nigga, one
gonna
of
be
the two.
running with I'm definitely gonna be running with the niggas, but you know, if niggas want to go into lineage, if niggas want to talk lineage and all this, I'm saying that niggas is Indian. I'm saying that niggas is natives from over here. Niggas had a tribe. Niggas was speaking language. Niggas was dressed a certain way over here. Niggas was eating certain things over here before certain white people had established the United States. This is before these niggas even really crossed the Appalachian Mountains like that. Niggas was already in Florida.
I don't believe niggas was past those mountains, bro. It's too cold over here. You got to understand us, bro.
I'm saying that niggas was in
like
Florida.
cold weather.
I'm saying that niggas was in Florida. That's where
Florida.
I'm representing.
Man,
I'm saying my peoples come from Florida, and they was down there within that area where these niggas been doing random slaves since these niggas got over here. And what they been saying, Black Warrior River. What they been saying, Santa Catalina, Africa. What they been saying, the Black Amazon people. I mean, it's just too many instances where black people is already over here discovered, and I'm trying to say, okay,
Africans.
if it was already some black ass Indians over here, where the fuck is these black ass Indians in 2024? Because I know
You
they
got to think about
off the earth.
But listen, think about the development of the cameras. You know what I'm saying? Like when those cameras were first developed, anything that was kind of a brown or darker skin tone, that shit gonna show up dark versus the pink people.
Nah, the camera went down in the 1500s.
No, I'm just saying, like when we look at these pictures of, they be saying these black Indians and this, that, and the third and shit, because it look real dark. That don't be the actual color of the damn
Okay, what about
people.
the Indians that I showed that was in the early 1700s that was Drew?
What you mean? Which ones you talking about? Because you might be talking about them Africans that they drew.
I'm saying,
because you
they
think about it
Indians. I'm saying that they moving and dressing like Indians.
I mean, shit, nigga, they was over here.
But I'm saying, if they was over here enslaving it, they not gonna have on no damn native gear. They gonna be dressed up in white t-shirts and slave wear. They
Man,
not
they
gonna
got
be
rid of that shit, my
no,
nigga.
they
You know,
not
nigga change clothes. Like, get the fuck out of here. They wasn't finna keep on that bullshit. They
I'm
wasn't finna keep that
saying
shit on.
that Indians was not purchasing slaves. In no damn 17, in the damn 1730s, 1720s, 1710s.
See, you didn't jump to America now, no. Now you didn't jump to the United States. We were just talking about South
the United
America.
States. Oh, nah, okay, so hold on.
When we was talking about those niggas
Yo, Tight Sam
on those pictures.
Hold on. Tight Sam, you gotta go to my community tab and look through the comments. You should see the link in there, Tight Sam.
Okay, the niggas on what pictures?
The niggas on that picture where they was damn, I think, negotiating. You was talking about those black people who was fighting against the Europeans down there in South America. Like I told you, it's a long story. They got a long history with those people who basically escaped slavery and nigga took over a certain area down there, and they've been living that way since the fucking 15 or 1600s. Like, they weren't slaves. They got them food
You
already.
talking about Haiti?
No, I can't pronounce that goddamn name. Goddamn Ghana. Jay, what the name of the people I was talking about?
The Garifuna people.
Yeah, the Garifuna people.
Okay, where is this at?
They got a long history down there, my nigga.
Where is this at?
It's somewhere in Central America, I think.
Yeah, it's the same people you talking about. Down there somewhere in South America.
Okay, these might be Aboriginal. These niggas is Aboriginal. Okay, so
bro, they don't deny that they African, bro. They don't deny they African.
Why is you putting the slave narrative on it, though?
No, I'm
as
not
far
saying
as they was brought on the boat.
See, can you scroll down a little bit?
See, but that's my whole. See, that's my whole fight. Every black person wasn't brought on no damn boat.
Bro, they say
this. And if they was brought on the boat to the United States, these niggas is really from South America or the islands or Central America.
But Vino, if they say they come from that, who are you to fucking come along and say that they lying?
He asked himself out the stream.
Dang. But Jay, you feel where I'm coming from?
On what topic?
Where him trying to say that these people, you know what I'm saying, don't come from where they say they come from.
You talking about the Garifuna people?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's talking about them. I don't know if he's talking about the Garifuna people, because I don't know if they're the same people that's in that article. But I want to know who's the people that's in that article.
Yeah. We need to identify who those people is, who their descendants is today in that article. Because if they existed and they still live on today, then where are they?
You talk about the people that's in Panama right now that I'm talking about?
Yeah.
What year was that?
This is 1513. I'm saying that any nigga when they got seen in America was captured
From there?
Was captured from where they was from in America and shipped somewhere else in America.
So you saying they went and got all the slaves in America, they went and got from Panama?
No, not just from Panama,
but Panama and other parts of South America. Because it was niggas over here.
Yeah, definitely.
That's a wild one. Right? That's a you got to have some serious. Then you got to see, now you got to prove that black people, with those people that you talking about, was here at least in the 1300s.
I just said that they said that they found the people right now. Okay,
no, you got to show some other evidence other than what those people that you claim saying they found. You got to find some other source.
Well, we didn't already went to.
Well, Robert Lee, they found skeletal remains in Panama and Negro pre-Columbian, right? You do know that, right?
I think it was like 500 years old though.
But that's pre-Columbian though, right? Hold on, let me get him. That's pre-Columbian though, right?
Say it again.
Is that 500 years ago pre-Columbian?
But it don't predate the Spanish.
I'm saying they found Negro skeletons in Panama that predate the Spanish, sir.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did, sir. So you haven't done the research to be saying no.
That site you talking about,
you haven't done the research.
It's not older than 500 years.
That's a lie, Robert Lee. Robert Lee, I'm calling you a bold-faced lie.
And when you a bold-faced
lie. Pull that source in the link. Pull that source in the link that says not older than 500 years old. Or you a lying motherfucker.
No, you put the source that says it is older than 500 years.
Put it in the link, nigga.
No, you put the source in the back that says it is older than 500.
And I want to go back to another point that you were talking about. I heard you say something about the people of Papua New Guinea, Do you not know that they also labeled those black people Indians too? As a fact, they call them mop-head Indians.
Right, that's right.
That term Indian don't that explicitly go to Native American. That term Indian is used for niggas too. And Papua New Guinea is used for that. See, some of you niggas be up here talking and don't do no goddamn research, don't know what the fuck you talking about, dog. You just want to admit you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Nigga, have you ever heard of the mob-head Indians, sir?
I never heard of them.
See, that's what I'm saying. We know you heard of it before, right?
Let me ask you.
You said the mob-head Indians?
Yeah, the mob-head Indians of Papua New Guinea.
Nah, man, I ain't did too of a deep dive on Papua New Guinea, but I know that they definitely mislabeled though.
Who named
the same people that mislabeled the people here in America? That's a simple answer. We don't have to.
I ain't know the English went over to Papua New Guinea and started naming motherfuckers over there. So that's a new one to me.
Black people.
I ain't know that happened.
Black people. Listen, Robert Lee. Black people. They were naming black people Indian, Robert Lee, in Papua New Guinea. Not Native American. Black people. So that term Indian don't only apply to Native Americans, so it would also refer to black people. That's my point.
I done seen the niggas from Papua New Guinea, like them niggas look closer to our Aboriginal Australian niggas, like they black people. Hell,
but they also is known as Indian though, Robert Lee. That's my point.
I ain't know that.
They're not
they call them
Native American. They're not Native American. They known as Indian through history.
They're just like the people from India is known as Indians.
But we were not talking about
they not Native American.
We talking about niggas. We talking about Indians. We talking about niggas though, Robert Lee.
But here comes some more people that's labeled as Indians.
Indians ain't niggas. Those Indians are not niggas. Papua New Guineans are niggas.
Indians ain't niggas. I agree.
Okay, fact. But the Papua New Guineans are Indians, but they niggas. So what we gonna do about that, Robert Lee?
Well, and we got to figure out what we gonna do about these people.
Now we ain't got to figure out shit because we ain't did the labeling. Robert Lee. We ain't got to figure out shit because we didn't do the labeling. Either you gonna agree with the labeling?
So tell me,
Robert Lee. Hold up, Robert Lee. Either are we gonna agree with the labeling or not, sir? Do you agree with the labeling?
Oh shit.
Do you agree with the labeling, Robert Lee? Yes or no? and we can throw this conversation in the trash
You
and
talking
never
about
bring it up
what's on the
again.
screen right now?
Robert
Black
Lee,
Americans?
Robert Lee, don't get distracted, Robert Lee. Robert Lee, don't get distracted. Sir, do we agree with the labeling, sir?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, we can leave that alone, throw it in the trash. Go ahead, Vino, y'all got it. I just want to get up here and talk a little shit. I'm gone, man.
Yo, that nigga wild right there, wild.
All right, so
hey, look at this picture. So you ain't never seen them niggas from Bolivia?
Bolivia. So you saying that the niggas down there that look like me and you?
No. When I said niggas, my bad. I meant to say the indigenous people from Bolivia.
They this color right here?
Fuck yeah.
And they got small.
They darker than that.
They got small dreads.
They darker than that, bro. Go look up them people from Bolivia, the Native Americans that's there, the indigenous people from Bolivia. Nigga, you will find niggas just as black as you, nigga, and they ain't black people. But they got some black people down there too.
Look at that, man.
I don't know why you don't think shit, nigga. I done seen Mexicans this color.
Stop it, man. Stop it.
Real talk, my nigga.
Stop it, because every Mexican you see tripping definitely don't look nothing. Ain't nowhere close to these tones. Two Mexicans ain't producing.
Bro, I done seen Mexicans just as dark as that, bro.
Stop it, man.
A lot of Mexican people got native roots, my nigga. Like, I don't know why y'all don't believe that. You can look at
native roots, and we got a lot of native roots too.
Yeah, native African, nigga. Native West African, you right.
American,
my
for
ass.
the simple fact that they was found here.
We got to find out who them ain't the people they found here, you know. So let's find out. Let's figure out who the people that they found here.
Come on, man.
That Sir Francis Drake was talking about.
Hold on, but this is 900 right here.
And we don't have nothing from there to validate that they was black people other than
we got the phenotype.
No, they don't.
We got their hair texture.
Man, go look at the motherfuckers from
We got the darkness of the skin. These is Negro phenotypes.
Go look at them niggas from Bolivia, them Indians from Bolivia. You want to see dark Indians? Go look where it's hot at in South America. All them motherfuckers down there suntan, nigga. They don't sunburn.
This ain't no tan right here.
Nigga, that come from
this
living
is not
in
no
the hot
tan right there. That's not no. But do you see the hair right there?
That come from living in the hot regions
that's
for
not,
a long time.
But that's small braids right there.
How you know that? How you know that?
That's small braids.
How you know that, Vino?
Because when they go to the other pictures, hold on, it's supposed to come up. Wow, that's the OGs looking down, man. Look at that. That's the OGs looking down. That's their ancestors.
So you see yourself in these paintings, bro?
I'm saying that's their ancestors, man. This is going back to 900. So this is going back to 900. They said they found Negroes.
Not in 900.
They found the Negroes in the 14 and
bro, you said you talking about 900 though. Who said they found Negroes here in 900?
This is right here. This is the evidence right here. This is the evidence right here.
So let me ask you this, Vino. Why y'all stop building mounds?
Look at that, man.
Vino, let me ask you a question. Why did y'all stop building y'all great temples and mounds and shit?
Because niggas got interrupted with the new culture that came through. It had influenced the younger generations.
The white man culture.
Yeah.
Niggas want to dress like Europeans now.
Yeah, they
Talk
wanted
like
to dress like
Europeans.
they wanted to be. They wanted to have the coats. They wanted to have a little bit more clothes. They wanted that liquor. They
Okay,
wanted
so
that goddamn new drug.
would you say this lifestyle right here is primitive compared to what we live today?
Yes, it's definitely primitive from what they said was going on within this area right here. As far as they wasn't as advanced as far as technical stuff. But when it comes to like the herbs and being able to be healthy and stuff like that.
But okay, do that shit matter to you today? I mean, would you want to live like this today, or what you doing right now today, or better?
No, we definitely live in. They definitely. Well, it's a. I mean, I definitely would be rather living now because it's a gather of all the knowledges.
I'm saying though, like, I'm trying to understand why is this so that important to you? You're not gonna go back and practice this, lifestyle.
No, it's just showing that black people was already here.
But I mean, looking at those photos, they don't look like black people.
Well, this person right here don't look like no black person right here.
No, not to me.
So you saying who he look like?
Shit, it don't look like no nigga. I ain't never seen no niggas look like none of these
Who he look
motherfuckers
like?
up here. Yo, I'm
Who the
telling you, if you
nigga?
look at
Who the nigga on the right look like?
if you look at those indigenous people,
Who the nigga on the right look like, man?
you mean the nigga on the left?
I know hella niggas with big ass noses like that.
Man, y'all kill me with this big nose, big lip shit when it comes to black people. Like, y'all sound like the racist ass crackers talking like that.
I'm just saying, I know niggas with big noses.
I'm saying too, nigga, that don't mean they black.
I'm saying
like,
is you saying that all the niggas in America look alike? Are you saying that all the niggas in America look alike?
I'm saying all niggas in America don't come with
on,
big
man.
nose
Look at
and
the
big
ancestors
lips.
at
And
the
just
top.
because you see something with big lips and a big nose,
Okay,
that
so
don't
what
mean the
about this?
motherfucker a
Okay,
black
what
person.
about this phenotype at the top?
Man, that craniology talk is that science
No, I'm
played out,
talking
my
about the
nigga.
people
Use
at the top
DNA,
that
nigga.
they painted. They said they was they
That shit
ancestors.
is played out, man. You can't
saying
tell what a
these
person
people.
is by trying to study their bones and skulls and shit. You got to get that DNA, nigga.
I'm looking at their drawings.
And those drawings depict the indigenous people of that area. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm
You got to
saying
look at,
these just to some of the same niggas that they found when they came through.
bro. Those indigenous people that's depicted on these murals, they still live in those areas. They look just like this now.
No, they don't.
Why you want? Okay, show me some images of indigenous people from the Central and South America region. I guarantee they just as brown
They
as
look
these
just like
motherfuckers.
us.
No, they don't, bro. That shit don't look like nothing like you, bro. You lying to yourself.
On, man. Okay, so you said the okay.
Indigenous people from Bolivia.
Panama images.
Make sure you put in indigenous people now. You know what I'm saying? And people dark as hell. Look at these.
So you saying that them people right there?
So you saying those people
saying
ain't
that these
dark?
people right here?
You saying those them people ain't dark and brown? So you saying those people not dark?
These people is these people right here.
I'm telling you, look at the brownness.
No, right here at the top. No, right here at the top. We looking at their hold on. We looking at their ancestors.
Right. We looking at their ancestors.
Okay, the ancestors right here at the top. Right here.
Look at all the other people out there.
Right here.
Look at all the other people out there.
We finna look at these people right here. We finna look at the ancestor right here.
Don't forget about all these other people out here now.
Yeah, we finna look at this person right here. We finna be looking for this person right here.
Now look at all these people out here. Now we can't just
We're looking
rule
for this
out
person
everybody
right
else.
here. We're looking for this person. We're looking for this person right too in the family too. We're looking for this person in the family. We're looking for this person in the family with these dreads.
Man, how you know them dreads, bro?
Come on, man. Stop
How
it,
you
man.
know them dreads?
Come on, man.
I'm just asking, how do you know them are dreadlocks?
Because when you zoom in on the pictures, you can tell that you can look and see that they hair braided. Look at that. That's what? Come on. Oh, okay, hold on. What is that, man? What is that?
I mean, it looks similar. You right. I see that.
Okay, man. Wow.
Okay, but
come on, man.
Looking at look at the images on these people. Look how their faces look on here. Would you say that's an accurate depiction of how their facial features look?
And that's them.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Look at how these people facial features look, and then look at those paintings on the wall.
Man. That ain't them.
Come on, bro. Where the big nose and big lips on the wall, bro? Where the big lips and big okay, so where the big lips and big noses at on the wall? The pictures you just shown. Look how dark that girl is. Like, you bugging. What you try to find the lightest picture to try to comparison.
Now let's go to the dark one. Nigga, they ain't even dark, nigga. That's paint, nigga. Nigga, that's paint, nigga. Nigga, that's paint, nigga. What you talking about? Okay, so let me go to something else. Hold on. Let me go to the dark ones. This nigga dark, huh? He got the dark orange. That's paint, man. Come on, man. Don't make them niggas, man.
You act like these people ain't
these
no brown.
Niggas ain't these niggas. Oh, these
Bro,
niggas got the tan too, huh?
You act like these people ain't brown. You act
these
like
niggas got the tan.
So they ain't brown.
And that's them?
They ain't brown.
And that's them?
They closer to that than you.
But they wear their hair like that?
It's damn so possible.
Man, you ain't never seen them niggas wear their hair like that, nigga. In your life,
but those people in the
wear their
painting,
hair like
are they from Panama? Those people in the
yeah,
painting?
yeah, they're supposed to be Panama.
No, the painting.
What them was?
It's the Yucatan. It's the Yucatan.
I think that was that.
It's the
Yucatan
Yucatan area.
Veracruz.
Yeah, it's the Yucatan area.
So that would have been what, Venezuela?
Nah, it would have been the Yucatan. It would have been like Belize, Yucatan.
No, with that damn.
Well, this is the old head right here.
Look how dark that woman is.
This is the old head.
Now look how dark she is.
Look at her. She ain't this.
Nigga,
she ain't the OG.
Nigga, get the fuck out of here, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Now you
she not that.
Now you delusional as fuck, bro. Now you bugging. That lady was
she not the ancestors at the top.
That lady was just
she
as
not
dark
the
as these
ancestor at the top.
Up here.
She not the ancestor at the top.
Man, that lady was just as dark as those people.
She this color right here.
Man, yo, nigga. Ain't
she this color.
Yo, Vino.
See this color. And this nigga right here, the same color. This nigga got dreads. What you talking about? She ain't rocking no damn braids. Ever.
Oh, Vino, that's you wild.
This is 900. So then when we come to this shit right here.
Hey, let me say this, Vino. Let me say this. You know the Olmec writing is similar to the hieroglyphs, right?
That's cool.
I'm just saying, like, if you can't separate black people from Africa, period. Just like they got stories.
I'm saying,
Africans
nigga, that if
here.
the niggas was here before they got here, these niggas is American. Why is niggas so upset about that?
I mean, cause it's
why
like
is
you
niggas
forgetting.
so upset about that? Niggas ain't saying that the Siberians are Siberians. They saying these niggas is American. You calling these niggas natives?
Nah, them niggas go by their name of their tribes, bro.
Okay, nigga, we going by our tribe. What's
Okay, then
wrong with
what's your
that?
tribe then, bro?
Seminole. What's wrong with that?
Oh no, see, the Seminoles
What's
don't claim you
wrong?
niggas.
What's wrong?
The Seminole don't
You
claim you
gonna
niggas.
say that? What you mean?
The Seminoles do not claim y'all as fucking Seminoles, bro.
Them niggas can say whatever they want to say. Them niggas hijack the name anyway.
Ain't no way, bro.
Yeah, what you mean? That's what happened.
Yo, y'all niggas, y'all worse than coons, bro.
How that ain't okay? Did you ever know? You just found out here recently that the Seminole War was a Negro War, nigga. You thought that was a goddamn Indian shit, nigga.
No.
Your whole time living, nigga, on Earth,
No, you a
nigga,
lie. You a
until here
lie.
recently, nigga.
You a lie.
You didn't know
You a
there was
lie.
no Negro War, nigga.
Listen, you a lie, motherfucker. Your nickname shit. I been heard that bullshit saying. But what you failing to realize is, listen, hold up, let me finish.
Okay, so tell me why these same niggas. Tell me why these niggas got. Tell me why these
Where
niggas.
did the niggas come from?
Tell me why these niggas got grave. These niggas got the grave things with the armies, and they should say Indian.
Where did those
Tell me why the niggas got hit. Tell me why the government gave these niggas headstones and it say Indian.
Okay, because they was considered Seminoles.
Oh, okay, what's wrong with that?
The Seminole said you niggas ain't Seminole.
They said
no more,
we
nigga.
ain't Seminole. They said niggas ain't Seminole because niggas like Vasa, niggas like Anton, niggas like these niggas' families started coming after the fact that niggas already put it down in Florida. Then once niggas get up to motherfucking once niggas get up to the Indian Territory, they see how these niggas is moving. These niggas want to be part of the set. And these niggas started basically doing too much. And basically, niggas wasn't going for it as far as the Indians part of it wasn't going for it and saying, okay, basically, okay, we getting these money from these niggas. I mean, from the government, and we ain't fit to be sharing it with everybody that's saying that they Seminole now. Because there was a lot of niggas like Anton, like Vasa, that say that they peoples come from motherfucking Alabama, that they was running with somebody else. But when these niggas get up to Oklahoma, and it's a lot of pressure being pushed on niggas, as far as some niggas is getting rushed and enslaved, and nigga the Seminoles wasn't having it. And niggas had their guns, and niggas just trying to tell niggas that niggas is slave and house niggas slave when niggas travel from Florida to goddamn the Indian Territory with they motherfucking guns. But when these niggas got out here, niggas didn't have their own land at first because they did the wop trick when niggas was out here. So then when niggas first came out here, niggas was on the Creek land, but the Creek had their own little laws that said niggas couldn't do certain shit. So these niggas started plotting and scheming on how to, basically disarm niggas and get at niggas. And niggas wasn't going for it. And there was a lot of shit going on. And a lot of niggas, wish we took a lot of niggas in, because that's what we do. We take care of the niggas.
My point is, y'all niggas.
And nigga, we Seminole.
Listen, yo, you ain't no way a motherfucker can tell me,
nigga,
you
we
ain't
from
down
the
with
United
the
States,
set,
nigga. When them
and I
niggas,
run around
when
here
them niggas
still
cross the
crying,
when them
claim
niggas
I'm down
cross,
with the set.
nigga, them niggas wasn't even past. Them niggas wasn't even past. Them niggas wasn't even past Atlanta, Georgia when them niggas was in Georgia. Them niggas was by the coast. Them niggas wasn't all through Georgia.
Bro, this what I'm
Them
saying,
niggas
bro.
was by the coast. Them niggas was by the water when niggas was already in Florida putting it down.
Bro, this what I'm saying.
These niggas just got hyped up after Jackson did his thing.
Okay, the Indians hijacked y'all name, stole y'all identity.
The Creeks.
The Seminoles.
The Creeks did that.
Bro, the Seminoles.
The Creeks did that, stole the
This what I'm
Seminoles.
saying. This what I'm
What?
saying, Vino.
I'm
The
saying
Seminoles today.
I'm saying what is them niggas running from?
But listen, the
Them
Seminoles
niggas is
today.
them niggas is not being enslaved. So what they running from?
But listen, the Seminoles today do not claim their black
I told you
descendants.
why they don't claim the
It
niggas
don't
because
matter.
there was a whole bunch of
My nigga,
niggas that started jumping on at the end, and nigga, that shit didn't get respected. And them niggas say, well, shit, nigga, ain't nobody getting it, nigga. Ain't nobody getting no love.
So, nigga, so you mean to tell me? You mean to tell me?
Man, that's when niggas first came out here, the OG chiefs died. The motherfucking government put them niggas appointed the chiefs that wasn't supposed to be chiefs. That's why Wildcat was around here tearing up shit, tripping, because he was supposed to be the chief. And you know what Wildcat do? Wildcat run with niggas. Wildcat was raised with the niggas. Wildcat's wife and all these niggas fuck with the niggas, cause this nigga, that's what time it is. They been down there in Florida doing this. This
feel
nigga
you,
daddy
Vino.
was
I
the
feel
chief.
you.
This nigga daddy was the chief, and they fuck with the niggas.
I feel
But
you,
then
bro.
when the OGs died, they didn't let him be chief. Them niggas ran up on him and John Horse and a lot of other niggas.
Listen,
and
Vino,
shit
Vino,
went
you ain't got to
down.
give me the history lesson
And
about it. I know.
these niggas
Vino.
teamed up with the Creek and the
Vino.
Cherokees and some white boys.
Vino,
You know what I'm
listen to
saying?
me.
Do they thing.
I feel you, bro. I feel you. The Indians did y'all wrong. I feel you. That shit fucked up how the Indians
I'm saying that we was
did you
already in
niggas.
Florida putting it down.
Listen, it's
So
fucked up how the Indians.
So it don't matter about all the other shit, nigga. That African shit don't matter, nigga.
My nigga.
We in America when niggas over here finding shit and putting it down.
This what I'm saying, Vino. I feel you, bro. I feel your pain, my nigga. The
Ain't no
Indians
pain,
did
nigga,
y'all
just
wrong.
facts.
Listen, the Indians
ain't no
did y'all
did a
wrong.
nigga wrong because the facts is the facts. Ain't no did a nigga wrong.
Hear me out, bro.
Ain't no did a nigga wrong. Just because a nigga having set problems and internal problems don't mean a nigga ain't from the set.
Listen, hear me out, bro. I feel you. That shit fucked up. Y'all niggas fought and protected these motherfucking Indians. Y'all bled for this shit. Y'all deserve to be called Seminoles. I agree. But that don't change the fact that you're not an Indian. I fuck with you, my nigga.
You looking not.
Y'all deserve
it
respect,
ain't about
bro.
it's not about the.
Bro,
it's not
your
about the
ancestors
look.
deserve. Listen, your
It's
ancestors.
not about the look. It's
but
about
listen
the
to
label.
me. Listen to me.
It's
Your
about
ancestors.
the label. It's not about the look.
I feel you. I agree. Your ancestors deserve mad respect, bro. I agree to that. You know what I'm saying? But your anger should be at the Seminole Indians. They're the one
why I'm gaining information because I know I gotta go to the chief and present my information to be able to get more funding for my peoples.
Vino, but this is what I'm saying. If I were y'all should be Seminole Killers. SK should be y'all name.
Nah, ain't no Seminole Killers because that's what my people. Why would I be going against what my grandfather?
They going against y'all, nigga. They going against you, nigga. That's why you should be going against them.
Man, they just don't fuck with certain people, man.
They going against every nigga look like you, no matter none of that bullshit you talking about.
It ain't like nah.
They don't fuck with
I
niggas,
told you,
period, nigga.
Nah.
Listen, them niggas don't fuck. I didn't seen the videos of the council meetings, nigga. They calling niggas monkeys and shit. Niggas, stop lying. They don't fuck with niggas. So why would you want an alliance with motherfuckers that don't fuck with
you? All of them ain't like
that. Man, fuck all them motherfuckers, nigga. Y'all too. Listen, you come from some proud ass people, nigga, who stood on business, nigga.
And them niggas don't fuck with certain Indians,
bro. Man, that's crazy, man.
We know that.
We don't want to let go that tit.
We know that a lot of niggas don't fuck with the chief. A lot of niggas.
The Seminoles wasn't the real niggas anyway. But Vino, the Seminole wasn't the real niggas anyway. Y'all was the real niggas. Your people was the real niggas, not the fucking Seminoles.
That's what
they put the Seminole label on y'all because they didn't want to give y'all the respect. That's why they call y'all that shit, nigga. They knew them people was Creek and all that shit, but they don't want to give y'all respect. Like, you missing the big picture here, my nigga.
That's why I'm coming with as much evidence as I can come with.
But you trying to prove you an Indian. That's where you fucking up at.
It's not about because I'm saying that niggas weren't brought over here on no boat.
Man, niggas was brought over here on boats. You can say that shit fast all you want, nigga.
I was saying that yeah, some niggas was, but not every nigga.
Well, nigga, those niggas that helped the Seminoles was. It ran away from plantations out of South Carolina, nigga.
Nah, not all of them.
Majority of them.
Nah.
Only the ones that didn't was the ones that was
already in Florida.
The only ones that didn't. Listen, the only ones that didn't
in Florida.
Listen,
they
the
put
only ones that did
out
not.
there. No, they put the narrative out there so they could have a reason to come in and do the slave raids.
The only niggas that did not.
They paid the government to be able to be an Indian agent.
Vino, the only niggas that did not. Listen, the only niggas that did not come from a South Carolina plantation are the ones that was born in Florida after their parents came to Florida.
Man, and I'm saying if they did come from South Carolina, they was already in Florida whenever they was doing the slave raids on Santa Catalina, Africa. The first village where the people that you say in Carolina, in Charlestown, which is now Charleston, the founders of their community, when they first started doing Indian slave raids, the first place they went to was a place called Santa Catalina de Africa.
Where this place located at today?
In Florida.
Oh, it's in Florida?
Yeah.
Oh.
Why is they calling this Indian village Africa?
And what year was this?
This is 1685.
I mean, it probably was some niggas that done ran away in the area. Like, niggas been running away from day one, nigga. You act like, bro, let's be real about this shit.
1685,
bro,
man.
Let's be real about this shit, bro. Most of the people.
Okay, tell me what settlements that the Spaniards had in Florida.
What, getting tongue tied. What that shit?
No. They didn't start that. They didn't start that so-called Fort Moses shit until the late 1700s. And then on top of that, so you saying that some niggas that was raised in Spain, some Africans that was raised in Spain, that was at St. Augustine, that was eating good with the Spaniards, just turned into some Indians?
Nah, I ain't saying no shit like that. Where you get that from?
Okay, so because you trying to say that the settlements in Florida, that the niggas was there and they ran into the woods and became Indians.
I'm saying it was niggas running away from plantations since they got here. Ever since they brought niggas here, when they took them niggas to these areas, when niggas got a chance to run away, they did. Especially the young males. Like, think about it, my nigga. The only motherfuckers who they really could keep as slaves was fucking older women, children, and old ass men. Them young niggas was hauling ass every chance they got.
No, they weren't.
Bullshit, nigga. Like, y'all, listen. I don't know. It's more slave rebellion stories than y'all like to talk about. It's always was wanted posters going around about runaway Negroes, bro. Like, it never been a fucking time in history where niggas wasn't fleeing from these plantations that they was held captive.
And if they was, them was the Aboriginal niggas.
So why didn't
already
them
knew
niggas run back to their tribe?
That already knew where to go.
So let me ask you this. Name some of these indigenous black tribes that was here prior to before the Europeans got here. I mean, we know of some of these indigenous that we call Indian tribes that was here before the Europeans. Name a few of these black tribes that were here.
It's a whole bunch in it's a whole bunch in the Carolinas.
Name them.
What the same ones that from Nat Turner from, but in Florida for sure the Tobaccas.
And these was black people
in Florida.
And these was black people.
Yep.
So I look up these people right now. They gonna show me that these was black people living here in America before Europeans came to America.
It depends on what historian you get the information from.
I want to get it from the one that gonna tell me the truth. I don't need the one that gonna lie or give me their personal opinion or some shit of how they feel. I want someone who gonna tell me what the evidence say. Cause see, I ain't got the tools to verify this shit. So I'm trusting in the experts who got the tools and know how to use them to verify that this shit is correct.
Okay, what about this? Okay, what about this right here? Hold on.
I'm saying, bro, you say you come from those black Seminoles, my nigga. Like, you got a rich history, man. Something to be proud of. You know, I don't understand why you want to be an Indian. Like, I don't get it. The fucking the black motherfuckers that was down with the Seminoles, like, they deserve way more respect than damn.
Well, okay, so by me saying that these niggas didn't come on no boats is showing them disrespect.
I mean, you lying though.
What am I? Okay.
I mean, because there's more evidence to support.
How am I lying? How am I lying? How am I lying?
Listen, you can't produce the evidence
how
to
am I
show
lying
that
they finding the niggas in Florida.
Listen, you can't produce the evidence to prove it was niggas in Florida before the Europeans, but it's proof that niggas ran away from plantation and became what we know today
That's
is
why
the
I
black
asked
Seminoles.
you what plantations was in Florida in the 1600s.
I mean, I don't know. What the Spanish ruled that area around that time.
Because it wasn't.
The Spanish ruled that area around that time.
Yeah, they wasn't in Florida like that. They was in the islands in Mexico.
They was in Florida too.
They wasn't in Florida like that. They was in Florida playing guard. They was
How
in
you
Florida
know that,
playing
Vino?
lookout.
How you know that?
Because that's what St. Augustine was about. It was about playing lookout. So whenever these niggas is sending these motherfucking silver and gold back from motherfucking Mexico City, they knowing ain't no pirates hijacking shit. So that's what I'm saying. You trying to tell me that it was some niggas in St. Augustine that they had as they soldiers.
Yeah, they called the Royal
They ran off to be some Indians.
I ain't said
when
that.
They was eating good with the Spaniards.
I ain't said
when they
that.
could be a motherfucking when they was motherfucking running shit.
I ain't said that. You implying that.
Some of these niggas was the sheriff. Some of these niggas was owners. Some of these niggas had high rankings. Yeah, some of these niggas from Africa that came over here with Spain had high rankings back then.
I never said they ran away to become no fucking Indians. You implying that. I never said that.
Saying that it was niggas already over here doing some Indian shit.
But the only niggas you can prove that was over here was the niggas that was down with the Royal Army that you talking about now.
What you mean? Nah, I'm saying there was niggas already here.
But the only niggas you can prove that was here is those niggas.
No. Because I can show this right here where the historian is saying.
How you gonna go back to these fucking paintings and the Olmec shit? You can't do that.
I'm at this right here.
Fuck is this?
Okay. Maybe seek the protection of a powerful cacique and attempt to leverage our economic.
So is you telling me that Indians in Carolina was enslaving other Indians and reporting them to the government?
Yeah, it's documented how the Tuscarora Indians was being enslaved. Other little small tribes and stuff was being captured and put in slavery. Yeah, that's a fact.
Nah, the Tuscaroras got ran up out of there in the early 1700s.
What you talking about? War. What you mean? The Tuscarora got ran up out of there?
They got ran up out of there in the early 1700s when they had the Tuscarora War.
You talking about out of the Carolinas?
Yeah, out of the Carolinas.
No, they didn't get ran up out of the Carolinas. That's a lie.
Okay, they had to move around.
But nigga, they still existed here in the late 1800s. There's still some roaming around today.
And you saying that these niggas had Indian slaves?
No, I'm saying that
they didn't have no nigga slaves.
The Tuscarora Wars was because they was capturing Tuscarora Indians and enslaving them. So the Tuscarora went to war with these motherfuckers.
And you saying these same Tuscaroran Indians was reporting their slaves to the government?
No, they sold enemies, and other Indian tribes captured other Indians, and they sold them into slavery and shit like that. Right? Yeah, that happened.
Well, they showing her that I guess some Santee Indians had some enslaved tobaccos that they got from Florida.
So you saying some Indians from South Carolina went way to Florida and captured these special tobacco niggas and brought them back to South Carolina and sold them to some white people?
Yeah, that's what they was doing. That was
so
the
the Indians in South Carolina kept going back to get these particular special niggas called the tobacco.
Some of them was.
They ain't gonna get no other Indians. Just these niggas you was talking about. So you saying the Indians was the racist motherfuckers who was capturing the black people?
Some of them was.
You keep saying some.
Some of them
nigga,
was.
It sounds like. Cause listen, now.
But all of them wasn't. But some of them was.
Listen,
especially the ones
the
ones that was coming from the north that had the guns already.
We know about the 5 civilized tribes. What they call the 5 civilized tribes.
This is way before the 5 civilized tribes. That's why I'm saying these niggas.
How can it be before them?
These niggas just coming from the north,
bro. So you saying the Cherokee, the
these is all north niggas.
What you talking about? The Cherokee was in South Carolina too.
Man, I'm saying these niggas is they got pushed down there.
Who got pushed down where?
Nigga, the Cherokees got pushed down there. Nigga, the Creeks got pushed down there. Nigga, the motherfucking nigga, the chop and the motherfucking Chickashays.
They got pushed to South Carolina.
Them niggas got pushed into Tennessee and Georgia and all them areas.
Okay.
And them niggas came down with them guns, and them niggas started getting at the niggas in the South.
Okay, so you saying the Indians from the north came to the south and started capturing the niggas from the south.
Yep, because they had the white boy daddies already.
So you saying all the tribes of the south was really niggas?
Most of them.
Man, see, man, your story is all over the place with no evidence to back it up.
Okay, so
Nothing
tell
but
me
black
why.
and white
So
pictures.
tell me why in Alabama when the Spaniards
See?
get here,
See?
they naming the nigga Black Warrior River. So basically, they naming the nigga Negro Warrior River. It ain't no black because they say Negro. So it's Negro Warrior River in Alabama, right?
If they said Warrior River, that means they were speaking English. So it's a strong possibility that they said black.
Now they said the it's called Black Warrior.
Okay, so they said it. You said it. You
Okay,
saying they said Black
okay,
Warrior?
so they're not saying black. They saying Negro Warrior. They saying Negro.
No, I mean, what you want me to say?
I mean, so you saying in there that it wasn't no nigga?
Just because they said that, nah. I mean, that don't mean it was a nigga. I don't get the correlation that you're trying to point out. I'm lost.
I'm saying if they saying black,
who are they talking about? They were talking about a person.
Where's these black Indians now in America?
Here you go with the black Indians.
I want to see the black Indian that you said that they really talking about. That they not talking about us. They talking about a whole nother black Indian from America. I want to see that nigga in 2025.
They talking about the same Indians that we talking about.
What movie star that's a black Indian? What movie star athlete? Any notable person in America that we can go to on their motherfucking Instagram, on their motherfucking goddamn TikTok.
Bro, the only real black Indians were the Seminoles, in my opinion. I mean, it may have been some with the Creek, the Cherokee. They weren't fond of black people. The Chickasaw definitely wasn't.
As they coming from these niggas got white boy daddies.
Man, listen, bro. Whether they got a white daddy or Indian daddy, they still ain't like our black ass. I don't think you get it. You think Indians like you or something, nigga?
Man, they was fucking with niggas, man. Certain Indians was fucking with niggas because they was already here fucking with. They was niggas was already tied in before the wood even got here, man.
Bro, you a lie.
Okay, so tell me why are there paintings with the niggas and the Indians together and they dressed the same?
Maybe those niggas was a part of, you know what I'm saying, had them, like you say, fuck with them, got down with their tribe or something, or they was intermarried.
How did they end up in the tribe?
They intermarried. Like, it's tons of evidence of Indians intermarrying with black people. Like, and then it's a lot of tribes that did accept black people into their tribe.
I'm talking about early in the game.
You don't have no evidence of it early in the game. You have no evidence before the European coming, bro. Until you could present.
We got the evidence with the European coming to the certain area and they draw the picture of the people that they find in their area, and this niggas and Indians already in their area.
The pictures that you showed,
this is the early 1700s.
Listen, the picture that you showed, the back of your claim.
When did these niggas start America?
You say when did they start America?
When did they start the United States?
You want to say 1776, but we know they was here before that, and they was doing what they do.
When was they here?
They came here first.
When did they
listen, they say they came here first in 1492.
I ain't talking about
establishing colonies.
I'm talking about the people that call themselves Americans, which will be the Britons.
Listen,
the people from England.
The people that came
to people that speak English.
The people that came to these shores in the 15 and the 1600s and started establishing colonies. Later on, more people came. And those people all came
Appalachian
together.
Mountains until the war.
What? So
These
what now?
niggas didn't even cross the Appalachian Mountains until what, the 1790s? Until the 1800s. These niggas was at the coast. What are you talking about?
We know. So you got people that came from Arkansas?
I'm saying that niggas was already in the South and motherfucking goddamn Louisiana, goddamn Alabama, Mississippi, Florida. It was niggas already living with Indians.
So why you don't never bring up the French account of what they was
I
doing?
did bring up the French account when I said the Ethiopians was found in Texas. That's a French map.
Bro, you lying on that. Show me that.
How am I lying on that?
Show
And
me that.
it's right here.
Show me that.
Right here. Why is that right there?
Why is what?
Why is that on this map? Why did they say Ethiopian wonders?
Huh?
Why do it say it right here in Texas? This is Texas. This right here is kind of like Dallas. This is almost like this is almost like Austin area somewhere.
I'm trying to
right
find
here?
this.
Why right here in motherfucking 1716, which they talking about some motherfuckers in the 1600s, it say Ethiopian wanderers. Why I say that? And this is a French map.
That don't look like it says Ethiopian.
Ethiopen.
And what that say underneath it?
Wanderers.
Okay, now what that say underneath that?
That's another tribe. Merouan. Wanderers. And then it's another tribe, the Takash Wanderers. Why do that say Ethiopian on a French map?
I mean, you know, what do Ethiopia mean?
Nigga,
what's the definition of Ethiopia?
They going around here mislabeling people, man.
But answer my question. What do Ethiopia mean?
To them mean African.
No. That's a Greek word. So the people who wrote that would have understood that. It didn't mean Africa. So what would Ethiopia mean in that time?
What you mean? What do it mean at that time? You know,
to those people,
only mean Africa at the time because
no,
they didn't even have the countries like that. They had Ethiopia. Was basically the whole South.
People, okay, so the people
Africa.
the people that understood and would write the word Ethiopia would understand the meaning behind the word, correct? Correct? Because nobody ain't like they just said, I'm gonna write this shit as Ethiopia.
So why they call it
Africa?
Americans.
Listen, hold up. I'm trying to get you to understand something that I think this probably what they were saying. If they wrote that word Ethiopia, if that truly says Ethiopia, the people that wrote it was probably calling those people burnt faces. Because ain't that what Ethiopia mean? When the Greeks
mean burnt face?
Yeah, when the Greeks labeled those people Ethiopians, wasn't the Greek calling them the burnt face?
These French.
Okay, but the French are all white people too. They come from that fucking Greek and Roman culture. They would understand that before the Africans would. You feel what I'm saying? They would use that word before anybody else would have used that word. So if these people who use this word that you see today, that you saying is Ethiopia, it's quite possible to say that they were saying that these people that they looking at are the burnt face people or the dark people. You feel what I'm saying? And then you got to look at it like this. These are white people looking at other people who are darker than them. So to them, these motherfuckers are dark. Because they white as snow. That don't mean that they saw African people, because you got to think about it. Those people that drew this map, they knew what African people look like. They know
So why
what
would they
fucking
put that
West
term on these?
Africans.
Why
They
would they
had to
put
be
that term on
interacting with
these
the
people?
West Africans for a long time, so they knew what a West African looked like.
So
So
why
if
would
they
they
would have
put that
saw
term on
any
these people?
person over here that looked like a motherfucker from West Africa or Negrito, they would have said that shit. They wouldn't have called them anything other than these are some fucking Negroes. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, they would have called them Negroes. They wouldn't even call them Indians. They wouldn't have called them by no tribe, no nothing. They would have said, we found Negroes. Because them people had been dealing with African people for a long time before they met Indians. So it's clear that they understood that they was looking at someone totally different from the Africans that they know of and the Europeans that they come from. You have no writings that's saying that anybody found Negroes in this land other than the writings of Sir Francis Drake.
I got it right here.
Okay, Sir Francis Drake
start. This ain't
wrote
even
that.
Sir Francis Drake.
But what I'm saying,
this is Peter Martyr. This is Peter Martyr. Back during this time, Peter Martyr was the Hollywood man. Peter Martyr was
so it was Hollywood existed back in the
he was.
1500s.
I'm saying he was the one that was bringing the entertainment to the wealthy.
So, but I'm saying though,
He
you
was the
use
hottest
Hollywood.
artist. He was.
The term Hollywood.
He was CNN. He was the news. He was Fox. He was YouTube.
How the fuck you know that?
Because when I went through this earlier in this build, I was showing that how he was labeled as a historian for Spain. He was one of the first people in Spain to recognize the significance of what Christopher Columbus was doing. He was assigned to talk to everybody that had explored he was the number one source of the New World.
So where he came from?
He come from Italy.
And he left Italy and came to the Americas and was able
left
to
Italy
travel.
and went to Spain.
Okay,
he was in Spain and he was up under King Fernando.
Did he ever come to the Americas?
He was up under the Queen. No.
Okay, wait a minute.
Because he
so you talking about a motherfucker that never came here?
Because he
you
up
talking about
under
a
the
motherfucker
king,
that never came here?
Up under the king, and he get paid to record and document what all the people, all the seamen, Christopher Columbus and everybody else that's coming from the New World, he documenting them. He's assigned.
Okay, so did they bring any fucking Indians back with them for him to draw any images of those people that
he wasn't doing no drawing?
He was just writing.
He doing the documentation.
So you telling me this nigga here that you talking about, he wrote that they found Negroes over here?
The Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. They only live in the region 1 day march from Quirica, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that Negro pirates of Ethiopia established themselves after a wreck of their ship in these mountains. The natives of Quirica carry on incest war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is the alternate fortune of the two peoples.
I forgot you reading that. I remember Sean P bringing up the book that you got this from, and he went to another account of someone else.
Go to it.
Also talked about this, right?
Go to it. I got another source, and I'm supposed to bring a new source that I don't think nobody ever brought before.
No matter what source you get,
that's talking about this same story, because this was a real story.
I forgot the African tribe where they know these niggas came from. Sean P did a video on this shit, bro.
I thought niggas wasn't at the sea.
No,
I thought niggas didn't know how to ship.
These niggas came over and they was brought over as
that's a
slaves, but
lie.
they escaped.
Sean P
was
arguing with an African. You say, hold on. You say, what? Hold on. So
they were brought over as slaves.
So
but
you
they
trying
escaped.
to say that these niggas right here was some niggas that was in the islands, and these niggas built a ship, and these niggas got stranded in Panama? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that.
That's what Sean P was saying.
I'm not saying that.
He's saying this is 1513. Christopher Columbus got to the islands in 1492. It don't add up. But a nigga don't know that these niggas didn't explore every place. These niggas just got over here. These niggas just got to this area. He just found the Pacific Ocean right before this. He had to go through these niggas right here for the first white man to see the Pacific Ocean. This is the story.
It's 1:30, bro. I can't fight with you no longer. I can get up early.
Right.
I ain't know it was this damn late.
Okay. So we keeping the build going, and because it got a little interrupted, but we fixed to show these other two sources.
Go ahead, do your thing, bro. I'll holler at you.
Definitely. That was a good build.
All right.
Shout out to Robert Lee. Keep it lit. Be careful out there. So this right here is because we just got done looking at Peter Martyr. Now we on the discoveries of the world from the first original on to the year of our Lord 1555, Antonio Galvano. And we first to come right here to, I think this is the same. Yep. So in the year 1513, Balboa, hearing speech and news of the South Sea, determined to go there. Although his company dissuaded him from the actions. Blow that up a little bit. Matter of fact, let me let the woman say it.
Wherein it is said there growth, net, Atira, and silver and great riches, he begged it of the king, Don Fernando, but he died in the discovery of it, as many more yard are / how done. Capulp in the year 1513 Vasco degree R2, and silver and great riches, he begged it of the king, Don Fernando, but he died in the discovery of it, as many more yard are / how done. Capulp in the year 1513 Vasco Nunes de Balboa, hearing speech and news of the South Sea, determined to go thither, although his company dissuaded him from that ge to dem 31 tier. Action point 1 But being a man of good valure, with those soldiers cap el nest mes velhut that he had, being 290, he resolved to put himself into that Ieperty. He went therefore from Doreen the first day of September, carrying some Indians of the country with him to be his guides, and he marched earthward the land, sometimes quietly, sometimes in war, and in a certain place called Carica he found Negroes capped Ius with curled hair, and never up to that time were others seen or known until now, in all these parts of New Spain, Golden Castile, and Peru. The Southeast Balboa came to the side of the South Sea on the 25th.
So this is the second source. Sometime in war, sometimes he moved quietly, sometimes in war, and in a certain place called Curica, which It's the same place, but they spelled it different. He found Negroes captured with curled hair. So the story real. They found Negroes. Once again, an Aboriginal is someone that's found in America. As you see within the last source, they tried to say that the people was Ethiopians, that they thought that the ship, that they was pirates. So this is the second source coming from this book right here, Discoveries of the World from the First Original onto the Year of Our Lord 1555. So now we fit to go into this other book. Hold on, let me get this together real quick. And sure I get this together real quick, like, hold on, give me 1 second. So now we fit to go to this third source. I don't think it ever been presented. And I wonder what they're going to have to say about this third source. Which is coming from the Historia General de los Indies. From Lopez de Gorma, Francisco Lopez Gorma. That's who put this together. As you see, it's in Spanish or Latin. So what we're gonna do here is do a little bit of translation. So I'm gonna take this and then copy some. We're gonna bring this over to the translation. We're gonna read and see what it say. We're gonna read and see what it say. So we're gonna read and see what it say in this. Okay, matter of fact, let's go on and let it read it itself.
In this battle, a brother of Torcha was taken prisoner in the royal habit of a woman, who not only in his costume, but in everything else, except in giving birth, was a woman. Carrot bra. Olboa entered Corica. He found neither bread nor gold, which had been raised before fighting. However, he found and some black slaves of the Lord. He asked where they came from, and they could tell him or understand no more than that there were men of that color near there, with whom they had a very ordinary war. These were the first blacks that were seen in the Indies, and I still think that they have not been seen again. Balboa shot 50 whores he found there, and then burned them, first informed of their abominable and filthy sin. When the region learned of this victory,
so as you see,
in this battle, a brother of Torcha was.
So as you see, it's the same story coming from a different account. This is a third account where they're talking about the black people that they found in this area, and they try to put the slave aspect on it just because the people is black. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't be just Negro in the world just doing your own thing, because in the Bible they were slaves. They was basically creatures. They was beasts, 3/5 of a human off top. So they get no love, even if they found them in the New World, which would be Aboriginals. But as you see right here, that they was the first black seen. And the people said they been warring with the people. It's an ordinary war. It's an ordinary war. And then on top of that, uh, they try to say that this was an area where the Europeans first seen people over here doing gay stuff. And that's why I guess they kind of went crazy on the village and killed so many. Talk about he killed the hordes and the 50 sins and all this old little goofy stuff and stuff like that. But I also wanted to bring this part of the game to it because this is the second part right here where I thought that was very interesting on why would they be coming like that. So we're gonna copy this right here. Go to the translation.
They are the Indians of Darien and of the entire coast of the Gulf of Uraba and Nombre de Dios of a color between tawny and yellow, although, as I said, they were found in Quarica blacks as if from Guinea. They have good stature, few beards and hair, outside the head and eyebrow.
So we got another source putting an African label on some black people that they already found in America. Now they calling them guineas. Now this nigga called these niggas guineas. The same motherfuckers that they were saying was the so-called Ethiopians that was pirates. This is the same people. They are the Indians of Darien and the entire coast of the entire coast of the Gulf of Yoruba and Nombre de Dos of a color between tawny and yellow. Although I said they were found in Kurica, blacks as if from uh, Ghana, Guinea, Guinea, whatever, as if from. This is the third source talking about these people. So they was the color of tawny. They was yellow niggas. A lot of people ain't gonna catch that because it's in Spanish or Latin. They ain't gonna read that. We did the translation. This book right here, the Historia General de los Indios, Francisco Lopez de Gama, 1511, 1564. This some 15 shit. This in the 1500s. This in the motherfucking 1500s. This is the third source since niggas want to go at a nigga information. Brother Unc want to say, yeah, Christopher Columbus, yeah, they didn't find no, yeah, Christopher Columbus in 1498. Even the people in Hispaniola said that the black man come from the south with the gold tip javelins wasn't true. Then they shot down Ivan Van Sertiman. They shot down some other black scholars that said that black people was already here, but they didn't break it down like how I'm breaking it down. And I'm gonna keep breaking it down. I'm gonna keep breaking it down. I want them to break this down. I want them to break down my 3 sources. Yeah, Sean P tried to break down. Nigga spent 144 hours trying to break it down and look crazy, fighting the real. Nigga said, nigga, why you saying, nigga, why you talking about this? Nigga, why they ain't talking about this? Why do I gotta talk about this shit? I'm just a street nigga that just got interested into this shit because of the fact that a nigga grandpa want to know more about a nigga family and a nigga play with this internet shit. So a nigga like, all right, man, let me start trying to find some information on the family and shit, man. Let me try to go before and try to come from the backside, pause, and come up to see what the fuck was going on before. And I said, man, let me just go to the beginning. And Christopher Columbus, they say Christopher Columbus. Let me just read some shit and just try to just go from the beginning and come and come up from the 14, 15, 16, 17 to the 1800s to try to see exactly what's up with nigga, where the fuck is niggas from? So I'm just coming up on books. They saying that I'm doing Ivan Van Sertelman's work. I don't even know what Ivan Van Sertelman get down. I'm just coming up on these books. I just came upon this book. Okay. All right, definitely. Yeah, I definitely gotta come with I definitely want my presentation to be better. I was gonna do the videos like I was doing my videos, but it kind of took a long time to put pictures and kind of put everything together. I thought I'll probably do it this way just to kind of show it. Definitely got a lot to learn. I definitely don't know everything. That's for sure. I'm just bringing what I'm finding. You know what I'm saying? They saying that they wasn't found, and I'm finding niggas that they say shit. They found niggas, and they putting the African term on niggas that they finding over here. They just can't be, they Indians, but they try not to label them Indians. They try not to label them Aboriginals. They try not to label them natives of the Americas. You're like, oh, nigga, they African, nigga, they African, nigga, they either came through on the boat or some nigga, they just African. Nah, nigga, they American and they was here before the Europeans. And another thing that I'm supposed to drop that I found within this book that was definitely noteworthy to where I had to label it part A because I got to do a part B because I'm doing more of a deep dive to connect the people in South America to the people that's in North America. And so when we come here, and we say we're gonna highlight excuse me. So we're gonna highlight the whole thing. Let's go.
less than that it grows in some parts and does not grow in others, and so it is superfluous to treat of it. The account that I keep in the leagues and degrees is according to the letters of the king's cosmographers, and they do not receive or record any pilot without oath and witnesses. I want to say also how there are many other islands and lands in the roundness of the world, without which we have named, one of which is the land of the Strait of Magellan, which responds to the east, and which, according to his sample, is very large and very close to the Antarctic pole. They think that on the one hand it goes to the Cape of Good Hope, and on the work to the Moluccas. When those of the ships of the Viceroy Don Antonio de Mendoza came across a land of Negroes that lasted 500 lefafuas, and they thought that it was continuing with that of the aforesaid strait, so the greatness of the earth is not yet fully known.
What? Don Antonio Menendez. Don Antonio Menendez was a Spanish colonel administrator who was first viceroy of New Spain, serving from November 14th, 1535 to November 25th, November 25th, 1550, and the second viceroy of Peru from September 21st, 1551 until his death of July 21st, 1552. So when this person right here he was the first one to be the viceroy of New Spain whenever they took over Mexico. That was the New Spain. And he was, I guess the kings he was the crown's heir. He was the crown. He was the connection to the crown. Now, whenever they started getting at Peru, he had to be the ears and eyes for the crown down there. So when he got shipped down there, you see what he said that he seen. He stayed with the ship. So this man came across the land of Negroes that lasted 500 leagues. That's 500 leagues. That's basically from where I'm from in Oklahoma City to New York City. The same distance. They seen that many Negroes, and I'm going to end it on that one because it's going to be a deep dive into this right here. It's going to be a deep dive into this right here. Deep dive. Deep dive. He left from Mexico and went down to Peru. He didn't go nowhere else. He left from Mexico and went down to Peru and talked about the Straits of Magellan and said that the greatness of the earth is not yet to be fully known. And these people right here, hold on. These people right here is the people that's in the area that we talking about. These are the people. These are the people from the Lafrago or La Fraga, whatever that place is called down. This is the Torres Strait. This is the Straits of Magellan, people. These is the niggas 500 leagues from Oklahoma City to goddamn New York City that they seen whenever he traveled to the Peru and down that whole coast going into the Straits of Magellan. That's them.
Less than that, it grows in some parts and does not.
That's these people. Straits of Magellan. When those of the ships of Viceroy Don Antonio de Mendoza came across the land of Negroes that lasted 500 leagues. And they thought that it was continuing with that onto the foresaid strait. So the greatness of the earth is not yet fully known. These niggas are still discovering the earth. These niggas found 500 from motherfucking Oklahoma City to fucking New York City. That's the distance that they found of Negroes. I'm gonna end it there. It's gonna be a deep dive into the Straits. It's gonna be a part 4B. This is part 4A. I didn't know it was gonna be this long. I ended up getting some guests. Shout out to Round Table Gang, Ice on his fangs. Shout out to Tyson. Ty Sam, he coming through tight, man. And shout out to Robert Lee Ford. He come through going against the evidence and kind of going against the narrative, pushing back on the information. So shout out to that man. Hopefully that he got some good information and hopefully that he got gamed up and learned something that he didn't know. Hopefully that y'all learned something that you didn't know before. I ain't got no Venmo. I got Venmo. I ain't got no Cash App. I don't even know the name of it. It's all good. But definitely comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend to subscribe. Strictly Ghetto Engine. Definitely, this is where I'm gonna be dropping all the information that I'm finding about Black people found in America. I'm gonna drop it. But these are the people right here. This is the people right here that they found in that area. And we're going to do a deep dive on this part 4B, this next little build. It's going to be crazy because I'm going to put a crazy connection on it, and it's going to be crazy, the connection. And hopefully that my people can get this information and gain some more knowledge about the history of the Black people of America before the Europeans got here. You see, I brought the info, brother. Call at me. I have to put you out there because I see that you basically, playing with my intelligence, but you just ain't said my name or nothing like that. But you say all the people that think that they natives and the people that woo woo woo. But you talking about certain things that I've been talking about. Talk about this. Let's talk about 1513. Let's talk about the three sources that I'm bringing for 1513 on how they mislabeling the black people that they found in America. So then would be aboriginals. That's the definition. Found in a certain land before the certain people came over there labeling people. They found these people. They aboriginals. You know what I'm saying? Don't give a fuck what you think where they come from. Oh, we thought that it could be Ethiopian Negro pirates with the shipwreck. We thought it could be uh, Guineas. Niggas done put the Ethiopian niggas done said they was Ethiopian. They said they was Guineas, Ghanaians. They put the slave term on them. Just anything but Aboriginal. But they can't miss it because they found them. They found them, and I don't know how niggas gonna get a. I don't know how niggas gonna get around this. I don't know how niggas gonna get around this. The vice for Don Antonio Mendoza came across the land of Negroes that lasted 500 leagues. How they gonna get around that? I want to know how they're gonna get around that right there. I want to see the dancing. I want to see the dancing because that's how they've been giving me is dancing. They've been dancing around the fact and saying basically they gonna say that. Basically they gonna say that. Well, you know, by this time, them are some niggas that ran away from the plantation and they went down there. 500. They talking about niggas from here to nigga from Oklahoma City to New York City. That's the distance. 500 leagues. That's 1,500 miles. That's 1,500 miles of niggas in South America that I ain't never know nothing about until I seen this right here. I don't know if anybody else knew this. I didn't know this. It's crazy. But we're going to end it right there. Just like I say, I'm coming with the 4B coming soon. That's going to be crazy. That's going to be crazy because I'm supposed to put this other little loop into it that's going to segue into a whole nother crazy little connection on black people found in America. That's a fact. That's a fact. So I brought Peter Martyr, which I'm going to have to do more of a deep dive into. I'm going to have to do more of a deep dive into this situation right here because I want it to be solid. Yeah, I want it to be solid. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do more into a deep dive on this, the life and voyages of Christopher Columbus by Washington Irving. Do more deep dive on it. But my thing is, niggas believe in everything. Niggas believe in everything in the book. Niggas believe in the name of the oceans, the name of the people that was on the boat, the animals they was eating, the food they was eating, the time and the days and the weather. Everything is solid. But when we come to these niggas in the book that's found, that they saying, you know what I'm saying, that's already over here, it's a problem. So just like I say, brother, I tried to come in my information. Have to bring in some information on the 1498. This ain't no Ivan Van Sertiman. Look a ship. None of that. This is my game. You know what I'm saying? This is all what I'm finding and presenting. I ain't following nobody's work. My own twerk. Straight up. Then I come with the Peter Martyr. They stamped him as the one of the first so-called would be like a Hollywood best producer, CNN, Facebook, YouTube. That's coming with the entertainment for the new world. The go-to man for the TMZ man for the new world. He said that they think that they was Ethiopians pirates ships in these mountains in Panama, 1513, and then we go to the discoveries of the New World by Antonio Galvano, where he talking about the same thing. They found Negroes with curly hair in this area, and then we go to this third source, Francisco. The book is in Spanish and Latin, and we came with three crazy ass sources. The third one confirming the 1513 with the black people in Panama, but then they tried to put the label of Guinea on them. They tried to put the label Guinea on them. Crazy. And they got a whole island north of Australia called Papua New Guinea. That's wicked. And they naming these people in Panama Guineas in the 1500s. And they also label them Ethiopians, and they also label them slaves. They also putting a lot of just disrespectful terms on them instead of the terms that the Aborigines, which they already gave them the term because they said it, they found them, and that's case closed right there. And then we come with the fact that these niggas found Negroes when he went down to Panama. I mean, not Panama, but Peru from Mexico. The second viceroy of Peru, the first of New Spain, Mendoza, and we got so many Negroes down in this area. They say it's 500 leagues. There's 1,500 miles. Down in the Straits of Magellan, they saying that the world is a whole nother world down here that ain't been seen. And they giving it up. And they giving it up. And they giving it up. Them are the people that they found in the Straits of Magellan. If you didn't know something, you learned something new. That was my whole point of the build. Was to just bring in information that if you probably didn't know, now you know. Straight up, that's the whole point of the build. That's the whole point of my get down with it, is to bring the information that some people may know and some people may not know for sure. And just like I say, I'm just bringing the information that black people found in America. I'm just reading books and I'm just finding this stuff. And that's what it is. I mean, I'm just looking at the history books and finding this stuff. So definitely, let me get the link. Hold on, let me get all the links. Share them in the chat. Hold on, you right. Let me share that. Let me get this link right here. Let me put this right there. So we got that one. That was the last one right there. We got this one. Discoveries. And then we got the one with Peter Martyr. And that's the three sources. If niggas want to give you any plex about niggas being found in America, we going back to 1513 in Panama when they didn't have no settlements down there. They doing explorations. They trying to get established. Matter of fact, the first European white boy ran across these niggas before he found the Pacific Ocean, and that's for shiggity. You know what I'm saying? Got three sources right there. It's gonna hurt their feelings for sure. But we keeping it lit. And y'all have
We've got passion, we've got determination. Like, if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
Lame ass bitches, weird niggas, man, I hate it here. Proud of Louis and Balenciaga, that's my basic gear. Talking shit about my life, how I make it here. Bitch, I feel like KD, I ain't playing this year. Plus playing, blowing through them dubs, Luther Franklin's here. Playing with a cold bitch like ain't no blankets here. She know fuck a lit nigga bad, she keep begging, like my kicks is too bad, they ain't selling it. I ain't finna bust down these bags, bitch, I'm melting it. 9th grade, I was wearing Fendi, they was felling me. Talking ass bitch, act like Wendy, why you telling me? Talking ass bitch, you can't give me, why you sweating? Yeah, I like big foreigns, ain't no Chevy. Pants sagging off my ass like I'm wet.
Pull my fucking pants over 40 G's.
That's all we need.
Yeah.
In the woods.
How the fuck I'm supposed to pull my pants over 40 G's in my motherfucking shirt?
40 bands in my pants, this shit heavy. Pass a bitch to my man, yeah, she ready.
Trying to start a tip drill like I'm Nelly. She said, do I got a bitch? I'm like, barely. Heard you fuck with all ducks, Tip Kelly. With them niggas, it ain't shit you can tell me. Walking in with all the sticks, it get deadly. I got murder on my mind, free Melly. Nigga fuck with little girls, R. Kelly. I got Dallas playing Madden, nigga baby. Yeah, baby. I just met her yesterday, but she ready. I keep going dumb and dumber, Jim Carrey. Bottom of my feet, Bloody Mary. Stage bitches fighting for me like I'm Jerry. Road rage in the gutter lane, it gets scary. She trying to ride a nigga pole like I'm Harry. She know I got Inglewood, bitches, I'm on Prairie. The ones, throw it all at once, nigga dare me.
She know I got Long Beach, bitches, I'm on Cherry. I got too many bitches, I can't get married. We just touched down with an 80, feel like Jerry.
I ain't had no baby shower, but this Burberry. Eating on some buff ass lobster like I'm Larry. Moving real slow off this pole like I'm Gary. Told her I don't even want to fuck if it's hairy.
Told her I need buffalo shrimp, I'm at Berry's. We got all these chips in the trap like a candy house. I'm that nigga pulling double R's to my granny house. Parking on the grass, bring the whole fucking family out. All we got is 42, don't bring no granny. I'm a fly nigga, only bad bitches sit with me. I'm a shop when I land, I ain't bring shit with me. I got G's all on my shoes, but my fit fit. Same bitches you a die for, don't mean shit to me.
She said I got so many hoes that she can't deal. The double R driving like a big wheel. She gon' live this pack for a nigga like a cartwheel. Eating lobster mac with the steak, ain't no kids meal. With them niggas, it ain't shit you can tell me.
You know what I'm talking about. Never did like school. You know a young nigga never liked school. Learning all about white folks just ain't cool. I remember this clear as a bell. Telling my third grade teacher, bitch, go to hell. She tried to make a young nigga square dance. Look, bitch, I'm black, so it don't stand a chance. So what the fuck do you expect? A young black child goes to white folks to get checked and educated by a system that stitches us. And while we're learning about white folks, we're missing us. You wonder why young folks said fuck school? Because the shit is racist. The shit ain't cool.
If I say to you, Columbus discovered America in 1492, if I was your teacher, you said, no, Columbus didn't discover America in 1492. There were Indians here. I tell you, you flunked the course.
Strictly ghetto, nigga.
Osceola the Seminole by Thomas Maine Reed.
Thomas Maine Reed was born in 1818 in Northern Ireland and died in 1883. He was a British novelist that came to New Orleans in 1839. He joined the Army in 1846 for the Mexican War, and he wrote The Boy Hunters in 1853, which was Theodore Roosevelt, the president's favorite books, and he became a fan of Reed. He also wrote Osceola in 1858.
A new world had been discovered. Why not a new theory of life?
White adventurers settled along the Indian border. They wandered over Indian land. Not wandered, but went. They looked upon the land. They saw that it was good. It would grow rice and cotton and cane and indigo, the olive and orange. They desired to possess it. More than desired, they resolved it should be theirs. There was a treaty, but what cared they for treaties? Adventurers, ruined planters from Georgia and the Carolinas, Negro traders from all parts of the South. What were covenants in their eyes, especially when made with redskins? The treaty must be got rid of. The Great Father, scarcely more scrupulous than they, approved their plan. Yes, said he, it is good. The Seminoles must be dispossessed. They must remove to another land. We shall find them a home in the West, on the Great Plains. There they will have wide hunting grounds, their own forever. No, responded the Seminoles, we do not wish to move. We are contented here. We love our native land. We do not wish to leave it. We shall stay. Then you will not go willingly. Be it so. We are strong. You are weak. We shall force you. Though not the letter, this is the very spirit of the reply which Jackson made to the Seminoles. The world has an eye, and that eye requires to be satisfied. The Indians remained obstinate. They liked their own land. They were reluctant to leave it. No wonder. Some pretext must be found to dispossess them. The old excuse that they were mere idle hunters and made no profitable use of the soil would scarcely avail. It was not true. The Seminole was not exclusively a hunter. He was a husbandman as well, and tilled the land, rudely it may be. But was this a reason for dispossessing him? Without this, others were easily found. That cunning commissioner, which their great father sent them, could soon invent pretexts. He was one who well knew the art of muddying the stream upwards, and well did he practice it. The country was soon filled with rumors of Indians, of horses and cattle stolen, of plantations plundered, of white travelers robbed and murdered, all the work of those savage Seminoles. A vile frontier press, ever ready to give tongue to the popular furor, did not fail in its duty of exaggeration. A sentiment was soon created throughout the country, a sentiment of bitter hostility towards the Seminole. Kill the savage, hunt him down, drive him out, away with him to the West. Thus was the sentiment expressed. Those became the popular cries. When the people of the United States have a wish, it is likely soon to seek gratification, particularly when that wish coincides with the views of its government. In this case, it did so, the government itself having created it. I could give names. I'm writing truth, and do not fear contradiction. The acts of Colonel Gad Humphreys, the Indian agent, of Major Fagan, another Indian agent, of Dexter, the notorious Negro stealer, of Floyd, of Douglas, of Robinson and Milburn, all are historic, all telling of outrages committed upon the suffering Seminole. It would be easy, all supposed, to accomplish the popular will, to dispossess the savage, hunt him, drive him out. Still, it was a treaty. The world had an eye, and there was a thinking minority, not to be despised, who opposed this clamorous desire. The treaty could not be broken under the light of day. How then was this obstructive covenant to be got rid of? Call the headmen together. Cajole them out of it. The chiefs are human. They are poor, some of them drunkards. Bribes will go far. Fire water still farther. Make a new treaty with a double construction. The ignorant savages will not understand it. Obtain their signatures. The thing is done. Crafty Commissioner, yours is the very plan, and you the man to execute it. It was done. On the 9th of May, 1832, on the banks of the Ocklawaha, the chiefs of the Seminole Nation, in full council assembled, bartered away the land of their fathers. Such was the report given to the world. It was not true. It was not a full council of chiefs. It was an assembly of traitors, bribed and suborned, of weak men flattered and intimidated. It soon became evident that the great body of the Seminole Nation repudiated the treaty. Many of the chiefs denied having signed it. The head chief, Onapa, denied it. Some confessed the act, but declared that they had been drawn into it by the influence and advice of others. It was only the more powerful leaders of clans, as the brothers Omatla, Black Clay, and Big Warrior, who openly acknowledged the signing. These last became objects of jealousy throughout the tribes. They were regarded as traitors, and justly so. Their lives were in danger. Even their own retainers disapproved of what they had done. To understand the position, it is necessary to say a word of the political status of the Seminoles. Their government was purely Republican, a thorough democracy. Perhaps in no other community in the world did there exist so perfect a condition of freedom. I might add happiness, for the latter is but the natural offspring of the former. Their state has been compared to that of the clans of Highland Scotland. The parallel is true only in one respect. Like the Gael, the Seminoles were without any common organization. They lived in tribes far apart, each politically independent of the other. And although in friendly relationship, there was no power of coercion between them. There was a head chief. King he could not be called, for Miko, his Indian title, has not that signification. Many a common warrior was far more galard than he. As with the head chief, so with the chieftains of tribes. They possessed no power over life or property. They could not decree punishment. A jury alone can do this. And I make bold to affirm that the punishments among these people were in juster proportion to the crimes than those decreed in the highest courts of civilization. It was a system of the purest republican freedom, without one idea of the leveling principle. For merit produced distinction and authority. Property was not in common, though labor was partially so. But this community of toil was a mutual arrangement, agreeable to all. The ties of family were as sacred and as strong as ever existed on earth. And these were savages, forsooth, red savages, to be dispossessed of their rights, to be driven from hearth and home, to be banished from their beautiful land to a desert wild, to be shot down and hunted like beasts of the field. The head Miko of the Seminoles was only a head in name. His authority was purely personal. He had no power over life or property. Though occasionally the wealthiest, he was often one of the poorest of his people. There were several reasons why the Treaty of the Ocklawaha could not be considered binding on the Seminole Nation. First, it was not signed by a majority of the chiefs. 16 chiefs and sub-chiefs appended their names to it. There were 5 times this number in the nation. Second, it was, after all, no treaty, but a mere conditional contract. The conditions being that a deputation of Seminoles should first proceed to the lands allotted in the West, upon White River, examine these lands and bring back a report to their people. The very nature of this condition proves that no contract for removal could have been completed until the exploration had been first accomplished. The examination was made. 7 chiefs, accompanied by an agent, journeyed to the far west and made a survey of the lands. Now mark the craft of the commissioner. These 7 chiefs are nearly all taken from those friendly to the removal. We find among them both the Omatlas and Black Clay. True, there is Hoydle Matty, Jumper, a patriot, but this brave warrior is stricken with the Indian curse. He loves the fire water, and his propensity is well known to Fagin, the agent, who accompanies him. A ruse is contemplated and is put in practice. The deputation is hospitably entertained at Fort Gibson on the Arkansas. Hoydle Matty is made merry. The contract for removal is spread before the 7 chiefs. They all sign it, and the juggle is complete. But even this is no fulfillment in the terms of the Ocklawaha covenant. The deputation was to return with their report and ask the will of the nation. That was yet to be given, and in order to obtain it, a new council of all the chiefs and warriors must be summoned. It was to be a mere formality. It was well known that the nations as a body disapproved of the facile conduct of the 7 chiefs and would not endorse it. They were not going to move. This was the more evident since other conditions of the treaty were daily broken. One of these was the restoration of runaway slaves, which the owners of the Ocklawaha Treaty had promised to send back to their owner. No blacks were sent back. The Negro slaves of the Seminoles were not runaways from the plantations, though the whites would wish to make it appear so. Very few were of this class. The greater number was the genuine property of their Indian masters, so far as a slave can be called property. At all events, they were legally obtained. Some of them from the Spaniards, the original settlers, and some by fair purchase from the American planters themselves. How purchased, you will ask? What could a tribe of savages give in exchange for such a costly commodity? The answer is easy. Horses and horned cattle. Of both of these, the Seminoles possessed vast herds. On the evacuation by the Spaniards, the savannas swarmed with cattle, of Andalusian race, half wild. On the contrary, they now found refuge among the Indians, more secure than ever. The commissioner knew all this. He was calling the new council out of mere formality. Perhaps he might persuade them to sign. If not, he intended to awe them into the measure, or force them at the point of the bayonet. He had said as much. Troops were concentrating at the agency, Fort King, and others were daily arriving at Tampa Bay. The government had taken its measures, and coercion was resolved upon. I was not ignorant of what was going on. Letters, too, were constantly received at the point from old graduates now serving in Florida. It appeared they were not united. There was a party in favor of yielding to the demands of our government, headed by one Omatla. This was the traitor party and a minority. The patriots were more numerous, including the head Miko himself, and the powerful chiefs, Holata, Coahajo, and the Negro Abram. Among the patriots, there was one name that, upon the wings of rumor, began to take precedence of all others, and a real curiosity had grown up in regard to these children of the forest. An Indian hero was wanted, and this young chief appeared to be the man. His name was Osceola. So far the impressive, the picturesque, lay beyond the stockade. On the level plain that stretched to a distance of several hundred yards in front were groups of tall Indian warriors, attired in their savage finery, turbaned, painted, and plumed. No two were dressed exactly alike, and yet there was a similarity in the style of all. Some wore hunting shirts of buckskin with leggings and moccasins of like material, all profusely fringed, beaded, and tasseled. Others were clad in tunics of printed cotton stuff, checked or flowered, with leggings of cloth, blue, green, or scarlet, reaching from hip to ankle, and girt below the knee with bead-embroidered gaiters, the ugly alligator. To the native of Florida, its presence is no novelty. and its going and coming excites but little interest, except perhaps in the bosom of the black man, who feeds upon its tail, whose tagged and tasseled ends hung down the outside of the leg. The gorgeous wampum belt encircled their waists, behind which were stuck their long knives, tomahawks, and in some instances pistols, glittering with a rich inlay of silver, relics left them by the Spaniards. Some, instead of the Indian wampum, encircled their waists with a Spanish scarf of scarlet silk, its fringed extremities hanging square with the skirt of the tunic, adding gracefulness to the garment. A picturesque headdress was not wanting to complete the striking costume. And in this the variety was still greater. Some wore the beautiful coronet of plumes, the feathers stained to a variety of brilliant hues, some the toque of checkered bandana, while others wore shako-like caps of fur of the black squirrel, the bay lynx or raccoon, the face of the animal often fantastically set to the front. The heads of many were covered with broad fillets of embroidered wampum, out of which stood the winged plumes of the king vulture, or the gossamer feathers of the sandhill crane. A few were still further distinguished by the nodding plumes of the great bird of Africa. All carried guns, the long rifle of the backwoods hunter, with horns and pouches slung from their shoulders. Neither bow nor arrow was to be seen, except in the hands of the youth, many of whom were upon the ground, mingling with the warriors. That his costume was Indian. So was it purely Indian, not made up altogether of the spoils of the chase. The buckskin was long, ceased to be the wear of the aborigines of Florida. His moccasins alone were of dressed deer's hide. His leggings were of scarlet cloth, and his tunic of figured cotton stuff. All three elaborately beaded and embroidered. With these he wore a wampum belt, and a fillet encircled his head, above which rose erect 3 plumes from the tail of the king vulture, which among Indians is an eagle. Around his neck were strings of party-colored beads, and upon his breast 3 demi-lunes of silver, suspended one above the other. Great a trace of the Spaniards, a remnant of those relations that had erewhile existed between the Seminole Indians and the Iberian race, objects of Andalusian origin, the silver cross hanging from his neck, the sash of scarlet silk around his waist, and the bright triangular blade that was sheathed behind it. Thus was the youth attired. Further off I could see tents, where the Indians had pitched their camp, but scattered along the edge of the wood, here and there, in clusters with banners floating in front, denoting the different clans or sub-tribes to which each belonged. Women in their long frocks could be seen moving among the tents, and little dark-skinned papooses were playing over the grassy sward in front of them. No eye could have looked upon them without acknowledging the superiority of the savage. As I glanced along the line of Saxon and Celtic soldiery, starched and stiff as they stood, shoulder to shoulder and heel to heel, and then looked upon the plumed warriors without, as they proudly strode over the sward of their native soil, I could not help the reflection that to conquer these men, we must needs outnumber them. The inequality lay in numbers, oftener in arms. This was the secret of our superiority. What could avail the wet bowstring and ill-aimed shaft against the death-dealing bullet of the rifle? There was no inequality now. These hunter warriors carried the fire weapon and could handle it as skillfully as we. But a council at which was to be decided one of the dearest interests of their lives, a council whose decree might part them forever from their native land. Had there been no division in the ranks, the Patriot Party might easily have obtained a triumphant decision. Such were in reality the sentiments of Mr. Commissioner Wiley Thompson, historically true, uttered in the Council of Fort King in April 1835. I shall give them in his own words. They are worthy of record, as a specimen of fair dealing between white and red. Thus spoke he. Suppose what is, however impossible, that you could be permitted to remain here for a few years longer. What would be your condition? This land would soon be surveyed, sold to and settled by the whites. There is now a surveyor in the country. The jurisdiction of the government will soon be extended over you. Your laws would be set aside. Your chiefs will cease to be chiefs. Claims for debt and for your Negroes would be set up against you by bad white men. Or you would perhaps be charged with crimes affecting life. You would be held before the white man's court. The claims and charges would be decided by the white man's law. White men would be witnesses against you. Indians would not be permitted to give evidence. Your condition in a few years would be hopeless wretchedness. You would be reduced to abject poverty. After a short interval, Hoylty Matty, one of the strongest opponents of the removal, rose to reply. There is no order of precedence in such matters. The tribes have their acknowledged orators, who are usually permitted to express the sentiments of the rest. The head chief was present, seated in the middle of the ring, with a British crown upon his head, a relic of the American Revolution. But Onapa was no orator, and waived his right to reply in favor of Hoydle Mati, his son-in-law. The latter had the double reputation of being a wise counselor and brave warrior. He was furthermore one of the most eloquent speakers in the nation. He was the prime minister of Onapa, and to carry the comparison into classic times, he might be styled the Ulysses of his people. He was a tall, spare man of dark complexion, sharp aquiline features, and somewhat sinister aspect. He was not of the Seminole race, but as he stated himself, a descendant of one of the ancient tribes who peopled Florida in the days of the early Spaniards. Perhaps he was a Yamasee, and his dark skin would favor this supposition. In America, the Spaniards built without regard to pains or expense, as if they believed that their tenure would be eternal. Even in Florida, they could have no idea their lease would be so short, no forecast of so early an ejectment. After all, these great fortresses served them a purpose. But for their protection, the dark Yamasee, and after them the conquering Seminole, would have driven them from the Flowery Peninsula long before the period of their actual rendition. At the Treaty of Moultrie, it was engaged that we should rest in peace upon the land allotted to us for 20 years. All difficulties were buried, and we were assured that if we died, it should not be by the violence of the white man, but in the course of nature. A chief of the removal party spoke next. He was Omatla, one of the most powerful of the tribe, and suspected of an alliance with the agent. His speech was of a pacific nature, recommending his red brothers not to make any difficulty, but act as honorable men, and comply with the Treaty of Ocklawaha, dreading the vengeance of the patriot warriors. These frowned upon him as he stood up, and he was frequently interrupted by Arpiuki, Koahajo, and others. A bolder speech expressing similar views was delivered by Lustahajo, the Black Clay. He added little to the argument, but by his superior daring, restored the confidence of the traitorous party. Olata Miko next rose on the opposite side, a mild and gentlemanly Indian, and one of the most regarded of the chiefs. He was in ill health, for he was well known to be a firm opponent of the removal. I am not well. Let others who are stronger speak, and declared their minds. Several chiefs rose successively and delivered their opinions. Those for removal followed the strain of Omatla and the Black Clay. They were Obala, the big warrior, the brothers Italasi and Charles Omatla, and a few others of less note. In opposition to those spoke the patriots Akola, Yahahajo, Mad Wolf, Ekamata, the water serpent, Poshala, the dwarf, and the Negro Abram. The last was an old refugee from Pensacola, but now chief of the blacks, living with the Miccosok tribe, and one of the counselors of Onapa, over whom he had supreme influence. He spoke English fluently, and at the council, as also that of Aklawaha, he was the principal interpreter on the part of the Indians. He was a pure Negro, with the thick lips, prominent cheekbones, and other physical peculiarities of his race. He was brave, cool, and sagacious, and though only an adopted chief, he proved to the last the true friend of the people who had honored him by their confidence. His speech was brief and moderate. Nevertheless, it evinced a firm determination to resist the will of the agent. As yet, the king had not declared himself, and to him the commissioner now appealed. Onapa was a large, stout man of somewhat dull aspect, but not without a considerable expression of dignity. He was not a man of great intellect, nor yet an orator, and although the head Miko of the nation, his influence with the warriors was not equal to that of several chiefs of inferior rank. His decision, therefore, would by no means be regarded as definitive or binding upon the others. But being nominally Miko or chief, and actually head of the largest clan, the Miccosokes, his vote would be likely to turn the scale one way or the other. If he declared for the removal, the patriots might despair. Without deigning to rise from his seat, I am content with my present home. I am not going to leave it. A burst of applause from the patriots followed this declaration. Perhaps these were the most popular words that old Onapa had ever uttered. I shall not sign it now. Others may act as they please. I shall not go from my home. I shall not leave Florida. Nor I, added Hoydle Matty in a determined tone. I have 50 kegs of powder. So long as a grain of it remains unburned, I shall not be parted from my native land. His sentiments are mine, added Tolata. And mine, exclaimed Arpiuki. And mine? Echoed Pashala, the dwarf. Koahajo, Cloud, and the Negro Abram. The traitors said not a word. Their treason was now patent. It had been declared. It was fortunate for them that Fort King was so near. Well that they stood in the presence of that embattled line. They might need its bayonets to protect them. We are all brothers. Why then should we separate in anger? Your great father would be sad to hear that we had so parted from one another. I do not wish you hastily to decide upon this important matter. Return to your tents. Hold your own councils. Discuss the matter freely and fairly among yourselves. And let us meet again tomorrow. The loss of a day will not signify to either one of us. Tomorrow will be time enough to give your decision. Till then, let us be friends and brothers. To this harangue, several of the chiefs replied. They said it was good talk, and they would agree to it. And then all arose to depart from the ground. I noticed that there was some confusion in the replies. The chiefs were not unanimous in their assent. Those who agreed were principally of the Amatla party. But I could hear some of the hostile warriors, as they strode away from the ground, declare aloud their intention to return no more. I looked round the circle of the chiefs. A smile lit up the gentlemanly features of Holata Miko. The grim face of Hoylti Mati gleamed with joy. The alligator, Cloud, and Arpiuki exhibited more frantic signs of their delight. and even the thick lips of Abram were drawn flat over his gums, displaying his double tier of ivories in a grin of triumphant satisfaction. On the other hand, the Omatlas and their party wore black looks. Their gloomy glances betokened their discontent, and from their gestures and attitudes, it was evident that one and all of them were suffering under serious apprehension. The conversation next turned upon runaways.
With one or two exceptions, they are all of the African race, all slaves. They are not all of black skin. Scarcely the majority of them are Negroes. There are mulattoes, Sambos, and quadroons. Even some who are of pure African blood are not black, only bronze-colored. But with the exception of the overseer and the owner of the plantation, all are slaves. Some are hideously ugly, with thick lips, low retreating foreheads, flat noses, and ill-formed bodies. Others are well-proportioned, and among them are some that might be accounted good-looking. There are women nearly white, quadroons. Of the latter are several that are more than good-looking. Some are even beautiful. Black Jake was a Virginian. He was one of those belonging to the old plantation, had moved along with his master and felt those ties of attachment which in many cases exist strongly between master and slave. He regarded himself as one of our family and gloried in bearing our name. Like all Negroes born in the Old Dominion, he was proud of his nativity. In caste, a Virginie nigger takes precedence of all others. Apart from his complexion, Black Jake was not ill-looking. His features were as good as those of the mulatto. He had neither the thick lips, flat nose, nor retreating forehead of his race, for these characteristics are not universal. I have known Negroes of pure African blood, with features perfectly regular, and such a one was Black Jake. In form he might have passed for the Ethiopian Apollo. The men are in their work dresses, loose cotton trousers with coarse coloured shirts and hats of palmetto leaf. A few display dandyism in their attire. Some are naked from the waist upwards, their black skins glistening under the sun like ebony. The women are more gaily arrayed in striped prints and heads toqued with madras kerchiefs of brilliant check. The dresses of some are tasteful and pretty. The turban-like coiffure renders them picturesque.
And that is that the slaves of the Seminole were not slaves. In truth, they were treated with an indulgence in which the hell out of other lands is a stranger. They were the agriculturalists of the country, and their Indian master was content if they raised him a little corn, just sufficient for his need, with such other vegetable products as his simple cuisine required. They lived far apart from the dwellings of their owners. The hours of labor were few and scarcely compulsory. Surplus product was their own, and in most cases they became rich, far richer than their own masters, who were less skilled in economy. Emancipation was easily purchased, and the majority were actually free, though from such claims it was scarcely worthwhile to escape. It may be asked how the Seminoles became possessed of these black slaves. Were they runaways from the states, from Georgia and the Carolinas, Alabama, and the plantations of Florida? Doubtless a few were from this source, but most of the runaways were not claimed as property, and arriving among the Indians became free. There was a time when, by the stern conditions of the Camp Moultrie Covenant, those absconding slaves were given up to their white owners, but it was no discredit to the Seminoles that they were always remiss in the observance of this disgraceful stipulation. In fact, it was not always possible to surrender back the fugitive Negro. Black communities had concentrated themselves in different parts of the reserve, who under their own leaders were socially free and strong enough for self-defense. It was with these that the runaways usually found refuge and welcome. Such a community was that of Harry amidst the morasses of Peace Creek, of Abram at Mikosaki, of Charles and the Mulatto King. It differed little how they acted, so far as regarded their character among their white neighbors. These had made up their mind that the dog should be hanged, and it was necessary to give him a bad name. Every robbery committed upon the frontier was of course the act of an Indian, White burglars had but to give their faces a coat of Spanish brown, and justice could not see through the paint. Upon the number of Negroes that might be among the tribes, upon the influence they would exert against us in case of a conflict. These were topics of serious importance. It was well known there were large numbers of black and yellow men located in the reserve, for there is a general similarity among men of yellow complexion as among blacks. Some as agriculturalists, some graziers, not a few wandering through the savannas and forest, rifle in hand, having adopted the true style of Indian hunter life. The runaway had taken refuge with one of the half-Negro tribes established amid the swamps that enveloped the headwaters of the Amazora. He had found favor among his new associates, had risen to be a chief, and now passed under the cognomen of the mulatto Mika.
Yellow Jake was the fiend of ours. He was a young mulatto, in person not ill-looking, but of sullen habit and morose disposition. On occasions he had shown himself capable of fierce resentment and cruelty. Instances of such character are more common among mulattoes than Negroes. Pride of color on the part of the yellow man, confidence in a higher organism, both intellectual and physical, and consequently a keener sense of the injustice of his degraded position explain this psychological difference. He was a Spanish mulatto, that is, paternally of Spanish blood, maternally Negro. His father had sold him to mine. A slave mother, a slave son. The father's freedom affects not the offspring. Among the black and red races of America, the child follows the fortunes of the mother. Only she of Caucasian race can be the mother of white men. As for the pure Negro, he rarely acts the unfeeling savage. In the drama of human life, he is the victim, not the villain. No matter where lies the scene, in his own land or elsewhere, he has been used to play the role of the sufferer. Yet his soul is still free from resentment or ferocity. In all the world, there is no kinder heart than that which beats within the bosom of the African black.
The speakers estimated their numbers variously. The lowest put them at 500, while some raised their figure to 1,000. All these would be against us to a man. There was no dissent to that proposition. Some alleged they would fight badly, others bravely, and these spoke with more reason. All agreed that they would greatly aid the enemy and give us trouble, and a few went so far as to say that we had more to fear from the black runaways than the red runaways. In this expression, there was a latent jest. The Seminoles were originally of the great tribe of Muskogees, Creeks. Succeeding from these, for reasons not known, the Seminoles passed southward into Florida and obtained from their former kindred the name they now bear, which in their own tongue has the significance of runaway. There could be no doubt that the Negroes would take up arms in the pending struggle, and no more that they would act with efficiency against us. Their knowledge of the white man's ways would enable them to do so. Besides, the Negro is no coward. Their courage has been oft-times proved. Place him in front of a natural enemy, a thing of flesh, bone, and blood, armed with gun and bayonet, and the Negro is not the man to flinch. In the soul of the unenlightened child of Afrique, superstition is strong indeed. He lives in a world of ghosts, ghouls, and goblins, and his dread of these supernatural spirits is real cowardice. I could not help noticing the strong animus that actuated the speakers, especially the planters in the civilian garb, threatening all sorts of punishment to such runaways as might be captured. They gloated over the prospect of restoration, but as much at the idea of a not distant revenge. Shooting, hanging, burning, barbecuing were all spoken of, besides a variety of other tortures peculiar to this southern land. Rare punishments, no lack of them, were promised in a breath to the unfortunate absconder who should chance to get caught.
you note it down, Mr. Wilson? Will that be my money you're counting, Mr. Gillis? Of course not. Now, maybe that is my money. You bought official permission to hunt escaped slaves in Indian Territory. And you got the money. If you're inferring that I'm using the government's money... I ain't inferring. When it comes to money, I don't need to infer. Now, do I, Gillis? Maybe even sold the Indians permission to steal the slaves back. What do you mean? I mean a bunch of them stinking Indians sneaked off with my property. Well, I don't know anything about that. Well, how do I know you don't? We was camped this morning, and Indians sneaked into my wagons and stole 6 prime slaves I took from the village of Holomiko last night. You only had permission to buy slaves, not take them. I'll take them any way I please. If I were you, I'd be careful, Wilson. The general doesn't want the Indians to be disturbed, not with the treaty coming up to be signed. Treaty? I thought we already got a treaty. Says the Indians are to be taken to the west, and the escaped slaves are to be taken back to their owners. Treaties are government business, Wilson. Government business. I paid the government money for a license to hunt slaves. But the Indians won't honor a treaty that says they have to leave the slaves behind them. They gotta leave them. They won't. They regard the Negroes as allies. After all, some of them were born in the Seminole villages. A slave is a slave and belongs to his owner, and so do his children. Now, you send the Indians out west like the treaty says. I'll take care of the slaves. What you need around here, Gillis, is a little more guts. You and General Finch both. What we need around here, Wilson, are a few more guns and a few more troops and a few more supplies. That's what we need around here. I need a little less of the stinking heat. And a damn lot less of Georgia slave traders. Well, now, maybe what you really need, Gillis, is a little more money.
As for the stolen Negroes, they were never seen again in that part of the country. The robbers had no doubt carried them to the slave markets of Mobile or New Orleans, where a sufficient price could be obtained to remunerate Grubbs for his professional services, as also Williams and Spence for theirs. The land would become Ringgold's as soon as the Indians could be got out of the country, and this was the object of the bill of sale. A transaction of like nature between white man and white man would have been regarded as a grave swindle, an atrocious crime. In fact, it was only in keeping with the general conduct of the border adventurers towards the unfortunate natives with whom they came in contact. Border adventurers, did I say? Government agents, members of the Florida legislature, generals, planters, rich as Ringgold, all took part in similar speculations. Ah, that Emma story. Gollies, you never hear 'em. Well, you see, Marm Powell, she lost some niggers that were her slaves. They were stole from her. They were took, and by white men. Well, Marm Powell, she go to the law with this here Ned and Bill, and she ploy Massa Grubb, that big lawyer that lived down the river. Now, Massa Grubb, he great friend of Massa Ringgold, and folks do say that both the two put their heads together to cheat that our Indian woman. Well, you see, Massa George, the lawyer, he want the Indian sign her name to some paper. Power of attorney, they call him, I believe. She sign. She no read the writing. Which, that paper were no power of attorney. It were what the lawyers call a bill of sale. And by that same bill of sale, all Marm Powell's niggers and all her plantation clearing were made over to Massa Grubb. The judge, he decide for Massa Grubb. Case great Massa Ringgold, he witness. And folks do say Massa Ringgold now got the paper in own safekeeping. One remarkable fact discloses itself in these episodes of Floridian life. It is well known that slaves thus stolen from the Indians always returned to their owners whenever they could. To secure them from finding their way back, the Dexters and Douglases were under the necessity of taking them to some distant market, to the far coast of the Mississippi, to Natchez or New Orleans. There is but one explanation of this social phenomenon. Today we are met to act. This, said he, pointing to the parchment, is the Treaty of Payne's Landing. I hope you have all considered what I said yesterday, and are ready to sign it. We have considered, replied Omatla, for himself and those of his party. We are ready to sign. Onapa, his head chief, suggested the commissioner. Let him sign first. Where's Mikonopa? He added, looking around the circle with feigned surprise. The Miko is not here. And why not here? He should have been here. Why is he absent? He is sick. He is not able to attend the council. That is a lie, Jumper. Mikonipa is shamming. You know he is. The dark brow of Hoidle Matty grew darker at the insult, while his body quivered with rage. A grunt of disdain was all the reply he made, and folding his arms, he drew back into his former attitude. Abram, you are Mikonipa's private counselor. You know his intentions. Why has he absented himself? O Massa General, replied the black in broken English, and speaking without much show of respect for his interrogator. How should old Abe know the tension of King Nobi? The Miko not tell me everything. He go, he please. He come, he please. He great chief. He no tell nobody his tension. Does he intend to sign? Say yes or no. No, den, responded the interpreter in a firm voice, as if forced to the answer. That much up his mind, Abe do know. He no tend to sign that our document. He say, no, no. Enough, cried the commissioner in a loud voice. Enough. Now hear me, chiefs and warriors of the Seminole Nation. I appear before you, armed with a power from your great father, the president, he who is chief of us all. That power enables me to punish for disloyalty and disobedience, and I now exercise that right upon Miko Nopa. He is no longer king of the Seminoles. How could the great father himself do this? The Seminoles were a free nation. They were not even tributary to the whites, under no political connection whatever. They themselves could alone elect their king. They only could depose him. Surely the commissioner was jesting. O Matla, you have been faithful to your word and your honor. You are worthy to head a brave nation. From this time forth, you are king of the Seminoles. Our great father and the people of the United States hail you as such. They will acknowledge no other. Now let the signing proceed. At a gesture from the commissioner, Omatla stepped forward to the table and, taking the pen in his hand, wrote his name upon the parchment. Traitor! I looked round to discover who had pronounced it. The hiss was still quivering upon the lips of Osceola, while his eye was fixed on Omatla with a glance of ineffable scorn. Black Crazy Clay next took the pen and affixed his signature, which was done by simply making his mark. After him, follower Ohala, Italasi Omatla, and about a half a dozen, all of whom were known as the chiefs that favored the scheme of removal. The hostile chiefs, whether by accident or design, I know not, stood together forming the left wing of the semicircle. It was now their turn to declare themselves. Hoidle Matty was the first about whose signing the commissioner entertained any doubt. There was a pause, significant of apprehension. It is your turn, Jumper, said the latter at length, addressing the chief by his English name. You may jump me, then, replied the eloquent and witty chief, making a jest of what he meant for earnest as well. How? You refuse to sign? Hoidle Matty does not write. It is not necessary. Your name is already written. You have only to place your finger upon it. I might put my finger on the wrong place. You can sign by making a cross, continued the agent, still in hopes that the chief would consent. We Seminoles have but little liking for the cross. We had enough of it in the days of the Spaniards. Hulwalk. I depose Hoydle Matty from the chieftainship of his clan. The Great Father will no longer recognize him as chief of the Seminoles. Ha, 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 came the scornful laugh in reply. You are no more a chief. We will not acknowledge you as one. But my people, what of them? Asked the other in a fine tone of irony. Have they nothing to say in this matter? Your people will act with reason. They will listen to their great father's advice. They will no longer obey a leader who has acted without faith. There is not a man in my tribe that will turn his back upon Hoydle Matty, not one. The orator ceased speaking and folding his arms, fell back into an attitude of silent defiance. He saw that the commissioner had done with him, for the latter was now appealing to Abram for his signature. The black's first answer was a decided negative, simply no. When urged to repeat his refusal, he added, No, by Jova, I never signed the damn paper. Never. That's enough, ain't it, Bossy Thompson? Of course. This put an end to the appeal, and Abram was scratched from the list of chiefs. Arpiuka followed next, and the Cloud, and the Alligator, and then the dwarf Poshala. All these refused their signatures, and were in turn formally deposed from their dignities. So likewise were Halata Miko and others who were absent. Most of the chiefs only laughed. The signature of Osceola. Up to this moment, the young chief had scarcely spoken. He had laughed at the wit of Jumper and applauded the patriotism of Abram and the others, as heartily as he had frowned disapproval of the conduct of the traitors. Jumper, Cloud, Koahajo, and Abram, Arpiuki, and the dwarf seemed all equally stricken with astonishment. Osceola, he on whom they had reposed their fullest confidence, the bold designer of the opposition, the open foe to all who had hitherto advocated the removal. Osceola stepped forward to the table and bent over it, as if to scan the words of the document. His eyes ran rapidly across the parchment. He seemed to be searching for some particular place. He found it. It was a name. He read it aloud. Charles O'Matla. Raising himself erect, he faced the commissioner, and in a tone of irony, asked the latter if he still desired him to sign. You have promised, Osceola. Then will I keep my promise. He has been bribed, said they. His patriotism has been all a sham. His resistance a cheat. He has been bought by the agent. He has been acting for him all along. Holy Wagas, Isti Hulwa Che, bad man villain. 'Tis a treason blacker than O'Matla's. Thus muttered the chiefs to one another, at the same time eyeing Osceola with the fierce look of tigers. As he spoke the words, he drew his long Spanish knife from its sheath, and raising it aloft, struck the blade through the parchment till its point was deep buried in the wood. That is my signature, cried he, as he drew forth the steel. See, O'Matla, it is through your name. Beware, traitor. Undo what you have done, or its blade may yet pass through your heart. Oh, that is what he meant, cried the commissioner, rising in rage. Good. I was prepared for this insolence, this outrage. General Clinch, I appeal to you, your soldiers. Seize upon him. Arrest him. On the 11th of August, Dalton, the mail carrier between Fort King and Fort Brooke, was met within 6 miles of the latter place by a party of Indians, who seized the reins of his horse, and dragging him from the saddle, shot him dead. The mangled body was discovered some days afterwards, concealed in the woods. A party of 14 mounted men proceeded on a scout towards Wakahanta. The the plantation of Captain Gabriel Priest, and within 1 mile of the place they came upon a small hummock, through which some of the party declined passing. 4 of them, however, dashed into it, when the Indians suddenly arose from ambush and fired upon them. About the same time, a party of Indians attacked a number of men who were employed cutting live oak timber on an island in Lake George. At New River, on the southeast side of the peninsula, the Indians attacked the house of a Mr. Cooley, murdered his wife, children, and a tutor engaged in the family. They carried off 12 barrels of provisions, 30 hogs, 3 horses, 1 keg of powder, over 200 pounds of lead, $700 in silver, and 2 Negroes. At Spring Garden on the St. John's, the extensive plantation of Colonel Reese was laid waste, and his buildings burned to the ground. Sugarcane sufficient to manufacture 90 hogsheads was destroyed. Besides 30 hogsheads of sugar, and 162 Negroes were carried off. The mules and horses were also taken. The same Indians destroyed the buildings of M. de Peaster, with whose Negroes they formed a league, and being supplied with a boat, they crossed the river and fired the establishment of Captain Dumet. Major Harriet's plantation was laid waste, and 80 of his Negroes moved off with the Indians. Then on towards San Augustine, where the extensive plantations of General Hernandez were reduced to a ruin. Next, Bulow's, DuPont's of Buen Retiro, Dunham's, McCrae's of Tomaca Creek, the plantations of Bayes, General Herring, and Bartolone Solano, with nearly every other from San Augustine southward. Simple historic facts, I quote them as illustrating the events that ushered in the Seminole War. Barbarous though they may be, they were but acts of retaliation. The affair of Gates Massacre is without a parallel in the history of Indian warfare. No conflict of a similar kind had ever occurred, at least none so fatal to the whites engaged in it. In this case, they suffered complete annihilation. 4 of the 3 wounded men who had escaped, 2 of them shortly after died of their wounds. Nor had the Indians any great advantage over their antagonists, beyond that of superior cunning and strategy. It was near the banks of the Amazura, Outhlacuchi of the Seminoles, and after crossing that stream, that Major Dade's party had been attacked.
I'm only one man in the most misunderstood territory in America. A country full of generals who can't understand the Indians. A country full of Indians who can't understand the generals. In the middle of them both, a country full of runaway slaves who can't understand either one of them. It's a strange thing, Captain.
Who to say, Major? Who to say? Hachi Yali. Hemi Yasaka. Ayana Untishe.
Found a place for you to ford upstream. It's good and solid up there. Didn't you speak to him in Seminole, sir? That's one of the riddles, Captain. He was born a slave, raised a Seminole. Now he works for the American Army.
I need to bunga Hachiya.
I get your hands, Alicia. Indian side. Incha. We'll fly with the rising sun. Osceola.
The assault was made in ground comparatively open, a tract of pine woods where the trees grew thin and straggling. It was afterwards noised abroad that the Indians had inhumanly tortured the wounded and horribly mutilated the slain. This was not true. There were no wounded left to be tortured, except the 3 who escaped. And as for the mutilation, but one or two instances of this occurred, since known to have been the work of runaway Negroes, actuated by motives of personal revenge.
Looks like we lost our trail. Lost our guide, too. Louis! Louis Pacheco! Louis Pacheco! Swing the column about. Get him out of here.
Some scalps were taken, but this is the well-known custom of Indian warfare. Major Dade and his party were destroyed on the morning of the 28th of December, about 4 miles from their camp of the preceding night. They were advancing in column of route when they were attacked by the enemy, who rose in a swarm out of the cover of long grass and palmettos. The Indians suddenly appeared close to their files. Muskets were clubbed, knives and bayonets used, and parties clenched in deadly conflict. In the second attack, our own men's muskets, taken from the dead and wounded, were used against them. The Indians suddenly appeared close to their files. Muskets were clubbed, knives and bayonets used, and parties clenched in deadly conflict. In the second attack, our own men's muskets, taken from the dead and wounded, were used against them. Many Negroes were in the field, but no scalps were taken by the Indians. On the other hand, the Negroes, with hellish cruelty, pierced the throats of all whose cries or groans showed that there was still life in them. Another official report runs thus: they had evidently been shot dead at their posts, and the Indians had not disturbed them except by taking the scalps of some, which it is said was done by their Negro allies. The officers were all easily recognized. Some still wore their rings and breastpins, and money was found in their pockets. It may be proper to observe that the attack was not made from a hummock, but in a thinly wooded country, the Indians being concealed by palmettos and grass. From this report, it appears that the Indians were fighting, not for plunder, not even from motives of diabolical revenge. Their motive was higher and purer. It was the defense of their country, of their hearths and homes. The advantage they had over the troop of Major Dade was simply that of ambush and surprise. It soon became known that he who planned the ambush and conducted it to such a sanguinary and successful issue was the young chief of the Baton Rouge, Osceola. He could not have stayed long upon the ground to enjoy his triumph. It was upon that same evening, at Fort King, 40 miles distant from the scene of Dade's massacre, that the commissioner fell before his vow of vengeance. The Battle of Outlacoochy cost the United States Army nearly 100 men. The Seminole loss was believed to be much greater, though no one could give a better authority for this belief than that of a guess. No one had seen the enemy slain. With some fighting experience, I can affirm that I never saw a dead body, either of comrade or foeman, moved from the ground where he had fallen, so long as there was a shot ringing upon the ear. In the Battle of Outlacoochy, no doubt some of our enemies had bit the dust, but their loss was much less than that of our own troops. For myself, and I had ample opportunity for observation, I could not swear to a single dead Indian, nor have I met with a comrade who could. Notwithstanding this, historians have chronicled the affair as a grand victory, and the dispatch of the commander-in-chief is still extant, a curious specimen of warlike literature. In this document may be found the name of almost every officer engaged, each depicted as a peerless hero, a rare monument of vanity and boasting. To speak the honest truth, we had been well whipped by the Redskins, but for the horses we had hitherto bestrode, with whose flesh we were fain to satisfy the cravings of our appetites, One half the army of Camp Izzard would have perished of hunger. We were saved from destruction by the timely arrival of a large force that had been dispatched to our rescue under Clinch, still commanding his brigade. Having marched direct from Fort King, our former general had the good fortune to approach the enemy from their rear, and by surprising our besiegers, disentangled us from our perilous situation. Again the voice of the old hunter rang over the glade. Cool, calm, and clear. It was heard by everyone. Mind your hindsides, boys, and shoot sure. Don't waste near a grain of your powder. You'll need the whole unt afore we've done with the cussed niggers. Don't a whatty pull a trigger till you've drawed a bead on a redskin. These injunctions were full of significance. Hitherto the younger hands had been firing somewhat recklessly, discharging their pieces as soon as loaded, and only wounding the trunks of the trees. The day of our delivery was memorable by a single incident, an armistice of a peculiar character. Early in the morning, while it was yet dark, a voice was heard hailing us from a distance in a loud, "Ho there, halloa!" It came from the direction of the enemy, since we were surrounded. It could not be otherwise. But the peculiar phraseology led to the hope that Clinch's brigade had arrived. The hail was repeated and answered, but the hope of a rescue vanished when the stentorian voice was recognized as that of Abram, the black chief, and quondam interpreter of the council. "What do you want?" was the interrogatory ordered by the commander-in-chief. "A talk," came the curt reply. "For what purpose?" "We want to stop fighting." The proposal was agreeable as unexpected. What could it mean? Were the Indians starving, like ourselves, and tired of hostilities? It was probable enough. For what other reason should they desire to end the war so abruptly? They had not yet been defeated, but on the contrary, victorious in every action that had been fought. And without hesitation, the distant speaker was informed that the talk would be welcome. A meeting of parliamentaires from each side was arranged. The hour as soon as it should be light. There were to be 3 of the Indians and 3 from the camp. As soon as the day broke, we saw 3 men emerge from the timber and advance into the open ground. They were Indian chiefs in full costume. They were the commissioners. All 3 were recognized from the camp. Abram, Coahajo, and Osceola. Outside musket range, they halted, placing themselves side by side in erect attitudes and facing the enclosure. 3 officers, 2 of whom could speak the native tongue, were sent forth to meet them. I was one of the deputation. In a few seconds, we stood face to face with the hostile chiefs. All 6 of us shook hands, so far as appearance went, in the most friendly manner. Abram was the spokesman on the part of the Indians, and delivered himself in his broken English. The others merely signified their assent by a simple nod, or the affirmation, "Ho," while their negative was expressed by the exclamation, "Corey." "Do you white folk want to make peace?" abruptly demanded the Negro. "The terms we give you are these. You lay down arm and stop the war. You Sogas go back and stay in the forts. We Indian cross over to Othlacochee, and from this time forth, forever after, we make the Grand River the line o' boundary atween the two. We promise live in peace, and good terms we all white neighbor. That's all God say." "Brothers," said our speaker in reply, "I fear these conditions will not be accepted by the white general, nor our great father, the president. I am commissioned to say that the commander-in-chief can treat with you on no other conditions than those of absolute submission, and under promise that you will now agree to the removal." "Corey! Corey! Never!" haughtily exclaimed Coahajo and Osceola in one breath. And with a determined emphasis, they proved they had no intention of offering to surrender. "And what for we submit?" asked the black, with some show of astonishment. We not conquered. We conquer you every fight. We whip you people 1, 2, 3 time. We whip you. Damn. We kill you well too. What for we submit? We come here give condition, not ask 'em. It matters little what has hitherto transpired, observed the officer in reply. We are by far stronger than you. We must conquer you in the end. Again the two chiefs simultaneously cried, Corey! Maybe, white men, you make big mistake. Not our strength. We not so weak you think for. Damn. No. We show you our strength. As the Negro said this, he turned inquiringly towards his comrades, as if to seek their assent to some proposition. Both seemed to grant it with a steady nod, and Osceola, who now assumed the leadership of the affair, faced towards the forest, at the same time giving utterance to a loud and peculiar intonation. And the next instant, a line of dusky warriors showed itself in the open ground. They stepped forth a pace or two, then halted in perfect order of battle. To yonder braves, there are 1,500 of them. Do they look starving and submissive? No. They are ready to continue the war till the blood of the last man sinks into the soil of his native land. If they must perish, it will be here in Florida, in the land of their birth, upon the graves of their fathers. We have taken up the rifle because you wronged us and would drive us out. For the wrongs we have had revenge. We have killed many of your people, and we are satisfied with the vengeance we have taken. We want to kill no more. But about the removal, we have not changed our minds. For the Seminole is as free of speech and laughter as the clown of the circus ring. Even the light-hearted Negro scarcely equals him in joviality. A meet reply was being delivered to the passionate harangue of the young chief, when the speaker was interrupted by the report of musketry, heard in the direction of the Indians, but further off. The shots followed each other in rapid succession, and were accompanied by shouts that, though feebly borne from the far distance, could be distinguished as the charging cheers of men advancing into a battle. Ha! Foul play! Cried the chiefs in a breath. Pale-faced liars! You shall rue this treason. And without waiting to exchange another sentence, all three sprang off from the spot and ran at full speed towards the covert of the woods. We turned back within the lines of the camp, where the shots had also been heard and interpreted as the advance of Clinch's brigade attacking the Indian outposts in the rear. We found the troops already mustered in battle array and preparing to issue forth from the stockade. In a few minutes, the order was given, and the army marched forth, extending itself rapidly both right and left along the bank of the river. As soon as the formation was complete, the line advanced. The troops were burning for revenge. Cooped up, as they had been for days, half famished and more than half disgraced, they had now an opportunity to retrieve their honor, and were fully bent upon the punishment of the savage foe, another similarly advancing upon their front. How could the Indians escape? They must fight. They would be conquered at last.
Osceola had performed a piece of strategy unheard of in the annals of war. He had carried an army of 1,600 men from between two others of nearly equal numbers, who had completely enfiladed him, without leaving a man upon the ground, without leaving a trace of his retreat. That host of Indian warriors, so lately observed in full battle array, had all at once broken up into 1,000 fragments.
And I heard the Kahaquini, the Seminole shout of triumph. I was still listening to its wild intonations when a half a dozen men, dark-bodied men, rushed out of the bushes and surrounded me where I stood. Despite the poor light the stars afforded, I could see shining blades, guns, pistols, and tomahawks. The weapons were too near my eyes to be mistaken for the fireflies that had been glittering around my head. Besides, the clink of steel was in my ears. My assailants made no outcry, perhaps because they were too near the fort, and my own shouts were soon suppressed by a blow that leveled me to the earth, depriving me as well of consciousness as of speech. After a short spell of obliviousness, I recovered my senses. I perceived that the Indians were still around me, but no longer in the menacing attitude in which I had seen them before being struck down. On the contrary, they appeared to be treating me with kindness. One of them held my head upon his knee, while another was endeavoring to staunch the blood that was running freely from a wound in my temples. The others stood around regarding me with interest and apparently anxious about my recovery. "We will do no further harm to you, but you must go with us to the chiefs. They are not far off. Come." Our arrival had set the camp in motion. Men came out to meet us, and women stooped over us as we lay on our backs. There were Indian squaws among them, but to my surprise, I noticed that most of them were of African race: mulattoes, Sambos, and Negresses. For some time they stood over, jeering and taunting us. They even proceeded to inflict torture. They spit on us, pulled out handfuls of our hair by the roots, and stuck sharp thorns into our skin, all the while yelling with a fiendish delight and jabbering an unintelligible patois that appeared a mixture of Spanish and Yamasee. My fellow captive fared as badly as myself. The homogeneous color of his skin elicited no sympathy from these female fiends. Part of their jargon I was able to comprehend, aided by a slight acquaintance with the Spanish tongue. I made out what was intended to be done with us. We were to be tortured. Mulatto Miko! Mulatto Miko! Viva! Mulatto Miko! The trampling of many hooves announced the arrival of a band. They were the warriors who had been engaged in the fight, who had conquered and made us captive. Only half a dozen guards had been with us on the night march and had reached the camp at daybreak. The newcomers were the main body, who had stayed upon the field to complete the despoliation of their fallen foes. Despite the pigment that disguised his natural complexion, despite the beaded shirt, the sash, the embroidered leggings, despite the 3 black plumes that waved over his brow, I easily identified the man. He was no Indian, but a mulatto. Yellow Jake himself. We noticed that few of the men were Seminoles. Indians there were, but these were of dark complexion, nearly black. They were of the tribe of Yamasees, a race conquered by the Seminoles and partially engrafted into their nation. But most of those we saw were black Negroes, Sambos, and mulattoes, descendants of Spanish maroons or runaways from the American plantations. Mommy, Mommy. Then I am not dead. I live, I am saved. It was Hajiwa and not her spirit. It was Mommy herself, whose beautiful, brilliant eyes were looking into mine. No wonder I had believed it to be an angel. "Who is Mommy?" whispered Virginie. "An Indian girl, his sister, I believe. Yonder she comes. A foot scarce a span in length, an ankle that from the broidered flap of the moccasin exhibits 2 lines widely diverging upward, a waist of that pleasing flexure that sweeps abruptly inward and out again, a bosom whose prominence could be detected under the coarsest draping, a face of rich golden brown, skin diaphanous, cheeks coral red, lips of like hue, dark eyes and brows, long crescent lashes, hair of deepest black. Mommy, too, like my sister, not from any resemblance of character. Physically, they were unlike, as 2 young girls could well be. Virginia was all blonde and gold. Mommy, damask and dark. "Talking of Indian beauties," said he, "no one has been so successful among them as Scott here. He has been playing Don Giovanni ever since he came to the fort. Sometimes these forest damsels are very shy of us pale-faced lovers, Lieutenant Scott's present sweetheart cost him a long siege before he could conquer her. Her name, Powell, Miss Powell. What? That name is not Indian. No, gentlemen, the lady is no savage, I assure you. She can play and sing and read and write, too. Such pretty Billy Do. Ah, that is a very pretty name indeed. What is it? Let us hear it. Let us judge for ourselves. Mommy. Very pretty indeed. Beautiful. If the damsel be only as sweet as her name, then Scott is a fortunate fellow. Oh, she is a very wonder of beauty. Eyes liquid and full of fiery love. Long lashes. Lips luscious as honeycombs. Figure tall. Bust full and firm. Limbs like those of the Cyprian goddess. Feet like Cinderella's. In short, perfection. For what do you mistake me? A camp wench or a facile squaw of the Yamasee? No, sir, that I am your equal in blood and race. And though your pale-faced friends have robbed me of my inheritance, there is that which neither they nor you can take from me, the honor of my name. She had turned her back upon him and was moving away. Not so fast, cried he, rushing after her and grasping her by the wrist. Not so fast, my brown-skinned charmer. Do you think you can cast me off so lightly? I have followed you for months. What? The sister of Osceola? Neither more nor less. Half-blood like him, too. Among the whites they're known by the name of Powell, since that was the cognomen of the worthy old gentleman who begot them. Osceola, who signifies the rising sun, is the name by which he is known among the Seminoles, and her native appellation. Here was I, affianced to the sister of this very man, with the sincere intention of making her my wife. I could perceive nothing unnatural, nothing disgraceful in the alliance, neither would society. Such in earlier times had done honor to Rolfe, who had mated with a maiden of darker skin, less beauty and far slighter accomplishments than Mommy. It would have been different had there been a taint of African blood in the veins of my intended. Then indeed might I have dreaded the frowns of society, for in America it is not the color of the skin that condemns, but the blood. The blood. Carajo, sounded a voice that appeared hoarse with rage. Remove those women. Pile back the fires. Away, mad queen. Go back to your tribe. These, my captives. Your chief, no claim. Carambo. You not interfere. Pile back the fires. Yamasees, cried Hajiwa, advancing towards the Indians. Obey him not, or dread the wrath of Wakome. His spirit will be angry, and follow you in vengeance. Wherever you go, the Cheetah Miko will be on your path, and its rattle in your ears. Bulwark, it will bite your heel as you wander in the woods. Speak I not truth, thou king of the serpents? As she uttered the interrogatory, she raised the rattlesnake in her hands, holding it so that it might be distinctly seen by those whom she addressed. The Yamasees, who stood all-bound and trembling in the presence of the mighty sorceress. And you, black runaways and renegades, she continued to the Negro allies. You, who have no God and fear not Wakome, dare to rebuild the fires, dare to lift one faggot, and you shall take the place of your captives. I hear the tread of hoofs.
We've got to pull back for reinforcements. The men are dropping like flies. For the last time, no, Captain. Is that clear? I do not stop until I have him. Do you understand? I do not stop until I have Osceola.
1, 2, 3. It must be they, yes. Yonder, see? I looked in the direction pointed out. A small party of horsemen, half a dozen in all, was seen emerging from the timber and riding with a brush into the open ground. As soon as they were fairly uncovered, they spurred their horses to a gallop, and with loud yells dashed rapidly into the midst of the camp. The men of the camp, both Negroes and Yamasees, appeared terrified at this puny attack, and scattering off hid themselves in the bushes. They yelled loudly enough, and some fired their guns as they retreated, but like the attacking party, their shots appeared directed into the air. Oh, heavens! We shall both be dragged under, drowned, devoured. A plunge, as of one leaping from a high elevation into the pond. A quick, bold swimmer from the shore. A dark-skinned face, with long black hair. He appeared about my own age and size. His figure was perfectly proportioned, and his face handsome. The complexion was not that of a pure Indian, though the style of his dress was so. His skin was nearer brunette than bronze. He was evidently a half-blood. His nose was slightly aquiline, which gave him that fine eagle look peculiar to some of the North American tribes. We noticed crops of maize and sweet potatoes, with capsicums, melons, and calabashes. There was a dwelling house of considerable size near the bank, surrounded by an enclosure, with smaller houses in the rear. It was a log structure, somewhat antique in its appearance, with a portico, the pillars of which exhibited a rude carving. There were slaves at work in the field. That is, there were black men, and some red men too, Indians. It could not be the plantation of a white man. There were none on that side the river. Some wealthy Indian, we conjectured, was the owner of land and slaves. We were not surprised at this. We knew there were many such. The scene, too, had Spanish touches. There were exotic plants, the China orange, the splendid papaya, the capsicums, chilies, and love apples, tomatoes, almost characteristics of the home of the Spanish colonist. The house itself exhibited traces of Castilian workmanship. The carving was not Indian. "Is this your home?" I inquired with a little embarrassment. He had bid us welcome, but I saw no cabin. I might be wrong. His answer set me at rest. It was his home, his mother's house. His father was long since dead. There were but the three, his mother, his sister, himself. "And these?" I inquired, pointing to the laborers. "Our slaves," he replied with a smile. "You perceive we Indians are getting into the customs of civilization. But these are not all Negroes. There are red men. Are they slaves?" "Slaves like the others." "I see you are astonished. They are not of our tribe. They are Yamasees. Our people conquered them long ago, and many of them still remain slaves." We had arrived at the house. His mother met us by the door, a woman of pure Indian race, who had evidently once possessed beauty. She was still agreeable to look upon, well-dressed, though in Indian costume.
Why do you bring me a Mathala? He sent his people to Fort Brooke. He was leaving his village when we took him. He carries white man's gold. The white man paid well for the honor of a Seminole.
The white agent bought our cattle. When my people reach the western lands, this gold will buy food. They are not hungry for war.
The council of this nation has spoken. Any chief who takes his people to the ships at Fort Brooke must die.
The rising sun speaks for a council who listens to the fire of his voice. Because of his hate for the white man and his love and pride in a woman, the council would destroy the nation with war. Surely Osceola knows that the white man is as many as the sands of the sea. Even now, many soldiers ride from Fort Brooke.
How do you know this?
They told me at Fort King when I was paid for the cattle.
You must order your people to return.
I know my brother well. In him there is a hatred that even blood cannot smother. I shall not bring my people back to die because of it.
what you must do.
Rising sun. Get you well. When we hunted, the hatred in him. Clouds. His aim.
Listen. Listen to my orders. Alligator, you will ambush the column that rides from Fort Brooke. When Fort King is destroyed, I will meet him at the place of ambush.
What it do? It's the Strictly Ghetto Engine, aka Vino the Most, aka Lil V, aka Trilly Trill, aka Got Dream. Power to the motherfucking people, like the big homie Smoke. And what's up to all my Strictly Ghetto engines out there representing this big engine country? You know, like Hawk School and I digress like Root. Word. Hey, what it do? As you see, I just dropped the fifth part of the General Jessup Diary. And we supposed to skim through this 1 through 5. And the reason that I'm bringing this information to the people is because within the diary, you can see that the black people have leadership roles. Yeah, they try to paint some of them as slaves and stuff like that. But in a lot of parts, they're leaders, they're influencers, they're making a lot of decisions for a lot of people. They the middlemen. They doing a lot of shit for the Seminoles, for what General Jessup is saying in his diary. So we're gonna skim through it. It's gonna be a long process, a long build. So we're gonna go through all 5 parts, and I'm gonna point out little interesting parts that I feel that's interesting. To show the people that, yeah, with some black people already over here in America doing American shit. And, you know, they got caught up in the mix. This is the story. This is part of the story. Let me turn this down a little bit. Over here, Pervin. We're still gonna build out. So General Jessup, with a small background. Here, United States General. He had put it down. He was the one to be able to get the Seminoles to be able to move out to Oklahoma. This is the guy right here that was able to influence the Seminoles to move to Oklahoma, because before that, they had a difficult time moving the Seminoles up out of Florida. So they say this is the guy that put it all together. They got the Seminoles up out of Florida. So we first look at this story. And just like I say, we're going to break down how the black people had a lot of influence with leaders. And the United States was doing business with them during wartime. And I don't know, it's just kind of crazy, that, they say that they slaves, they had to be this, they had to be that, but during wartime, they sitting at the table with generals. And that's the case, why the general just didn't capture them and just take them in like that. So I got a lot of questions. I always had a lot of questions coming up, but I never really just dug into it like that. But we're digging into it right now, so we're going to get to it.
Diary of General Thomas Sidney Jessup while commanding his first campaign of the Second Seminole War from October 1, 1836 to May 30, 1837. The diary describes his perspective on the war, including the movement of troops, the nature of the conflict, and his meetings with Seminole leaders.
His meeting with Seminole leaders. So I'm taking it that the names that we're going to get from this had to be the leaders if the general is talking to the leaders. What the hell the general is doing talking to a damn slave for? Okay.
1836 notes October 1st. In consequence of a letter from the acting Secretary of War dated the 17th of September, and received by GLJ on the night of the 26th of that month, and of a letter of the 19th of September from Major Cross informing him that the members of the government desired that he should proceed to Florida, he determined, night to go thither. Immediate arrangements were made to close the business with which he had been charged in the Creek country, and to provide for the protection of the country in his absence. October 2nd. Employed in arrangements for the movement to Florida.
So they pulled him from the Creek country, so he had to be coming from Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia area before he came to Florida.
The water having fallen in the Chattahoochee, the Marines and other troops ordered to Florida were directed on the 30th to move by land. And in barges to Irwinton they were direct. Ted to proceed yesterday. The artillery moved under Major Churchill, but the Marines were detained for transportation. Lieutenant Colonel Brooks, having expressed a wish to return to New York to close some public business, was ordered thither, and Major Irving was directed to remain in command in the Creek country. Captain Washington was left in command near Tuskegee at the camp of Echo Harjo, one of the chiefs who accompanied Colonel Lowe to Florida. October 3rd, was employed in preparation, and in completing arrangements.
So what makes it so crazy about that, Echo Harjo is supposed to be one of the Seminole chiefs, but as we see that he really coming from Alabama, he really a Creek. So it was a lot of Creeks that ended up coming into Florida and ended up claiming Seminole, to where they were saying that they wasn't Creeks. Now they Seminole. and the government is using them to be able to influence the Seminoles to be able to move up out of Florida.
For the movement of the troops. Steamboats having been provided to secure the commands at Irwinton, and the Henry Crowell having been employed to tow barges to the Snake Shoals, 14 miles below Fort Mitchell, General Jay determined to move by that route and made his arrangements accordingly. October 4th, General Jay with 2 officers of his staff, Lieutenant Call Stanton and Lieutenant Chambers, set out in company with the Marine Corps under Colonel Henderson, and arrived in the afternoon at the Snake Shoals. The steamboat and barges were not found there as expected. October 5th, information was received that the steamboat expected was on a bar below the shoals and near Roanoke. In consequence of which General Jay determined to proceed through the Hatchie, Chubby, and Cowagee swamps to Irwinton, NAC. Accompanied by Dr. Lawson, Chambers, Lieutenant McCrabb, and an Indian guide, a servant, and interpreter, he traversed those swamps and arrived at Irwinton late in the afternoon. Several miles from the town he met Captain with a company of mounted volunteers going out on a scout into the swamp. Major Lomax with 2 companies of artillery was at Irwinton. He was ordered to march by land to Fort Gaines. Captain Leone with a detachment of 6 soldiers was left to go down by water. General J. was detained by business at Irwinton the whole of the 6th and on the morning of the 7th of October. He sent out by land for Fort Gaines, accompanied by Dr. Lawson and Lieutenant Chambers. The doctor, on getting out of the boat at the ferry, was thrown from his horse and severely injured. He was able to go on, however, but in great pain. The party crossed Major Lomax on the road about 10 o'clock. Arrived at Fort Gaines at 3-Ware Drive. Lawson was obliged to remain in consequence of the injury he had sustained. General J, not finding steamboats at Fort Gaines, crossed the river and proceeded down on the Mount Vernon Road 15 miles to General Smith S, where he spent the whole of the 8th and part of the 9th waiting for steamboats, which were expected to pass and which it was believed would land at the General's Wood Yard. Major Lomax joined today. 9. General J. set out in the afternoon for Henry Courthouse past the village 3 or 4 miles, to Wilson's, at the shoal where several steamboats were lying not able to pass the bar. Major Lomax was ordered to follow with his battalion by land. 10. Major Lomax came up, visited the steamboats. The Leffler has passed the bar, went on board, having made conditional arrangements for the movement of the several detachments of troops, and ordered the discharge of one of the steamboats lying above the bar. Arrived at Mount Vernon, sent to the post office to ascertain whether dispatches had been sent to me by Governor Call. Found none. Sent dispatches to Governor from this place. Proceeded forward to Apalachicola. 12. Arrived at Apalachicola. Directed Major Clark at New Orleans to forward to Tampa Bay 10,000 bushels of corn and to employ and send to the same place a master carpenter and 5 or 6 good carpenters. Directed Major Crow, Q Master at Palatka, to procure 200 cords of wood for steamboats. Required a large supply of ordnance stores. 13. Steamboat merchant arrived from Tampa Bay, brought dispatches from Colonel Lowe informing me of the active want of supplies, description at that port. Required 100,000 rations of hard bread, 100,000 of bacon, 290 pack saddles, 100 cords of wood for steamboats and 50 axemen. Captain of the merchant directed to take the troops and luggage on board for Tampa. Colonel Stanton ordered to remain to superintend the forwarding of supplies and to direct the means of transportation. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield ordered to place 2 his companies in camp near St. Mark's. Lieutenant directed to remain in the vicinity of that place with the horses and mules which he took from Fort Mitchell and Columbus. corresponded with Colonel Walker in relation to an error in General Scott's report of the 2nd of July, and of false statements in the public prints as to captures made by General Morris's command of Alabama volunteers. Set out today on board the Merchant for Tampa Bay, 15. At sea nothing of importance occurred. Arrived at Tampa during the night. 16. Assumed the command of the troops south of the Withlacoochee. Called on Major Clark for the 200 mules and pack saddles heretofore ordered 50,000 bushels of corn blacksmith tools, carts, rope, oilcloth covers for pack saddles. India rubber haversacks 100,000 feet of plank with nails, a corps of pack horsemen, a corps of laborers, lighters. He gave detailed instructions to Major Churchill, the commander at Fort Brooke, the 17th of October. Reported to the Adjutant General, from Major Clark 25 Marine boats. And wrote to him on the subject of portable soup for the troops. 18. Wrote to Captain Chase at Pensacola on the subject of marine boats. The captain of the steamboat Merchant ordered to the mouth of the Withlacoochee with a part of the troops and cargo. Wrote to Major Cross, asked for Captain Waite and Lieutenant Crossman to join me. 19.
So as you see, as soon as he get into Florida, he doubling up everything. He need more troops. He need more horses. He need more of this. He need more of that. He calling in, hey, I need this. I need this. Hey, I'm placing the order. We need this.
Wrote to Governor Schley requesting a regiment of mounted volunteers. Looked for the Withlacoochee, 20. Required from the governor of Alabama an additional battalion of volunteers for 12 months. Arrived tonight at the mouth of the Withlacoochee, 21 ND. Finding no hostiles at the mouth of the Withlacoochee, and finding Colonel Lowe, as expected, left 130,000 ball buckshot cartridges for Governor Call.
He said that he left 130,000 buckshot cartridges. 130,000. They ready for war. Yeah, they ain't playing. They definitely ready for war. That's what they coming with.
Major Whiting's command on board a transport and ordered him to Tampa Bay. Communicated with General Reed and other officers. The United States steamer, having been lost on the bar at the mouth of the Withlacoochee, called on Major Clark for a boat to supply her place in addition to 200,000 tons of hay ordered some time ago. 150,000 tons additional ordered. Addressed a letter to Colonel Lowe, and directed the captain of the Merchant to Apalachicola via St. Mark's, 22. Proceeded in the Merchant to St. Mark's, where we arrived on the morning of the 23rd. Arrived at St. Mark's, learnt the death of Colonel Lowe, and that the Tennesseans had fallen back to Black Creek with the loss of several hundred of their horses, and that Powell with a large force of Indians was on the Withlacoochee. Reported to cessy of war, ordered Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield to proceed by water to Tampa Bay. Wrote to Gov.
So whenever they say pal, they talking about the famous Seminole. Dang, that's crazy. His name just slipped my mind that quick. That's crazy. Osceola. I'm tripping. Osceola. So when they say pal, they're talking about Osceola. So as you see, Osceola is brought up early in the game. You know what I'm saying? He brought up early in the game. They got his eyes on Osceola. But there's going to be some interesting stuff about Osceola later on within this diary.
Call by Express sent him memoranda of a plan of campaign, accidentally learnt that a detachment of the 4th Infantry was at Sewanee Old Town without either force or resistance. 24 not able to obtain. Here, left in the Merchant for Apalachicola. Arrived at night of the same day. 25. Found the Marines and other troops here. Ordered Colonel Stanton to proceed to Pensacola, Mobile, and New Orleans, to purchase small steamboats and barges as a quantity of lumber ordered. Wrote to Major Nelson and Governor Schley on the subject of a regiment of volunteers, sent Lieutenant McCrabb to muster them. Wrote to Commodore Dallas on the subject of the repair of the river boats Dade and American, and of supplying crews for them. 26. Ordered Lieutenant Watkins to close the business of the Q Master and Commissary's Department at Apalachicola, and proceed in a vessel chartered for this purpose to the mouth of Sewanee and thence to Withlacoochee and Tampa Bay, all vessels loaded with supplies. 27 departed in the Merchant for Tampa Bay with the Marines and other troops, Major Lomax's command having been sent on a sail vessel. 28 arrived at Tampa Bay. 29 wrote to Governor Clay, in reply to his letter of the 3rd. In relation to the troops that had been called into service under General, and the claims for supplies in that section of country, replied to W.G.O. Whitman on the subject of his claims, directed Major Clark to pay their claims, and directed D. Vinton to remain on duty at Tallahassee. 30 Colonel Henderson directed to take the immediate command of the port. Major Churchill placed in charge of the parties constructing boats. 31. Captain of the steamboat Merchant ordered to proceed to the mouth of the Withlacoochee to retrieve any communication from General Reed, then proceed to St. Mark's, take change of the mail for Tampa. Take on board in Tampa a portion of Colonel Caulfield's command if possible and return without delay to Tampa. Colonel Caulfield written to on the subject of the movement of his command. Wrote to the Secretary of War in relation to the inadequate pay of the officers and soldiers of the Army and of the inconvenience to which those with families are subjected by Order No. 58. Recommended a grant of land to all below the rank of Major General who serve in Florida. Wrote to Governor Clay on the subject of a draft turned over to Colonel Stanton.
So when all this get done, they all gonna get granted some land. They all gonna get granted some land. So, the generals back then that was in the army, most of them was a lot of owners, a lot of slave owners, was a lot of business owners. So, got to be on the lookout for that.
November. One Captain Page informed that the arrangements made by Governor Clay for calling an Indian force into service had been sanctioned by General Jessup and that the arrangements to feed their families had also been sanctioned.
So now they calling in a Indian force, and you already know where they coming from. They coming from where he just came from, the Creeks. So they calling in the Creeks to come help them fight the Seminoles, which you already know that basically that's their cousins because the Creeks basically some of them turned Seminole, and now they, I don't know, it's supposed to get crazy in this story. But as you see, General Jessup is already paying or already feeding some Creeks and feeding their family, so they gonna go. They own go. Already they gonna be there at 10 Hut.
The captain was directed to settle all claims for these purposes or refer them to Washington for instructions. Heads of corps were directed to furnish articles of the clothing required for their respective commands, and the quartermaster was required to send to New Orleans for whatsoever might be required. 2. General J. Had a night attack of hemorrhage of the lungs brought on by a slight cold and a paroxysm of coughing. He continued, however, on his feet and engaged in his ordinary duties. 3. Major Cross written to on the subject of the general arrangements for the campaign. A corps of laborers and mechanics with axemen and drivers required. The charge of powder being considered by General J too heavy, Colonel Henderson was directed to constitute a board for the purpose of making experiments to determine the reduction process to be made. Reported to the Adjutant General and included a roster of the troops. Also included copies of requisitions on the Governor of Georgia and Alabama for 12 months volunteers. November 4th, General J. required of Governor Clay 500 militia drafts, and directed that Captain Harding or Lieutenant Kibbe should muster them into service. 5. General J, though extremely feeble, still discharging blood from his lungs, acted on the proceedings of a general court-martial. 6. Confined to his room but wrote to the Secretary of War and to the Adjutant General. 7. Still confined. Much distracted by excessive pain about the chest. Expectoration slightly tinged with blood, walked out to the mess house. Received papers announcing the decease of Dr. Lovell. Surgeon General wrote to the Secretary of War and urged the appointment of Dr. Lawson. 8. General J. confined all day to his room, considerable discharge of blood from the lungs, excessive pain and great debility, confined all day to bed. 9. Better confined to room but not to bed. Major Lomax ordered to Frederick as a witness before a court of inquiry. The quartermaster directed to exchange horses unfit for draft for those fit for draft, if possible, and directed to dispose of unbroken mules in the same way. 10. November. Still confined to room, bleeding slight. Dr. L directed cooling medicine. Colonel Henderson directed to have a schooner searching for ardent spirits. Many of the soldiers as well as the workmen found drunk. 11. Horses and mules ordered to Tampa not being received. Captain Morrow, Q. Master, was ordered to Mobile to purchase from 80 to 100 horses, with halters, and was instructed to employ a competent wagon worker and from 15 to 20 good wagon drivers. General Hogan written to on the same subject. Major Cross written to by Lieutenant Chambers on this subject of the deficient improvements for the service. Lieutenant Hall of the Marine Corps, in consequence of ill health, authorized to proceed to the north. 12. Sent a vessel to the mouth of the Withlacoochee with rifle powder, rifle flints, and subsistence stores for the force under Governor Call. Wrote to him and sent a copy of a communication from Captain Payne of the Navy detailing the incidents of an expedition to Charlotte Harbor. Sent the mounted men out to scan the country, fires having been seen supposed to be about 20 miles from Tampa. Wrote to General Reed the vessel sent to the mouth of the Withlacoochee directed to proceed to St. Mark's with a mail and to return with letters for this port. November 13th. Wrote to Captain Payne, requested him to send an expedition to the, also to cooperate with the commanding officer of the port during the absence of the army in the field. Lieutenant Watkins ordered to proceed in the vessel to the Withlacoochee in charge of the lines. General J still confined to his room. 14. Still confined to room but much better. Able to attend to business. 15.
Dang, so the general was sick. So he had to be a good general for them to call him in, and for him to be sick. As soon as he come in, he got to stay in the bed. Crazy.
Received the report of the board appointments to make experiments in relation to the cartridges. A deduction of the quantity of powder recommended. A general court-martial ordered. 16th. Employed in ordinary duties, still feeble with occasional slight discharges of blood. 17. Captain King of the Alabama Volunteers ordered to Tuscaloosa to hasten on the troops required from Alabama. and authorized to take his seat as a member of the legislature. The last detachment of Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield's battalion arrived today. Wrote to Governor Clay on the subject of 5 companies of 12 months volunteers and 5 companies of militia drafts. 18. Reported to the Adjutant General the arrival of the Alabama volunteers. The mules expected from New Orleans arrived this evening, November 19th. Employed in getting mules on shore and in breaking them to packs and harness. Prepared a preparatory order assigning the troops to garrison Fort Brooke, and arranging the troops for service in the field. Lieutenant Call, directed to command Fort Brooke, 20. Reported to the Adjutant General, troops employed in breaking mules. A cargo of corn condemned an election ordered to supply its vacancy occasioned by the resignation of Captain Robinson of the Washington City Volunteers, 21. General J. appointed Lieutenant T.B. Leonard aide-de-camp. Sent to the Adj. General a copy of a letter to the late Colonel Walker, with a copy of his reply in relation to a misrepresentation of General Scott. Proceedings of General Court-Martial acted on 22. Troops employed in breaking mules and other preparations for the field. 23rd. General J. addressed a letter to General Gaines requesting the aid of the 6th Rect. Infantry and informing him of the difficulties of his situation, and the near approach of the time when the Tennesseans would claim their discharge. Arrangements for the field continued. Troops breaking mules to harness, saddle and packs. November 24th. Preparations for the field continued. 25. Means of transportation being ready, and every necessary arrangement made. General J. issued orders today for the march of the Army on the morning of the 27th. The most active and continued exercises were made to have the baggage wagons loaded, the surplus baggage dispersed of, provisions cooked, and all things in supply. 26 Lieutenant Colonel Foster arrived and reported at headquarters. An order was issued remitting all sentences of court-martial, except in the cases of deserters, that they should pay the expenses incurred in their apprehension and make good the time lost by their desertion. And all prisoners confined were released. Preparations for the field were completed today. 27. Captain Crossman was directed to assume the duties of his department and to act as principal quartermaster in the field. The troops were put in motion today. The wagons were crossed over Hillsborough, when his quarter part of the wagons had crossed over. With the main body of the troops, a steamboat arrived with several officers who reported that Governor Call has been on the Withlacoochee, and not finding the Indians had fallen back to Volusia. They brought newspapers which announced that General J. had been ordered to take command of the army and that an officer had been sent from Washington on the 4th instant with orders to that effect. In this state of things, General J. considered it to be his duty to countermand the march of the army and direct it to resume its position at Tampa. 28th, the army fell back. Colonel Henderson was ordered to take command of the post and its dependencies. Lieutenant Call Foster was directed to re-establish Fort Alabama, or rather to construct a new work at the site of that work. M. Manuel Olivia was deported to visit band of Indians and to enter into certain arrangements with him. Lieutenant Caulfield's battalion was directed to be ready to move tomorrow with a company of mounted Marines and a company of mounted regular troops to accompany the general, the 29th of November. Let out for Volusia to join General Call. Proceeded about 15 miles to Thanodasassa Lake and camped for the night. Saw a fresh Negro track in the sand near the lake. 30. Proceeded to the Hillsborough, found Fort Alabama in ruins, crossed the river and moved forward to an old encampment of
So they say that they found Negro tracks. Hold on, let me bring that back, cause That sounds crazy. What's a Negro track?
The lake and camped for the night. Saw a fresh Negro track in the sand near the lake. 30. Proceeded to the Hillsboro, found Fort Alabama.
What's a Negro track? Because throughout this, they not saying that they are running up on slaves. Slaves. They saying that they running up on people from a village and warriors and Indians. So I just wonder how they just say that this is a Negro track. Crazy.
In ruins, crossed the river and moved forward to an old encampment of General Gaines within several miles of the Withlacoochee, found the woods on fire and evident indications of Indians having been recently in the neighborhood. December 1st. Moved forces beyond both branches of the Withlacoochee after crossing the Little Withlacoochee, discovered shacks, cattle trails, and a few cattle and ponies. Encamped on Dade's battleground. It rained heavily during the night, sent out scouting parties, obtained fresh beef here. 2. Proceeded to the Volusia Road, past Governor Call's camp, found a body disinterred by the Indians. Burned it. Halted the command in consequence of firing in a southwesterly direction, sent out reconnoitering parties, was detained about 2 hours. Scouts saw fresh cattle and pony tracks and Indian tracks supposed to be from 1 to 2 weeks old.
Now they saying they see Indian tracks. First they seen Negro tracks. Now they see Indian tracks. So they just, they try to make a difference between the two. But at the end of the day, you can't separate real Seminoles because Seminoles is one and been a brotherhood and a family since back when. So, and that's my whole point of putting everything together that I'm putting together is to show the world, and also hopefully that within my own tribe, Seminole, that the black people can uh, get more props and more and be solidified as Americans of Aboriginals from America and be certified, stamped, instead of being caught up in the slave narrative that was put on almost every black person in the world, that basically we was born slaves, and if you was black you had to have a master from somebody, and it wasn't like that. So we got caught up in the time of real racist time over here, and our history is distorted, and that's why I'm coming through with the information that I'm coming through.
Moved forward to Palalakaha on the Volusia Road, found the way strewed with dead horses. Passed a large encampment of the Tennesseans and friendly Indians, here numerous beaver had been killed. Passed through 2 hammocks. And after dark encamped a short distance from the latter near a pond. 3. Went forward, crossed the Ocklawaha at the lower end of a lake on a temporary bridge constructed by General Eustis. Soon after captured an Indian, from whom information was obtained of the situation of a Negro village at the head of the lake.
So as you see that the Indians, I don't know who this Indian is, I don't know what the situation is exactly, why exactly did he just give us up like that? And just like I say, it's a Negro village. It's not a slave village. It's not runaway slaves. This is a Negro village. This is a town. And I think that they may be talking about Abraham's town. Now I'm gonna try to put everything together. I'm gonna connect the dots, but I think they're talking about Abraham's town. But I could be wrong. But this is a Negro village. Ain't no how can a runaway start a village? Come on. These is already Aborigines from America that know how America works and know what to do in America. And they also knew the language also. But that's crazy that the Indian, they say that an Indian gave us up like that, and this was the first highlight of snitching.
Detached Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield with 2 companies of his battalion, accompanied by Captain Crossman and Lieutenant
And Major Caulfield or Lieutenant Caulfield, whoever Caulfield is, he was the one that was going in. I'm gonna have to do a major deep dive on him. Bring it back. His name is gonna be in here a lot.
captured an Indian from whom information was obtained of the situation of a Negro village at the head of the lake. Detached Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield with 2 companies.
And it's at the head of a lake, just like the Indian villages. It's at the head of the lake, just like the Indian villages. I think that the people in Africa ain't living by no lakes or nothing like that. I think they kind of stay somewhere else with it. So,
Of his battalion, accompanied by Captain Crossman and Lieutenant Chambers, also by an interpreter and the Indian prisoner General J. moved forward with the remainder of the command about 5 miles encamped on a beautiful lake. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield returned about 9 p.m. with 41 Negro prisoners, having surprised the village, captured the greater part of its inhabitants, and burned the houses and property which they could not bring in.
So you hear that? Let me bring that back. Let's just get
December 4th.
Let's break this down.
Chambers, also by an interpreter and the Indian prisoner General J. moved forward with the remainder of the command about 5 miles encamped on a beautiful lake. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield returned about 9 p.m. with 4.
Colonel Caulfield. Remember that name, Colonel Caulfield. We got to do a deep dive on this guy right here, Colonel Caulfield.
41 Negro prison. Colonel Caulfield returned about 9 p.m. with 41 Negro.
He returned with 41 Negroes when he ran up on this village. Once they got the information from the Indian, they ran up on the village and they burnt the property of the Negroes. They said they had houses, not no teepees, not no, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what they're trying to say, how he was, but they say houses and property. This is a village. This is a town full of black people that being in America, that always been in Florida back and forth, but they been getting raided since the Europeans came over here.
Prisoners, having surprised the village, captured the greater part of its inhabitants, and burnt the houses and property which they could not bring in.
They burnt the houses. There's more than one house. They brought in 41. They did a real raid sweep. Now, this is the first story that we getting where they are having some type of action. But look who it's going against. It's going against the black people, and they bringing in Indians from Alabama, from the Creek country, to be able to fight the black people in Florida, which are the real Seminoles. A Seminole is a so-called runaway. What the hell? These Creeks ain't running away. They coming down with the army. They paid already. They trying to influence the Seminoles in Florida to get up out of Florida. But you see who they attacking, and then on top of that, we find out this was a Negro war. So it's gonna get more interesting. But I thought that was very interesting that they burnt the houses. Not no teepees, not no whatever that they were saying that they was them other things that they said that they was living in. They said this. They said the house. This is the general.
December 4th. Proceeded toward Volusia with the prisoners passed.
Matter of fact, let me bring that whole day back. What was that? December 3rd? December 3rd, 1836. December 3rd or December 3rd, 1836.
5 miles encamped on a beautiful lake, Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield returned about 9 p.m. with 41 Negro prisoners. General J. moved forward with the remainder of the command about 5 miles encamped on a beautiful lake. Detached Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield with 2 companies of his battalion, accompanied by Captain Crossman and Lieutenant Chambers, also by an interpreter and the Indian prisoner General J. moved forward with the remainder of the command about 5 miles encamped on a beautiful lake. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield returned about 9 p.m. with 41 Negro prisoners, having surprised the village, captured the greater part of its inhabitants, and burnt the houses and property which they could not bring in.
Greater part of the inhabitants. Negro village. These is not runaways. These is natives from Florida. They've been in Florida. They dress like the Indians, and they speak the same language as the Indians.
December 4th. Proceeded toward Volusia with the prisoners passed over a desert and sandy country covered with scrub oak, until within 8 or 10 miles of the St. John's, when the land became in many places boggy, and the road, consequently, extremely bad. Arrived at Governor Call's camp near the St. John's about 4 p.m. Found here the Tennesseans, Indian warriors from the Creek country, and a few regular troops. The camp was dirty and the position evidently unhealthy. Governor Call has commanded a work to protect the stores at Volusia. 5. Spent a day in looking into the state of the service. Reported to Adjutant General, wrote to the sea cry of war, and urged the necessity of additional forces. 6. Lieutenant Chambers employed in examining the prisoners' important information. Obtained on this information, General J. prepared an expedition of the mounted men against Cooper, Micanopy, and Phillip, who could have been attacked in succession. Also an expedition of a small regular force and a battalion of Indian warriors.
Now let me bring it back because these
cry of war, and urged the necessity of additional forces. 6. Lieutenant Chambers employed in examining the prisoners' important information. Obtained on this information, General Jay prepared an expedition of the mounted men against Cooper, Micanopy, and Philip.
So they got more information about Cooper, Micanopy, and Philip. So them are some of the Seminole chiefs. Micanopy is the main chief, but what makes it so interesting about these three chiefs is that they um, live with black people. They've been living with black people in Florida since the beginning of the Seminoles. So the black people are not their slaves. Now they may be labeled as slaves just because that's just what they was called as far as just the like a general term back then for that type of person. If you look a certain way, you was gonna get labeled a certain way. But even with us dressing like Indians and doing Indian stuff, they still gonna give it up to us within this journal, and we gonna see it. But I want to point that out that these three chiefs, whenever they running up on these people, that they taking Indians and niggas whenever the dust clear. And a lot of these chiefs had black wives. They had mixed kids, if you want to say. But just like I said, it's all family until we got to Oklahoma when the South Carolina Indian agent ended up teaching the Seminoles youngsters, which was some of these guys' grandkids and kids, on how to manage money and how to make money off black people. So basically, they turned on their own cousins to make money for the government, just like the same thing they do it now. They got rewards, and people that's cousins to people, they will give their cousin up for their reward. And the same thing that go on now was the same thing that went on back then. Once they really started dealing with the money and dealing with the United States with the trades with money instead of trading geese or some furs or whatever some bows, whatever they used to trade with. Now they trading with money and to be able to get their foods and stuff like that.
Who could have been attacked in succession, also an expedition of a small regular force and a battalion of Indian warriors. Against Alligator's band, the troops intended for these expeditions were directed to hold.
Let me just bring that back because they getting ready. He trying to get ready to run up on these dudes, so he ordering more troops, and they trying to get their mindset to be able to run up on these guys.
6. Lieutenant Chambers employed in examining the prisoners' important information. Obtained on this information, General Jay prepared an expedition of the mounted men against Cooper, Micanopy, and Philip.
December 6th.
Who could have been attacked in succession, also an expedition of a small regular force and a battalion of Indian warriors. Against.
So they already plotting, even though they're going to sit down at the table, but they are soldiers, so they always going to keep in the back of their mind that they're going to have to kill these people if it go down like that. Or I ain't going to say that word. I do take that word back. Unallow these people if it go down like that. So you see the scheme. So they bringing in more people, but we going to talk. There was something else. Hold on, let me bring this back.
Alligator's band and a battalion of Indian warriors.
Right, and they're also using more Indians to be able to make it easier for the fight for them to go against us. Because remember, this is after we done already did General Dade. So this is after General Dade massacre. And that's another thing that I can't get into my mind is that it's a lot of generals, it's a lot of soldiers getting killed by these black people, but the United States ain't taking these black people to jail. They sitting down at the table with some of them. You know, they paying some of them, and these is warriors. These are Seminoles. So
Against Alligator's band, the troops intended for these expeditions were directed to hold themselves in readiness to move at a moment's warning. On suggesting his views to Governor Call, General J. found that the governor was strongly opposed to them and in favor of the return of the army to the Withlacoochee, where he expected Powell with his warriors would be found. General J. believed that his own plan was preferable.
So they thought that they was gonna find Osceola. Also, just like I say, when they say Pal, they talking about Osceola. So they looking for Osceola too, because he done killed up a lot. So this, like I say, this is after General Dade and before that, the Second War kind of just first popped off, which you can see within that first video that I jumped out that I put on there. You can see a lot of information with that, which I'm gonna go back into that. Where I got that video from as far as that movie, and I'm gonna break down that Seminole movie, which they talking about the first part of the Second Seminole War. But this is the second part of the Seminole War, where you know they kind of first to get ready to move. And the first part was when they was kind of tripping.
But the time of service of the Tennesseans had nearby expired, and he return of the army to the Withlacoochee, where he expected Powell with his warriors would be found.
It's like I say, they still looking for Osceola. They gonna be looking for Osceola during this whole time with General Jessup, and you're gonna see throughout more of the journal that Osceola don't trust the general. You know what I'm saying? He think that the general gonna punish him. You know what I'm saying? So at one point he was so called moving 300 or 400 people and was thinking about coming in. He said they Africans that converted to Seminoles. Well, you know, some of them say that, but my thing is that they Americans if they was found over here. Point blank, they finding the people over here. They didn't bring every black person that you see in America didn't get brought to America by a white person. But I could be wrong. But that's why I'm bringing my little twos and fews to try to prove my point. But right now, you say 200 years. You know, that's crazy for them to leave Africa and stop doing African stuff to start doing Indian stuff. And you know what make it so crazy? How they try to say that, okay, I feel that. And I ain't even tripping if they is from Africa or whatever. I'm just saying that they was here in certain areas definitely before some white people came over here. Now, definitely some definitely did come through on the boat. So, you know, however they got here, but it was some that was already here. But let me get back to it real quick.
General J. believed that his own plan was preferable. But the time of service of the Tennesseans had nearby expired, and he believed it to be his duty to employ them during the few days which still remained. And he was reluctantly compelled to postpone his own plan in order to provide for their movement to the interior. To obtain horses for the wagons, he was compelled to dismount.
So with that first part, yeah, that's what makes it so crazy too, man. I guess we got to dive deeper and more into, dive deeper more into the culture of Africa because I did see some similarities as far as just third world living in the dressing and with the feathers and stuff like that. As far as they was kind of moving like Indians, but the Indians did a little bit different. Which it's a lot of information that have to get exposed to get put out there. But yeah, I did see some stuff that I'm gonna present where they was basically saying that the Africans, they was calling the Africans Indians in Africa. Or it was probably, I don't know if they were saying it was America, but they definitely was depicting black people as Indians either in Africa or it was some Africans in America that was on some Indian stuff, but they were saying it in the past though. But but it's like I say, that first part was about General Jessup when he first got the call to come into Florida. He started doubling up on everything. He started making more orders of soldiers, making more orders of horses, making more orders of boats, just everything to cover what he needed to cover to get the people up out of Florida. And as you see, that one of the first things that they said was the Indian had gave up the Negro village. Gave up the Negro village, and these is natives from Florida. These is the people that's from Florida that's already living off the land, living off the land, know how to move within the land and dressing how they dressing. So they get ran up on first. Colonel Caulfield, we got to be on the lookout for him. Got to do a deep dive on Colonel Caulfield. He was the one that was running up on the Black Seminoles. He ended up getting 41 prisoners from whenever they ran up on the village and the inhabitants. And so now we on part 2, and it's like I said, they also brought up Cooper, Micanopy, and Phillip, and more within the diary. You will see whenever they kind of run up on them, that it's a lot of niggas with them too. So right, I don't be understanding that too, man. It's like, damn, nigga, they found us over here, and they just put the label on niggas. Just at the time, it was just a racist world, you know what I'm saying? And nigga, we got caught up in it. But once we look back at it, it's like, hold on, niggas is getting found over here, and niggas is over here doing American shit, and niggas look like us, and niggas is just because it's coming back to the lineage. Now that we're doing lineage searches and trying to find our families, it's like, hold on, something ain't adding up with the main narrative. But we're finna get into this part 2, break down this part 2, and see exactly how was the blacks the leaders that General Jessup is breaking it down.
About 50 of his mounted men, and to obtain from Black Creek a number of horses. December 7th arrangements were actively going on for the renewal of hostilities. 8. Governor Call transferred to General J. The command of the army today. Supplies continue to come in. The work at Volusia progresses rapidly. The army directed to be in readiness for the field. 9. Reported to the Secretary of War and the Adjutant General. Active preparations continued. Wrote to Governor Schley urging that a regiment previously required be sent to Florida to take the place of the Tennesseans. Wrote to Governor McDuffie of South Carolina required a battalion of 5 companies of drafted militia. made arrangements for the transportation of the sick of the Tennessee Brigade from Volusia, via Savannah, to New Orleans. 10 Governor Call left us today the fort at Volusia named Fort Call. Major Gardner designated to command, arrangements made for its defense. The Army ordered to march at as early an hour as possible tomorrow. Arrangements made for the movement of the Army. December 11th. Supplies which were expected last night not having arrived, the march of the Army was necessarily put off until tomorrow. Captain Washington, commanding in the Creek Country, directed to join the Army in Florida with 2 companies of the 4th Artillery. Major Dearborn, commanding in the lower part of Georgia, also directed to join. Captain Page ordered to take command in the Creek Country. Lieutenant Clark directed to organize an efficient wagon train to operate between Ferry and Fort Drane. Colonel Warren and Captain Smith to furnish escorts for the train. Lieutenant Bainbridge turned over to the quartermaster the horses on which his command was mounted. 12. Reported to the Secretary of War and to the Adjutant General. Major Forsyth Paymaster, ordered to Tampa Bay Captain of the Ordnance Department, reported and ordered to furnish double-barreled guns and other ordnance supplies. The advance of the Army moved today under General Armstrong. General Armistead with the regular troops and the Indian warriors left to secure the stores. The advance encamped about 8 miles from the St. John's. General J. The advance after dark with Alabama Mounted Volunteers, Tompkins Artillery, and Harris's Marines slept in General Armstrong's tent axes sent forward by General Armistead for the Tennesseans, to enable them to repair the road December 13th. The advance moved slowly forward, repaired the road and bridges. The axes sent forward reported to the fort marched about 12 miles and encamped. The troops in the rear came up while we were taking up our ground. 14. Moved forward to the Ocklawaha, crossed the river with the advance and part of the baggage wagons and encamped about a mile from the river. Part of the train with a part of the force and the rear guard remained east of the Ocklawaha. The Floridians and Alabama volunteers drove in near 100 head of cattle. 15. Detached Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield to attack the Indian chief Asuci, or Cooper, and after crossing the remainder of the baggage wagons and troops over the Ocklawaha, marched forward, about 10 miles, and encamped for the night. Today an incident occurred which it was apprehended might lead to difficulty. An order had been given to the principal quartermasters not to permit pack horses to move in the road with the wagon train. A young Tennessean determined to disregard the order. He was admonished by the quartermaster but disregarded the admonition. The Q master reported the fact to General J in the presence of General Armstrong. General J informed General A that the individual must be punished. General A immediately took the matter in hand. The young gentleman apologized and General J expressed himself satisfied as he considered the discipline of the service had been maintained. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield joined, having burned Cooper's village and taken one Negro prisoner, who was so aged that he was obliged to leave him.
So just like I say, Cooper, Micanopy, Phillips. So let me bring that back. Who burnt up Cooper's village?
December 16th, marched of the service had been maintained. Lieutenant Colonel Caulfield joined, having burned Cooper's village and
this nigga Lieutenant Caulfield I got to do a deep dive on Caulfield for real. I got to do a deep dive on Caulfield for real because he going around doing some shit for real. He burning up villages, he capturing niggas, and he know what the fuck is going on. His story is going to bring this shit out for real. Lieutenant Caulfield. Okay, so he burnt Cooper's town. And it's like I say, Cooper, Micanopy, and Phillip. They really, when you I'm getting more that they was around black people. Black people live with them. It been there. It been since day one. Or they ended up coming down and hooking up with us. But they been there for a long time. You know what I'm saying? And every time they running up on these dudes, they coming away with niggas. But these ain't no slaves. These is niggas that's there. But the shit crazy. Let me gonna play this.
Taken one Negro prisoner. Field joined having burned Cooper's village and taken one Negro prisoner. Colonel Caulfield joined having burned Cooper's village and taken one Negro prisoner, who was so aged that he was obliged to leave him. December.
So he ended up getting one prisoner, one nigga, but he was so old. And what make it so interesting about that, he's so old. How old was the nigga? So would he have to be about 80, 70, 90? Was he 100? You know, how old was the nigga? So this is 1738. So let's say that he 80. 1738. So that means that he was born 1760 something, 1750 something in Florida. So he in Florida. He is in Florida. He's so old, but he in the village with Cooper, which is I forgot his Indian name, which, you know, it ain't hard to be able to get that later in the game. We're going to get that. But he within that village. A old ass nigga. Old ass nigga. That he's so old, they just let the nigga. This nigga say, nigga, fuck it, that nigga, oh, we can't do nothing with this nigga. He that old. So I thought that's another interesting point. Yeah, some of us are young. It could be something we may have been ones that has split up and forced all the people. Yeah, for real though, man. For real though, man. And cause it's the only fighting, but it's like I say, I think we kind of got round up throughout the years. For real though. Hold on. So yeah, that's crazy, man. It's like I say, my little research that I'm doing. It's going, what I put out, the little information that I do find is about Seminoles. So I'm trying to find my whole family lineage within that, and trying to know that whole story, and also just finding Negroes in America, just the whole America history. So that's why I done went into Panama and went into all these other places. You know what I'm saying? Just to kind of just on some nigga shit, black shit of America. You know what I'm saying? Trying to know their history more. They're being hidden and they're being shuffled all under shit. A nigga trying to bring it to light. So that's why I'm doing all this for sure. But just like I said, I thought that was an interesting fact that the nigga was so old at the Cooper's village that they burnt down. It's like I say, also in the first village that they burnt down, they said they burned down houses, not no teepees, not no long houses. They said they burned down houses. So these niggas is living in houses in Florida in 1830s. And they said they burnt their property. And they niggas is having things. So that's very interesting. We're gonna keep it going.
December 16th. Marched forward about 15 miles, found a few cattle, but discovered no sign of Indians encamped within 2 miles of the Fort King Road. 17. Sent the Indians forward to reconnoiter, marched to Dade's battleground and encamped. The Indians examined the Wahoo Swamp. Not an Indian was found nor any recent signs discovered. All the trails led in a southeasterly direction. Reported to the Secretary of War and submitted several suggestions for his consideration. December 18th. Communicated with the Secretary of War. Sent in instructions to Colonel Henderson. Commenced stockade yesterday. It was completed today, or rather tonight. The report of the scouts who had scanned the cove, as well as other strongholds of the enemy on the Withlacoochee, left no doubt on the mind of General J of the enemy. Having left that river and gone south, long trails were discovered in that direction, in consequence of which it was determined to send the Tennesseans, whose terms of service had nearly expired, to Tampa Bay with the wagon train. December 19th. Communicated by express with General Reed at the mouth of Withlacoochee. Directed that the Tennesseans at that post should be sent to Tampa Bay, and required reports in relation to the quantity and condition of the supplies, and whether the enemy has been seen recently in the vicinity. The Tennesseans marched this afternoon under General Armstrong. The scouts returned tonight, having examined the country east as well as west of the road to Tampa, and reported the enemy in force about 8 miles east of the road in a large hammock near the Little Withlacoochee. Addressed a letter to General Armstrong directing him to send a part of his army to cooperate. The troops ordered to be in readiness to move tomorrow morning at daylight. December 20th. Put the troops in motion this morning and proceeded to the hammock in which the hostile Indians were represented to be last night. Searched the hammock for several miles, found recent signs and a large Indian encampment, but no Indians. Heard nothing of the Tennesseans. Returned to camp. 21. Placed General Armas in command of Fort Armstrong, the recently erected fort, and of the whole army north of the Withlacoochee. Set out for Fort Foster to examine that work, and to designate the site for a depot between it and Fort Armstrong. Encamped at night, about 7 miles south of Big Withlacoochee. Received an express from Colonel Henderson at this camp, informing of the arrival of Commodore Dallas, and his wish to cooperate with the army. Also General Gaines having ordered the 6th Regiment. December 22nd. Proceeded to Fort Foster, examined the work, and then continued to Tampa to confer with Commodore Dallas. Arrived at Tampa after dark. Found General Armstrong here with his brigade. 23. In consequence of information from the lower counties of Georgia, countermanded the order to Major Dearborn to join the army with his command. Communicated with the Secretary of War. Commodore Dallas visited General J. and in the most liberal and patriotic manner offered the cooperation of the naval force under his command in any manner in which General J might think proper to use it. December 24th. Wrote to Major Cross, answered a letter of the President.
So now they done brought in the Navy. They need the Navy's help to be able to complete this mission. So went from getting that general days to having the greatest mass, as far as the biggest massacre at that time, to they had to bring in the Navy for the Negro War.
President dated the 5th of November wrote to Commodore Dallas, wrote to Echo Harjo requiring him with 100 of his warriors to come to Tampa Bay. Wrote to General Gibson.
See, and I didn't know that before, that Echo Harjo was, it seemed like that he working for the government, but he really coming from the